F***K. I'm dead. The expletive ripped from my throat as a tidal wave of memories crushed my sanity. 1 hour ago, I was just cultivating as usual in my room when suddenly, like enlightenment, I began to gain knowledge beyond what I previously knew. Soon enough, I realized it wasn't enlightenment in martial arts as I thought. Instead, I was regaining memories from what was perhaps my previous life. Earth, my old life, 9-to-5 drudgery, late-night gaming marathons, and a graveyard of cultivation web novels. And now, I stumbled from the silk-draped bed, heart pounding. The jade floors were cool against my bare feet, the air thick with the scent of incense. Gilded screens, spirit lamps, and treasures littered the room. Luxury fit for a young master. My room. My name. Bai Zihan. Arrogant. Cruel. Wasteful. A third-rate villain. You could say that I was a person who liked to bully the weak, spending every day picking on other clan members. There was no other reason for what I did than because I could. With my parents being the clan master and matriarch of one of the strongest clans in the empire, there weren't many who could go against me. It was also one of the ways I relieved my stress and anger, knowing that I was a waste whose talent wasn't worthy of being called the heir of the Bai clan. However, that is not why I am freaked out right now. After regaining my memories from Earth, my knowledge of different cultivation novels also flowed into me. And the reason why I am freaking out is because, comparing my circumstances with the cultivation novels I read on Earth, I found out that my family is a villain family destined to die. For one week ago, my elder sister broke off her engagement with her fiancé, whose cultivation had been crippled. A walking cliché destined for greatness. There's no need to elaborate on such a cliché story where he would rise up, topple his ex-fiancé, and perhaps even destroy her clan. My sister's ex-fiancé was definitely one of those protagonists, and I might get killed by him. Why now? If only I had regained my memories a week earlier, I could have stopped my sister from antagonizing the inevitable protagonist of this world. Or not. Deep down, I knew the truth. Even if I had regained my memories earlier, I wouldn't have been able to stop her. I was nothing but a waste. A disappointment to the Bai clan, eclipsed by my genius sister. My talent was a disgrace and my reputation worse. A bully who terrorized weaker clan members and branch families. Our relationship was strained beyond repair due to such repeated behavior. Worse, breaking the engagement with that crippled fiancé was something both the Bai clan and the Heaven Sword sect, my sister's sect, wanted. No one would have listened to me. They'd see me as a fool stirring up more trouble for the clan. Sigh. And that was just one death flag raised by my sister. Because if that wasn't enough to kill me, my mother made sure to raise the stakes. She ripped a Dao bone from my cousin and gave it to me. An attempt to salvage my talent. It helped, a little, but not nearly enough. Now, my cousin would hunt me down in the future, seeking vengeance for what was stolen. There was a high chance that she would grow stronger and, sooner or later, come to claim her Dao bone. So, even if I survived my sister's ex-fiancé's inevitable revenge, my cousin would finish the job. And these 2 death flags were only the start. There were even more things done by my family and clan, definitely things only villains would do. There was also me, making trouble and creating enemies everywhere I went. My sister and mother might be major villains who survive for 100 chapters. But me, looking at my behavior, I'm just a third-rate villain fodder who would die in 3 chapters just after meeting the protagonist. Sigh. My fists clenched, nails digging into my palms. Surveying my family's actions and my reflection, I knew one thing. I'm so screwed. No matter how I looked at it, death flags sprouted around me like weeds. From my family's sins to my own foolishness, it was a perfect storm. And if even one of those flags played out like a standard cultivation novel, I was already dead. What should I do? What should I do? I paced back and forth, trying to think of a way to salvage my situation. Looking at the dire situation, severing ties with the Bai clan was the only thing that might guarantee my safety from the hands of those protagonists. There was no way to salvage the relationship with those protagonist-like people after what had happened. My sister had already disgraced the Nye clan, her ex-fiancé's clan, and broke off the engagement in front of other clans. There's nothing to say about my cousin, whose Dao bone my mother stole and gave to me. Not only did my mother commit this horrible crime, but my cousin was also expelled from the clan with her parents' whereabouts unknown. I'm 100% certain that the moment I meet her, she will take my head before any conversation can take place. Additionally, I don't think I treated her well even when she was in the clan. She must definitely be holding a grudge for that as well. However, leaving the clan might be even more dangerous. Like I said, I wasn't the kindest person, and knowing I had my family's protection, you could say that I had antagonized a lot of people. One might even say that those people would be more eager to kill me than the protagonists. The moment they knew I had left the Bai clan, there was a high chance that I would be killed right after stepping out of the Bai clan territory. Even if that wasn't the case, this world wasn't safe like Earth, and one careless mistake could lead to death, especially with my current strength. There was a high chance I would die faster outside without the Bai clan's support than by the hands of these protagonists. There was also a chance I would meet one of those heaven-blessed protagonists even after severing ties with Bai clan and still get killed. Without Bai clan protection, getting killed would be much easier. No, I still have this. There was perhaps one thing that could truly save me from my death. Indeed, this is a system screen. Before my eyes was something that refused to leave. It was my golden finger. It had been with me since I was born, though I never knew what it was and couldn't even make it go away before. Host info. Host, by Zihan. Age 16. Cultivation realm. Core formation, early. Constitution, none. Martial arts, none. Scratching my head, I felt more annoyed than excited, remembering my past suffering because of this. Why the hell is this in English? The reason why I had no idea what it was until now or how to make it go away was because this system was in English the whole time, a language I wasn't familiar with until I got my memories from Earth. Why the hell would a system I've had since birth be in a language that wasn't common in this world? If I hadn't regained my memories, I would have never figured out what this was and would have stayed blinded by the system's inferences for 16 years. Otherwise, with such a cheat, how the hell would I have been treated as a waste? But without knowing about the system or English for the past 16 years, this system has been nothing but a nuisance, blocking my sight and ruining my life. Isn't one of the reasons why I was a waste because of this damn system blocking my sight? Of course, my cultivation talent was lacking. There was no denying that. However, my failures extended far beyond my poor aptitude for cultivating chi. My combat skills, reflexes, and ability to learn martial techniques were all severely hindered by this damn thing that had been glued to my vision since birth. At first, everyone assumed I was simply lazy or untalented, but that wasn't the whole truth. When I was a child, my parents even took me to the best doctors, fearing that I had a vision problem when I told them about this system interface. Yet, the results were always the same. My eyes were perfectly healthy. Some even mocked me for this and said that I was making things up, and since only I could see this, I couldn't prove them wrong. But how could they understand that it wasn't my eyes that were the problem? It was this damned system screen constantly obstructing my view. Imagine trying to fight with a thick, translucent panel blocking your field of vision. One that you couldn't swipe away or close. A permanent blind spot, forever lingering in front of me. The system's notifications would pop up randomly, covering vital parts of my view during battles, and no matter how I moved, the screen followed, always hovering in my line of sight. Even when I tried to learn martial arts, the problem persisted. The forms looked blurry, the teacher's movements partially obscured. It was like trying to read a book with a page torn down the middle. Everything important was always out of reach. So yes, I was a waste, but it wasn't just because of my lacking talent. It was because I was fighting with both my hands and my eyes tied behind my back. System, close. The words slipped from my mouth almost instinctively, an unconscious reaction born from years of reading system-based cultivation novels back on Earth. The moment I spoke, the blinding, ever-present interface vanished. That's all it took? 16 years. 16 years of stumbling through life like a blind man. 16 years of being labeled a waste, mocked, and discarded. 16 years of failure. All because I didn't know 2 English words. Ha 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 ha. After laughing at my situation, I chuckled at myself for a few seconds before finally settling down. Sigh. If not for regaining my memories, this suffering might have extended to life, though that might have also been short-lived considering the situation I am in. However, currently I wasn't in the situation to condemn the system which has ruined my 16 years. This system which has been the source of suffering for the last 16 years is also my only hope of getting out of this damn situation. System. I called out, and immediately the system interface was back in full display. Forgetting about the resentment, I immediately went to explore what this system is all about and how it could help me out of this situation. Let's see what this system is all about. Zihan's eyes narrowed as he scanned the system interface. Firstly, it was the same system interface that he had seen for the last 16 years with details on his status. Host info. Host, Zihan. Age 16. Cultivation realm. Core formation, early. Constitution, none. Martial arts, none. His focus then zeroed in on a tab, store, and alongside it, another labeled, rewards. Without hesitation, he clicked on the store tab, and system interface instantly changed to show dazzling treasures before him. Zihan's eyes flickered with awe as he skimmed through the store, his lips moving unconsciously as he read the names aloud. Immortal Dragon Saber. Heaven-tier treasure. Sharp enough to cleave space itself. Heavenly Rebirth Pill. 7th-tier pill. Rumored to defy death and restore one's prime. 9-fold star scripture. Void Dao Bone. Thunder Dragon King bloodline. Even a constitution could be brought. Zihan looked through the countless treasures that he never even heard about but sounded super powerful. From the pills he took daily to powerful bloodlines he had never heard of, there were all sorts of things he could potentially buy. With such powerful treasures that he can buy, he felt relieved and more confident about tackling the future threat. However, there was just a small problem, and that was that to buy those treasures he needed points. Zihan clenched his fists, his voice tight with longing. So many treasures, but without points, they're nothing but dreams. A spark lit in his eyes as he spoke firmly, his voice cutting through the silence. System, what are points? How do I earn them? Zihan tried asking to see whether system would respond, but as expected there was no response. Let's try this in English. Ahem. System, what are points? How do I earn them? Zihan asked again, this time in English. The system responded with words on the system screen. Heaven-defying system. Earn points by defying the very fabric of fate and surpassing your limits. Ways to earn points. Defying fate. Twist common cliches and rewrite destiny. Achievements. Points for reaching cultivation milestones and rare accomplishments. Challenging the strong. The greater the disparity, the higher the reward. Stealing fortunes. Seize opportunities meant for heaven's chosen. Zihan's lips curled into a daring smirk. So, to claim these treasures, I must gamble against fate itself and win. Indeed, looking at my background, I was a third-rated villain that could die just by opening my mouth. To defy such, having heaven-defying system is indeed appropriate. Next, his eyes moved to the rewards section as he quickly changed the tab to rewards. Hope that there is something here like newbie gift or something which could help me. Instantly, the screen flashed, revealing numerous unclaimed rewards, glorious fruits of his cultivation milestones. Unclaimed rewards available. Chi Refining Stage Achievement. 10x Cultivation Speed Card. 3 days. Foundation Establishment Stage Achievement. Martial Arts Enlightenment Card. 1 hour. Core Formation Stage Achievement. Primordial Chaos Body Refinement Technique. First part. Defeated by Lei. 1,000 points. Zihan's heart pounded as he scanned the unclaimed rewards list. His lips parted with excitement, his eyes blazing with anticipation. His voice trembled with excitement. 10x Cultivation Speed Card? That means I can cultivate 10 times faster for 3 days. With this, perhaps I could finally go from early core formation to mid-core formation stage. His eyes sparkled as he continued. And this martial arts enlightenment card, it should be something to do with mastery of martial arts. Perhaps I could gain minor mastery after using this. He wasn't exactly sure how effective it would be but knew that it would have great effect, considering this is a reward from the system. Then there were many more unclaimed rewards for defeating different people and most of them gave him just points. How did I even defeat them? I don't think that I have even gotten into any official fight with any people. After all, Bai Zihan was a coward and wouldn't fight where he could be injured. Can this be that when I bullied them using my status? That is also considered as defeating by the system. After looking at similarities in the list of people that were defeated and given him points, he came to a conclusion that there were all those he would normally bully with his status. Although they were certainly stronger than him in terms of power, they wouldn't dare go against him as he was direct heir and also the son of clan leader. Looks like I did benefit something from such an act. Bai Zihan now found that although his third-rated villain act was sure to bring his doom, it has also unexpectedly brought in some rewards. With how much he bullied those people, the points given by the system should be quite substantial. Apart from this, there was the reward for breaking through to the core formation stage and that was some kind of technique. Primordial Chaos Body Refinement Technique? His brows furrowed. I've never heard of a body refinement technique like this. Primordial Chaos? Isn't that the origin of everything? Although he has never heard of such a technique, just looking at the name, one could tell that it wasn't ordinary and quite powerful. And most importantly, anything to do with primordial or the beginning of time should be very powerful as those were the things that existed before the universe. Of course, there was the chance that the technique was just given some fancy name and wasn't that powerful. System. What is the Primordial Chaos Body Refinement Technique? The system responded immediately, lines of text forming on the interface. Primordial Chaos Body Refinement Technique, first part. Forge the body into a vessel of chaos, the source of creation and destruction. Upon reaching the first stage, Chaos Seed Baptism, the user's body can freely break down and reconstruct itself, allowing it to absorb all forms of energy. Note: the pain of each refinement may shatter the mind. Failure means body collapse and certain death. Grade: unspecified. Incomplete. Bai Zihan's eyes widened as he read the description. His heart pounded faster, and excitement flickered in his eyes. Freely break down and reconstruct the body. Absorb all forms of energy? He muttered, his voice a mix of awe and exhilaration. Even the first part was beyond his imagination, not to mention the perks of being able to absorb all forms of energy. Can I also absorb other people's attacks? After all, those attacks also contain chi, so it wasn't unreasonable to do so. Anyway, that needs to be tested after attaining the first stage of Primordial Chaos Body Refinement Technique, which doesn't seem easy. But certain death if I fail? Although failure could lead to death, yet his excitement refused to die down. A cultivation technique that could defy all limitations, one that could turn his very body into a conduit for power. But the cost? Failure means body collapse and death. It was a terrifying result for failure. However, thinking about his current situation, it didn't seem like he could escape death unless he became stronger. Bai Zihan's expression hardened. If I'm to survive in this world, I can't afford to be weak. The Primordial Chaos Body Refinement Technique, it's risky, but the benefit, mastering this technique could potentially change his fate. Although the grade was unspecified due to the technique being just the first part, the description alone was enough to suggest that it was at least comparable to a Saint grade technique. Techniques were categorized as yellow, profound, earth, heaven, saint, and beyond. Even heaven grade techniques were extremely difficult to obtain. Despite being the strongest clan in the Desolate Heaven Empire, the Bai clan possessed only 3 such techniques. None of them were for body refinement though. As for Saint grade techniques, they were practically non-existent in the Desolate Heaven Empire, or at least Bai Zihan wasn't aware of any powerhouse possessing them. Maybe those protagonists like bastards were cultivating them, but he wouldn't know. In any case, this was certainly superior to the Earth-grade body refinement technique Bai Zihan had been cultivating in the Bai clan. The Bai clan's refinement technique had made Bai Zihan's body incomparably stronger than normal people, allowing him to withstand sword cuts. However, it wasn't as powerful as the Primordial Chaos Body Refinement Technique. Additionally, the primordial chaos body refinement technique allowed the body to absorb all forms of energy, which would greatly enhance his cultivation. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to start practicing the technique blindly. He needed to research more to increase his chances of success and determine whether this was truly the best path for him. After all, his primary objective was survival. He wasn't just going to jump from the pot into the fire. Perhaps he wouldn't need to take this risk at all. Anyway, he could finally see some hope in his hopeless situation. System. Claim all the rewards. By Zihan commanded. Claiming rewards, Chi Refining Achievement, 10x Cultivation Speed Card, 3 days. Foundation Establishment Achievement, Martial Arts Enlightenment Card, 1 hour. Core Formation Achievement, Primordial Chaos Body Refinement Technique, first part. Defeated by Lei, plus 1,000 points. Total points earned, 27,270. A golden glow enveloped Zihan, knowledge and power flooding into his soul. His lips curled into a determined smirk. Now, let's see how fate fares against me. For the rest of the day, Zihan organized his thoughts and decided on what to do going forward. With the acquired points, there was a lot he could buy, but he wasn't going to make any hasty purchases. As for weapons and protective gear, being a direct heir of the Bai clan meant that his current arsenal of artifacts was more than sufficient. Most of his artifacts, including weapons and armor, were already Earth-grade and could be considered overgeared. Of course, the system had far superior artifacts, but he wasn't foolish enough to waste precious points on them at this stage. Moreover, wielding higher-grade artifacts required a much larger pool of chi. With his cultivation, he could properly only use Earth-grade artifacts. Perhaps he could wield a Heaven-grade artifact once or twice, but that was it. So, there wasn't much reason to purchase higher-grade weapons at his current cultivation level. He could reconsider once he broke through to the nascent soul realm. He didn't buy any martial art either for the same reason. His clan's martial arts techniques were already Earth-grade, and rather than purchasing higher-grade techniques, it was better to master what he had already been taught. Although he wasn't particularly interested in fighting techniques, there was one category he was deeply concerned about: cultivation techniques. Among all types of techniques, martial arts, body refinement, and movement arts, one reigned supreme in importance: cultivation techniques, the foundation of power. Unlike martial techniques, which dictated how one fought, or body refinement techniques, which tempered the flesh, cultivation techniques determined how one absorbed, refined, and utilized chi. A good cultivation technique could mean the difference between a powerful expert and a forgotten nobody. It affected chi quality, recovery speed, breakthrough probability, and even longevity. His current cultivation technique, the Bai clan's Earth-grade Azure Dragon breathing method, was respectable. It provided him with a strong foundation, but it was far from enough. Even with an Earth-grade technique, Zihan's cultivation speed was only average. But what truly worried him was something else: potential bottlenecks. Many cultivators hit an invisible wall at higher realms, nascent soul formation, or ascension, because their foundation was flawed. A low-grade cultivation technique often caused impurities in their chi, making breakthroughs increasingly difficult and dangerous. If I rely solely on my Bai clan technique, my path to nascent soul or beyond will be a dead end. Zihan muttered. Of course, that wouldn't be a big problem if he was truly talented, but he wasn't. With his current talent, the highest he could realistically achieve was the nascent soul realm. While that was considered impressive, it wasn't nearly enough to survive in this villainous clan. Perhaps purchasing a powerful bloodline or constitution could help, but it was beyond his budget. Zihan would need at least 10 times more points to afford a bloodline strong enough to make a real difference. So, the more realistic option was to buy a high-level heaven-grade cultivation technique. He opened the system store, his gaze flickering to the cultivation techniques section. Zihan scrolled through the vast arsenal of cultivation techniques, his eyes sweeping over countless methods. Some drew from the stars, others from the sun, and a few even from the abyss itself. But in the end, his gaze settled on one: myriad breathing technique, heaven grade. Description: a cultivation technique that refines the essence of the world, allowing the user to absorb and utilize chi. Absorption efficiency, 200% increased chi absorption. Bai Zihan's fists clenched in excitement. Compared to his current technique, Azure Dragon Breathing Method, this new method was on a completely different level. It offered at least twice the chi absorption efficiency. That meant his cultivation speed could potentially double, provided there was sufficient chi to absorb. But with all the resources available to him from the Bai clan, that wouldn't be a problem. Bai Zihan had stockpiled a large number of pills, gifted to him by both the clan and his mother. He had been lazy before, but now he understood. If he continued down that path, he would die. After much contemplation, he purchased the Myriad Breathing Technique, which cost an astonishing 15,000 points. Of course, considering this was better than the Azure Dragon Breathing Method, which was already considered one of the best in the Desolate Heaven Empire, it was justifiable. As soon as Bai Zihan confirmed his purchase, the system interface flickered. Purchase successful. Would you like to learn the Myriad Breathing Technique now? A prompt appeared before his eyes, the glowing text hovering in his vision. Yes, learning Myriad Breathing Technique. In an instant, a golden glow enveloped Bai Zihan's body. A flood of information poured into his mind like a tidal wave, each strand of knowledge integrating seamlessly with his consciousness. He felt his very understanding of cultivation shifting, expanding beyond what he had known before. The Myriad Breathing Technique wasn't just a superior technique. It was an entirely different way of cultivation. Unlike the Azure Dragon Breathing Method, which focused on channeling chi in a structured, disciplined manner, the Myriad Breathing Technique was like breathing in the essence of the world itself. It didn't just absorb chi. It refined and transformed it into something purer, more potent. So that's how. Bai Zihan immediately understood how to cultivate using Myriad Breathing Technique, and there was no need to waste time learning it thanks to the system. Immediately, he began to test this new cultivation technique, and indeed, the speed at which his body absorbed chi was faster than before. Although he couldn't say it was 2 times as the chi in his room wasn't that high and was immediately absorbed by him. This is incredible. Moreover, even without actively cultivating, he could feel the chi naturally gathering around him, seeping into his body at a slow pace. With this, his path to breaking through to higher realms had become much smoother. Although that still didn't change his situation, and he was still too weak to compete with those protagonist bastards, this was a good starting point. Bai Zihan exhaled slowly, a faint mist of chi escaping his lips. He had taken his first step toward changing his destiny. Now, his next objective was to utilize the 10x cultivation speed card he had received as a reward and try to break through to the next level. With his new cultivation technique and the 10x cultivation speed card, he was confident that he could advance at least one realm. Without hesitation, he pulled out the 10x cultivation speed card and used it. 10x cultivation speed. Active. 72 hours remaining. The world around him seemed to hum with energy as the surrounding chi thickened tenfold. Felt like he had stepped into a spiritual spring. Additionally, let's take these pills, Bai Zihan said as he took out the golden core condensation pill from his storage ring. With so many resources together, he refused to believe that he couldn't break through. Without hesitation, Bai Zihan entered a cultivation trance, cycling his chi through the Myriad Breathing Technique. The surrounding energy surged around him, flooding into his body like a raging river. His dantian swelled with power as he guided the refined chi through his meridians. The golden glow of the Myriad Breathing Technique mixed with the dense chi from the 10x cultivation speed card and the golden core condensation pill. His entire body resonated with power, and he felt a breakthrough brewing within him. Hours passed like fleeting moments, and suddenly, boom! A shockwave of chi rippled outward from Bai Zihan's body. His cultivation base surged as he reached the core formation mid-level from the early core formation stage. He exhaled sharply, his eyes snapping open, his gaze bright with newfound power. I've already broken through in just 10 hours? Bai Zihan was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected the combination of the Myriad Breathing Technique, the 10x cultivation speed card, and the golden core condensation pill to be so effective. He clenched his fists, feeling the newfound strength coursing through him. Although one of the reasons for such a fast breakthrough must be that he was already near a breakthrough, He had never advanced so easily before. So this is what geniuses must feel like. He had never heard about his sister struggling to break through. For her, success in breaking through was always guaranteed, unlike him who failed countless times. This is only the beginning. Without wasting a second, Bai Zihan re-entered his cultivation trance, pushing to make the most of the remaining hours. The qi around him thickened further as he focused on refining the gathered qi, consolidating his newfound cultivation base, and attempting to make further progress. Time blurred as Bai Zihan cycled his qi, tempering his meridians and purifying his dantian. The myriad breathing technique worked tirelessly, elevating the potency of the qi within him. Another 24 hours passed, and Bai Zihan's aura surged once more. Though he hadn't broken into the next major realm, he had pushed himself to the very peak of core formation mid-level, only a step away from top level. Sweat glistened on his forehead, but his expression was one of satisfaction and determination. The remaining time will be spent consolidating my strength. I can't afford to damage my foundation. Perhaps if he truly pushed himself, he could have broken through another minor realm, but that wasn't good for his foundation and could impact his future cultivation. So, rather than pushing forward, he decided to step back and consolidate his current cultivation. He continued cultivating for the remaining hours, ensuring that his foundation was solid and that there were no flaws. As the final minutes of the 10x cultivation speed card ticked away, Bai Zihan opened his eyes, a confident gleam shining within them. Phew! This time, cultivation almost felt like a breeze compared to before. Whether it was because of the myriad breathing technique or the 10x cultivation speed card, he felt that those 3 days had passed by very quickly but meaningfully. In the past, even if he had worked for a month, he might not have achieved what he did in these 3 days. Also, previously he could cultivate for a full day without any gain due to his poor talent. But now, he feels his hard work is very rewarding, and he actually wants to continue to do so as well. He rose to his feet, the air around him crackling with suppressed power. Shall I take a bath? Shall I take a bath? He muttered to himself, glancing down at his body. After 3 days of intense cultivation, impurities had naturally been expelled from his body, forming a thin layer of filth on his skin. Though it wasn't as dramatic as when entering the qi refining stage, the difference was clear. His pores were unclogged, his skin had an almost ethereal glow, and his meridians felt utterly refreshed. This was due to the myriad breathing technique, which allowed only the purest qi while immediately expelling any impurities. Bai Zihan dusted off his robes, feeling the lingering energy from his cultivation. The faint impurities clinging to his skin made him uncomfortable, and he had no intention of remaining in this state for long. He took a deep breath, his gaze shifting toward the entrance of his room. With a calm yet commanding voice, he called out, "Luo Qing, come in." A moment of silence passed before hurried footsteps approached. The door creaked open, and a petite young maid stepped inside, her head lowered and hands slightly trembling. Luo Qing was Bai Zihan's personal servant, assigned to him since childhood. In the past, she had been subjected to his unpredictable moods and cruel temperament. He had never raised a hand against her, but his sharp tongue and cold indifference had been enough to instill deep-seated fear in her. Additionally, Bai Zihan hadn't even spared his own cousin when he was displeased. So how could she, a mere maid, not fear him? Her voice was hesitant. "Why, young master, you called for me?" Bai Zihan glanced at her trembling form and let out a sigh. It seemed his past actions had left quite an impression on those around him. Well, he didn't care much about it, especially knowing that his life was hanging by a thread. "Prepare a bath for me," Bai Zihan ordered. Luo Qing's body flinched slightly at the command, but she immediately bowed. "Yes, young master. Right away." She hurriedly turned and left, moving with such urgency that it almost seemed as though she feared lingering in his presence for even a second longer. Bai Zihan shook his head slightly but didn't dwell on it. He sat down, allowing himself a brief moment of rest before the bath was ready. As Luo Qing rushed to prepare the bath, she couldn't help but notice something felt off. Her young master had always spoken with authority, but this time, His voice lacked the usual coldness or irritation. It was firm, commanding, but not cruel. She shook her head as she worked. Perhaps I was just imagining things. Anyway, she didn't want to waste time on such meaningless thoughts. If she made the young master wait too long, he could become irritable. Once the bath was ready, she returned to inform him, keeping her head bowed as always. "Young master, your bath is ready." Zihan walked past her without a word, heading toward the bath chamber. Before leaving, he looked at her face carefully. This was because it was the first time Zihan had truly seen this maid's face who had served him for many years. Previously, her appearance had been blocked by the system interface. "She is quite pretty." Luo Qing was a delicate young woman, barely in her late teens, with a slender yet graceful frame. Her long, jet-black hair was neatly tied into a simple braid, falling over her shoulder in a way that accentuated her smooth, porcelain-like skin. Her features were soft and refined, gentle, almond-shaped eyes of deep, misty brown framed by naturally long lashes, a small, slightly upturned nose, and full lips with a faint rosy hue. Despite her modest status as a servant, she carried an understated elegance that was hard to ignore. Even the plain, light blue maid's robes she wore did little to hide the natural grace in her movements. However, the slight tremble in her stance, the way she kept her gaze lowered, and the subtle way she bit the inside of her lip revealed the fear she still harbored toward him. If this were Earth, she would definitely qualify to become a top idol, Zihan thought. He wasn't sure about the beauty standards of this world and didn't know whether his maid was special or if such appearances were common. Looking at Luo Qing, his maid, he thought that perhaps due to cultivation, this world was simply filled with beautiful people. Whichever the case, he needed more time to understand. After all, in his memory, everyone's face had always been blurred by the system interface. Luo Qing stood motionless for a moment, her hands unconsciously tightening around the fabric of her sleeves. She had served him for years, yet today was the first time she felt something was different, especially when he looked at her before heading to his bath. She couldn't quite put it into words, but there was something about Zihan that had changed. His presence, the way he carried himself, even the way his eyes briefly passed over her. There was no disdain, no irritation, and more importantly, he looked directly into her eyes. "This is the first time the young master has looked into my eyes." Normally, he would look irritated whenever she served him. His gaze lowered toward her legs or body. She knew it wasn't because he was lecherous or after her body. With his status, what women would he not get? Rather, he seemed to have a problem distinguishing people through their face and tried to identify them through their other body parts. She had also heard from another servant that Zihan was rumored to have some kind of vision problem, although it was just a rumor and had never been confirmed. But having served him for years, she knew it was at least somewhat true. Although she wasn't sure what the problem was, she knew that he had difficulty identifying people's faces and often mistook others, even when they looked nothing alike. Perhaps that was why Zihan had made a habit of identifying people through other features, and his gaze was usually lowered. This is also why Luo Qing had specifically worn the same kind of dress forever to make identifying her easy for Zihan. But that didn't seem to be the case today. The young master was looking directly at her face, and for a moment, he almost seemed fascinated. However, she quickly shook her head, dismissing the thought as mere imagination. There's no way someone like me, a mere servant, could possibly catch the young master's interest. Zihan undressed and stepped in, allowing the warm, soothing water to wash away the impurities. "Ah!" He let out a satisfied sigh as he leaned back, submerging himself deeper into the pool. The tension in his muscles melted away, and he could feel his body absorbing the residual spiritual energy within the water, further refining his meridians. For the first time in a long while, Zihan allowed himself to relax. After about 30 minutes, he was done with his bath and ready to leave. Zihan stood up, water dripping down his body, and grabbed a nearby towel. He dried himself off with practiced efficiency before slipping into the fresh robes that Luo Qing had left for him. The fabric was smooth and comfortable, a deep shade of black embroidered with faint silver linings. Once dressed, He walked toward the bronze mirror mounted on the side of the bath chamber. It would be the first time he saw his own reflection. He stepped in front of it and froze. A face stared back. Flawless skin, sharp eyes, and an expression dripping with arrogance. A face designed for one purpose, to be obliterated by the protagonist before the story even got going. Handsome, sure, but with a sharp, villainous edge that screamed, young master cannon fodder. He had the look, the type of sharp, wicked handsomeness that screamed, disposable stepping stone. His black hair was slightly damp, clinging to his forehead in strands, making his appearance even more striking with his red eyes. His eyes narrowed as he leaned closer. Seriously? The world gave me this face. It was as if the world had taken extra care in sculpting the perfect young master you must defeat appearance. Bai Zihan let out a low, bitter chuckle. Of course, he would look like this. It all made sense. He didn't just have the name of a doomed antagonist, he even had the face to match. His fingers brushed against his jawline as he studied himself further. He sighed, stepping back from the mirror. Well, at least I'm good looking. Still, knowing how he appeared to others helped put a lot of things into perspective. And if this world was truly following the script of a cultivation novel, then he needed to change his role fast. Immediately after, he went out and called for Luo Qing. Luo Qing, are you there? He wanted to ask Luo Qing to prepare lunch for him since it had been many days since he last ate. Normally, he didn't care much about filling his belly, as a cultivator could go weeks without eating, and with pills there was no need to eat at all. But how could he so easily forget his earthly habits? One of the few things in life he had truly enjoyed in his past life was food. Rather than eating just to live, he also lived to eat. He wasn't particularly rich in his past life and had only eaten normal meals, but here it was a different story. He could have anything he wanted, especially when it came to food. Luo Qing. Bai Zihan called again. It was strange that she didn't immediately appear. As far as he could remember, Luo Qing rarely made such mistakes. Just as he was wondering what had happened, Luo Qing finally appeared. But what surprised him wasn't her appearance. It was who she had brought along. Bai Zihan, so you were here. A commanding and arrogant tone. There was only one person in the entire Desolate Heaven Empire who could speak to Bai Zihan like that, his only sister Bai Xueqing. The first true genius of the Bai clan, the pride of the younger generation, and one of the most dazzling figures in the entire Desolate Heaven Empire. This is also the first time Bai Zihan has properly seen her face. Long, flowing silver hair cascaded down her back like threads of moonlight, contrasting sharply against her dark, elegant robes embroidered with frost-like patterns. Her icy blue eyes were as piercing as a frozen lake in winter. Calm yet unforgiving, holding a sharpness that seemed to see through everything. Her physique was slender yet powerful, a testament to her rigorous training. Unlike the delicate beauty of Luo Qing, Bai Xueqing carried herself with the refined grace of a martial goddess. Unshakable, confident, and completely untouchable. She was someone who stood at the peak, admired by countless people in the empire. And right now, she was staring directly at Bai Zihan with a mixture of impatience and mild annoyance. It was only natural, because in the eyes of the Bai clan, Bai Xueqing was a dragon destined for greatness. And Bai Zihan? He had always been the disgraceful younger brother, the one who could only hide in the shadows of her brilliance. Bai Xueqing's brows furrowed slightly as she folded her arms. She had expected to find him sulking, flinching, or trying to weasel his way out of whatever lecture she was about to give. But instead he just stood there, calm and composed. Her eyes narrowed. Bai Zihan, what are you doing? She asked, her voice carrying its usual authority. Bai Zihan blinked. What kind of dumb question is that? He crossed his arms and replied casually, I was taking a bath. What does it look like? Silence. Luo Qing's eyes widened in shock. Even Bai Xueqing's expression stiffened for a brief moment, as if she hadn't expected such a direct response. Normally, Bai Zihan wouldn't even dare to meet her gaze, let alone speak to her so nonchalantly. She had been so used to seeing him act meek and fearful in her presence that this new attitude, it was almost unnerving. Luo Qing, who had been standing quietly behind Bai Xueqing, looked between the two siblings with a stunned expression. This isn't normal. Young Master Bai Zihan never talks back to Lady Xueqing like that. Even in the past, Bai Zihan had always been arrogant toward those beneath him, but when it came to his sister, he was completely different. He had never once shown defiance toward her. Yet now, he had spoken with confidence, without a trace of hesitation or fear. Bai Xueqing's sharp gaze studied him carefully. There was something different about him. For as long as she had known Bai Zihan, his eyes had always been filled with either frustration, self-loathing, or false bravado. But now there was something else. Something new. He looked straight at her. No avoidance. No cowering. Bai Xueqing observed Bai Zihan for a while before opening her mouth again. Although it was indeed surprising that he dared to speak to her in that way, she thought it was all a ploy to distract her. Bai Zihan, do you know what you did? Bai Xueqing asked. What I did? Bai Zihan repeated, frowning as he tried to figure out why Bai Xueqing was asking that, and why she looked a bit angry. Did I do something? After all, if he had to think about all the things he had done that could have made her angry, the list was endless. Whether it was beating up some unfortunate soul or going against some elders, disturbing others during cultivation, and so on, the list went on and on. The only saving grace was that Bai Zihan hadn't killed anyone. Otherwise, rather than being a cultivator, he would have easily become a demonic cultivator. Anyway, Bai Zihan's questioning made Bai Xueqing irritated, and she couldn't help but yell. Bai Zihan, you've got quite the courage. Why did you tease the senior sisters from my sect and even dare to fight against my seniors? Do you think you can get away with that? Bai Xueqing said angrily. Oh, it's about that. Bai Zihan immediately realized what Bai Xueqing was referring to. After breaking her engagement, she returned to the Bai clan, accompanied by both the elders and disciples of the Bai clan and the Heaven Sword sect. The elders of the Heaven Sword sect had already left, but the disciples had stayed, intending to return to the sect with Bai Xueqing. Since they were disciples of the Heaven Sword sect and had helped Bai Xueqing, they were treated quite well. No one dared to mistreat them. Well, almost no one. Who told them to cross paths with Bai Zihan? Bai Zihan was well aware that some disciples of the Heaven Sword sect were staying at the Bai clan. He truly despises those from the Heaven Sword sect. Because he was not very talented and the Heaven Sword sect only recruited geniuses, he had always felt a sense of discrimination. He hated them for that. Hearing the Bai clan's servants praise them, saying how gentlemanly they were, only irritated him further. So he did what he always did. Show them who the real boss was. Bai Zihan smirked, recalling the events from earlier. It all started when he saw the disciples of the Heaven Sword sect strolling through the Bai clan estate, acting all high and mighty. The male disciples strutted around like peacocks, while the female disciples carried an air of aloof superiority. The sight of them annoyed him to no end, especially since the Bai clan servants couldn't stop fawning over them. Master Shin is so elegant. Truly a disciple of the Heaven Sword sect. Lady Yun is so graceful. Her swordsmanship must be incredible. The disciples of the Heaven Sword sect are truly extraordinary. Bai Zihan gritted his teeth. Extraordinary, my ass? He had no particular grudge against them individually, but he couldn't stand the way people praised them just because they were from a so-called prestigious sect. He wasn't stupid. He knew he was far from being a genius, but that didn't mean these arrogant disciples deserved all the attention. So, naturally, he had to do something about it. So when Bai Zihan saw two of the senior sisters of the Heaven Sword sect walking near the gardens, chatting amongst themselves, he knew that his chance had come. He recognized them, senior sisters of his sister Yun and Fei, both well-known beauties of the Heaven Sword sect. With a roguish grin, Bai Zihan stepped in front of them, blocking their path. Ah, two beauties. What a pleasant surprise. Are you lost? Bai Zihan said. Of course, he didn't actually care whether they were beauties or not, as he couldn't really see their faces. His sudden appearance startled the two senior sisters. Don't worry. I, Bai Zihan, am more than happy to escort you around. His voice was filled with mock sincerity. The two women frowned, clearly unimpressed. More importantly, knowing exactly who he was. Their expressions held a hint of disdain. After all, there was no way they didn't know about Bai Xueqing's infamous brother. "We don't require your assistance," Yun Qingmei said coldly. "Please step aside." But Bai Zihan wasn't going to let them off so easily. "Oh? But isn't it dangerous to wander around alone? Who knows what kind of scoundrels you might run into?" He chuckled, deliberately making his tone sound ambiguous. Fei Ling narrowed her eyes. "Are you implying something, young Master Bai?" "Of course not. I'm merely concerned for our guests." Bai Zihan smirked. "After all, it's quite rare to see such dignified disciples of the Heaven Sword sect gracing us with their presence. If I didn't know better, I'd think the sect sent their beauties to seduce our Bai clan." Yun Qingmei's expression darkened. "You! Watch your mouth." Fei Ling's face also turned cold. "We are not here for idle chatter. If you continue to speak nonsense, don't blame us for being rude." Bai Zihan pretended to look hurt. "Ah, you wound me. I was just appreciating your presence. Yet you treat me so coldly? Truly, the Heaven Sword sect's reputation for being arrogant is well earned." The two women's patience had reached its limit. It was one thing to mock them and another to insult their sect. But against Bai Zihan in the Bai clan they were truly powerless. They couldn't harm him. Otherwise there was no telling how the Bai clan would retaliate. Just when Fei and Yun seemed to have no solution to this problem, a voice interrupted them. "What's happening here?" Bai Zihan turned to see a group of male disciples from the Heaven Sword sect approaching. At the front was none other than Shen Liang, one of the stronger core disciples. Shen Liang's eyes barely concealed his irritation. "Are you harassing my junior sisters?" Shen Liang questioned. "Harassing?" Bai Zihan raised an eyebrow. "What a harsh word. I was merely having a friendly conversation. Surely, the mighty Heaven Sword sect doesn't forbid their disciples from talking to people." "Enough nonsense." Shen Liang's expression darkened. "Junior sisters, who is he? And did he harass you?" The atmosphere turned tense in an instant. The disciples behind Shen Liang were already gripping their swords, and the Bai clan guards nearby were also looking uneasy. If a fight broke out here, it wouldn't just be a personal grudge. It could escalate into a conflict between the Bai clan and the Heaven Sword sect. Other servants were also watching the conflict from afar. Young Master Bai is making trouble again. This time, it's with the esteemed guests of the Heaven Sword sect. Should we inform Lady Bai Xueqing? Otherwise, this could escalate into a huge problem. Don't. Do you not love your life? If young Master Bai Zihan finds out, you can say goodbye to your life. In the face of Bai Zihan's antics, the servants and onlookers were powerless to do anything. They didn't have the courage to call for help or stop the conflict, knowing that doing so would mean going against Bai Zihan, and no one wanted that. Yun Qingmei and Fei Ling exchanged glances. They might have let it slide if it were just a personal insult, but Bai Zihan had crossed the line by insulting their sect. Fei Ling finally spoke, her tone cold. "Senior brother Shen, this is Bai Zihan, Bai Xueqing's younger brother. He has been openly insulting both us and the Heaven Sword sect." Shen Liang's expression shifted slightly from anger to reluctant understanding. He had heard of Bai Zihan, the infamous troublemaker of the Bai clan, known for his lack of talent yet abundance of arrogance. Realizing who stood before him, he took a deep breath and suppressed his fury. He looked Bai Zihan up and down with a condescending gaze before speaking. "So, you're Bai Xueqing's younger brother?" He continued. "In consideration of my relationship with junior sister Xueqing, I'll let you off this time. However, I suggest you stop harassing female disciples of our Heaven Sword sect." His tone carried an air of superiority, as if he were showing mercy to a mere child. Moreover, there was an implicit threat in his words. Bai Zihan might not be talented in cultivation, but he wasn't stupid. He understood the underlying meaning. Additionally, being threatened in his own territory, how could Bai Zihan let that slide? "Oh? So, you're one of those disciples, huh?" Bai Zihan chuckled, his tone dripping with mockery. "What do you mean?" Shen Liang frowned, displeased that someone he considered a waste dared to mock him? Chasing after my sister like a licking dog. Ha. Bai Zihan burst into laughter after throwing his insult. Shun Liang's expression darkened instantly. Bai Zihan continued, acting as if he had just realized something. Actually, now that I think about it, this is a perfect opportunity for you, isn't it? My dear sister just broke off her engagement. A disciple like you must be thrilled at the chance to take advantage of the situation. Shun Liang's jaw clenched. Mind your words, Bai Zihan. His voice carried unmistakable anger, like a child caught red-handed. Why? Bai Zihan spread his arms, feigning innocence. I'm just stating the obvious. Maybe you even had a hand in persuading my sister to break her engagement and go against our ancestors' promise? That would explain a lot, wouldn't it? Although he knew it was probably untrue, he said it anyway to further provoke Shun Liang. Haha, but do you truly think you have a chance? Who are you to even dream of being with my sister? Bai Zihan added, wanting to humiliate Shun Liang further. Elsewhere, who would dare to mock and underestimate Shun Liang? He might not be as talented as Bai Xueqing, but he was still a top talent, respected by many and admired by his fellow disciples. If any male disciple in the Heaven Sword sect was considered worthy of Bai Xueqing, Shun Liang was one of them. Yet here he was, being ridiculed by a so-called waste. Shun Liang's expression twisted in pure fury. His aura surged violently, but he still had enough rationality to restrain himself. He knew that if he attacked Bai Zihan here, in the Bai clan's territory, the consequences would be severe. Moreover, even though Bai Zihan's relationship with Bai Xueqing wasn't particularly close, attacking her younger brother would definitely leave a bad impression on her. Instead, he took a deep breath and sneered. Humph! A dog who only dares to bark behind the safety of his family. No wonder Bai Xueqing never mentions you. You're just a disgrace to the Bai clan. The moment those words left Shun Liang's mouth, Bai Zihan's expression shifted slightly. Then, slap. The slap was so fast and sudden that Shun Liang didn't even register it before his face snapped to the side. A deep red mark instantly formed on his cheek. Silence. Everyone in the courtyard, Bai clan servants, Heaven Sword sect disciples, and other onlookers, froze in utter shock. Bai Zihan grinned. You were saying? Shun Liang's entire body tensed as his fury reached its peak. You! Without thinking, his hand shot to his sword, ready to strike. But just as he was about to unsheath his blade, boom! A powerful force slammed into the ground between them, shaking the earth. A towering figure stepped forward, Bai Zihan's personal guard. His presence alone was like an immovable mountain. His sharp gaze bore into Shun Liang, and his voice was calm but carried a chilling weight. Please restrain yourself. Otherwise, I will be forced to take action. Shun Liang's fingers twitched on his sword hilt. He was livid. Every fiber of his being wanted to strike, to wipe that smug grin off Bai Zihan's face. But the rational part of his mind screamed at him, he was still in the Bai clan. If he made a move now, he wouldn't just be fighting Bai Zihan but the entire Bai clan itself. He had no choice. With every ounce of restraint he had, he exhaled sharply and released his grip on his sword. Bai Zihan laughed, shaking his head. See? This is the problem with you Heaven Sword sect types. Always barking, always acting superior. But you can't do anything in the end. He smirked. You're nothing more than a licking dog. And I hope you remember that. Especially while you're in my territory. Haha. The Bai clan servants shook their heads in pity. Even the esteemed geniuses of the Heaven Sword sect had to suffer when dealing with their young master. Shun Liang and the other disciples trembled with fury, but they were helpless. They were merely at the golden core stage, while Bai Zihan's personal bodyguard was at least in the nascent soul realm. And even if they somehow managed to defeat Bai Zihan's bodyguard, there were many other guards who would intervene before they could even lay a finger on Bai Zihan. They stood no chance. This was a complete humiliation for Shun Liang and the Heaven Sword sect disciples. Bai Zihan stretched lazily. Well, that was fun. Shun Liang, make sure to ice that cheek. You wouldn't want people to think Heaven Sword sect disciples go around looking like they lost a fight to a mosquito. With that, he turned and walked away, hands behind his head, as if this entire situation had been nothing more than an amusing little game. The crowd parted for him. Behind him, Shun Liang stood frozen in place, his fists trembling in silent rage. "This isn't over," Shun Liang muttered. "Not by a long shot." Oh, those disciples of the Heaven Sword sect must have complained to Bai Xueqing. Bai Zihan immediately came to a conclusion. Indeed, in this vast Bai clan territory, they had no one but Bai Xueqing to turn to for the injustice they faced. "You mean to say that I did something to the disciples of the Heaven Sword sect?" Bai Zihan asked casually. "Yes, and I want you to apologize to them," Bai Xueqing said, irritation clear in her voice. "Did you see it?" Bai Zihan asked, surprising both Luo Qing and Bai Xueqing. At any other time, he would have obeyed Bai Xueqing without question, no matter the circumstance. Bai Xueqing stared at him, clearly taken aback by his sudden change in demeanor. Normally, he would act arrogantly, laugh it off, or try to weasel his way out of responsibility. But now he was directly questioning her. Something was different. Her brows furrowed slightly. "What do you mean? Did I see it?" Bai Zihan leaned back, his posture completely relaxed. "It's simple. If you didn't see me harass your senior sisters or start a fight, then how can you be sure I'm at fault?" Bai Zihan knew he was indeed at fault, but he had no intention of admitting it. Unless Bai Xueqing had absolute proof, he was confident she wouldn't be able to do anything to him. He also had no intention of apologizing. His arrogance was ingrained in him, and not even the threat of punishment could change that. Besides, he was certain that Shen Liang and the others would one day get their just desserts. Especially Shen Liang, who was clearly after Bai Xueqing, Bai Xueqing's ex-fiancée. He was clearly a minor villain. Essentially, this meant that avoiding conflict with Shen Liang wasn't necessary since he was just a minor villain himself. In fact, if he bullies Shen Liang, he might earn the protagonist's favor. Even if that wasn't the case, he simply disliked Shen Liang and would never apologize to him. "Are you trying to say that my seniors are lying?" Bai Xueqing narrowed her eyes. Bai Zihan chuckled. "Perhaps. Who knows? Humph. Why would they lie? This is clearly you making trouble, and yet you dare to lie to me." Bai Xueqing's anger flared. She knew Bai Zihan's character well, and between him and her fellow disciples, she would always trust the latter. Bai Zihan smirked. "How can you trust them over me without any evidence? Words are cheap. But if we really want to figure out what happened, why don't we ask everyone who was there?" Bai Xueqing's expression darkened slightly. She was certain Bai Zihan was at fault, but without solid proof, she couldn't outright accuse him. Crossing her arms, she said, "Fine. Since you're so confident, let's settle this properly." Without wasting time, Bai Xueqing immediately ordered for all the Bai clan servants and guards who had witnessed the event to be brought forward. Whispers filled the air as more and more people arrived, creating silent pressure over the courtyard. Then Bai Xueqing called for the disciples of the Heaven Sword sect who had been present that day. The courtyard filled up quickly as the disciples arrived, their expressions still holding lingering resentment. Among them were Shen Liang, Yun Qingmei, and Fei Ling. They stood at the front, their postures stiff, but there was a flicker of satisfaction in Shen Liang's eyes. He had been waiting for Bai Xueqing to handle this matter. He had been humiliated that day, but now he was going to take his revenge. He wouldn't forgive Bai Zihan until he groveled and apologized properly. Shen Liang stepped forward, bowing respectfully toward Bai Xueqing. "Junior sister, I appreciate that you are taking this seriously." His tone was measured, but there was a hidden sense of vindication. Bai Xueqing nodded slightly before turning to the Heaven Sword sect disciples. "Tell me exactly what happened." Yun Qingmei spoke first, her voice sharp with grievance. "It started when Bai Zihan appeared in front of us and blocked our path. He made inappropriate remarks and implied that we were seducing members of the Bai clan. When we tried to walk away, he further insulted our sect." Fei Ling nodded. "That's right." Then senior brother Shen arrived to defuse the situation, but Bai Zihan continued to insult him, even slapping him. Shun Liang frowned, his expression calm but his tone carrying hidden anger. I endured his provocations for the sake of maintaining peace, but he continued to insult both me, my junior sisters, and the Heaven Sword sect. He took a deep breath before continuing. Junior sister Bai, I know that he is your younger brother, but he cannot treat the Heaven Sword sect with such disrespect. Shun Liang clearly wanted to emphasize the severity of the situation by invoking the Heaven Sword sect's name. Bai Xueqing nodded and replied, Of course, if my younger brother has done this, I will make him apologize and punish him myself. Then, she turned to Bai Zihan. Bai Zihan, what do you have to say for yourself? Clap, clap. Bai Zihan clapped his hands mockingly. Haha, if you only listen to them, of course I'll be the villain in this story. He sighed, looking toward the Bai clan servants and guards who had been gathered. But surely there were other people watching that day? Perhaps some neutral witnesses who don't belong to the Heaven Sword sect. Servants and guards felt chilled when Bai Zihan acted that way. They clearly knew what he meant by those words. Bai Xueqing, though irritated by Bai Zihan's antics, knew he had a point. The servants and guards had been there that day. If she wanted to make this fair, she needed to hear their side as well. So, she turned toward the Bai clan servants and guards. You all witnessed the event. Speak truthfully. The gathered servants and guards hesitated. On one hand, they did not want to go against Bai Zihan, who was known to be ruthless when offended. On the other hand, Bai Xueqing had personally ordered them to speak the truth. No one wanted to step forward. After waiting for a long time, still no one spoke. Bai Xueqing pointed to one of the guards at random and asked him to step forward. You, tell me what you saw. The guard had no choice but to curse his bad luck as he stepped forward to answer. Miss Bai, it is true that young Master Bai approached the Heaven Sword sect disciples first. Yun Qingmei and Fei Ling smirked slightly. But, the guard continued, he never physically harassed anyone, nor did he stop them from leaving. He was merely helping them. Seeing that they were lost, between Bai Xueqing and Bai Zihan, the guard knew who was more dangerous. True, Bai Xueqing was more powerful, but she was also compassionate and understanding. Even if she found out he was lying, the worst she would do was punish him and dock his pay. But if he got on Bai Zihan's bad side, he could kiss his job and possibly his safety goodbye. His family might even suffer for it. So, he gave a favorable answer to Bai Zihan while avoiding outright lies. Bai Zihan smiled and nodded in approval, which relieved the guard. Yun Qingmei's expression stiffened slightly. And while young Master Bai did slap Master Shun, it was Master Shin who first called him a disgrace to the Bai clan. Shun Liang's expression darkened. Bai Zihan clapped his hands. See? It's them who are trying to frame me. I was generous enough to let them go. Yet they accuse me in return. Lies! Shun Liang snapped, unable to tolerate the blatant distortion of events. Junior sister, don't listen to them. This guard is clearly lying. Bai Xueqing was conflicted. Based on the testimony, Bai Zihan didn't seem to be the instigator. Of course, she wouldn't just trust one guard. She turned to the other servants and guards. Is what he said true? They exchanged glances before answering in perfect unison. Yes. After all, siding with the Heaven Sword sect would only bring them trouble. At least in the Bai clan's estate, it was wiser to stand with Bai Zihan. Shun Liang's face turned deathly pale as he realized the situation had turned against him. The Bai clan servants and guards, all of them, had sided with Bai Zihan. He had no idea just how far Bai Zihan's influence extended over them, or how little they feared Bai Xueqing in comparison. He and the other disciples had always assumed that, given Bai Xueqing's status as a genius and Bai Zihan's reputation as a waste, the servants and guards would naturally obey Bai Xueqing. But who would have thought, compared to a benevolent ruler, people would always fear and obey a tyrant? Shun Liang clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. This is ridiculous. His voice trembled with suppressed rage. He hadn't expected all the servants and guards to take part in lying for Bai Zihan. Yet what could he do? Even if all the disciples of the Heaven Sword sect protested, the result wouldn't change. It would still be concluded that Bai Zihan had no fault, as there is a lack of evidence from different parties. Moreover, just like now, they could always justify Bai Zihan slapping Xinliang by claiming that Xinliang had insulted him first. Damn it! Bai Xueqing frowned slightly. She wasn't blind. She could tell the servants were likely favoring Bai Zihan. But at the same time, there was no concrete evidence against him. And it did seem that Xinliang had insulted Bai Zihan first, which technically gave Bai Zihan the right to retaliate. While his response may have been excessive, it happened within the Bai clan's territory. Xinliang had insulted a direct heir of the Bai clan in their own estate. That was already a mistake. Taking a deep breath, Bai Xueqing finally spoke. The matter is settled. Yun Qingmei and Fei Ling's eyes widened. Junior sister Bai. She raised a hand, cutting them off. I've heard both sides. Senior sisters, while my younger brother's actions were excessive, senior brother Shen insulted him first, which cannot be ignored. Shun Liang's face contorted. Junior sister Bai, you? Enough! Bai Xueqing's tone turned sharp, leaving no room for argument. Yun Qingmei and Fei Ling's lips quivered in frustration, but they could only lower their heads and swallow their pride. Using their status, they were used to retaliating tenfold at the slightest grievance. But against Bai Zihan in his territory, they were the weaker party. Even with the fault lying on the other side, they couldn't do anything. Their status as geniuses of the Heaven Sword sect was useless against Bai Zihan. Xinliang, on the other hand, looked like he was about to explode. Unlike Yun Qingmei and Fei Ling, who were merely insulted, he had been slapped in front of everyone, and had received no justice. Bai Xueqing turned to Bai Zihan. And you? Bai Zihan smirked, knowing he had won. Yes. She narrowed her eyes at him. I will be watching you. If I catch you causing trouble again, I won't be so lenient. Bai Zihan simply shrugged. Of course. Of course. Shun Liang could only grit his teeth. His fists clenched in frustration. However, Bai Zihan suddenly spoke again. Why doesn't the Heaven Sword sect's disciple apologize for falsely accusing me? Silence. The entire courtyard froze. Even Bai Xueqing was momentarily stunned by Bai Zihan's audacity. Shun Liang's face twisted in fury. Apologize? After all of this? He hadn't received an apology for being humiliated. Yet Bai Zihan dared to demand one from him? It was like a thief stealing from you, then demanding you pay him back for the money he never lost. The other Heaven Sword sect disciples, including Yun Qingmei and Fei Ling, looked equally outraged. You! Shun Liang gritted his teeth. Bai Zihan, don't push your luck. Bai Zihan tilted his head in amusement, a leisurely smirk on his face. Push my luck, he chuckled. I merely pointed out the truth. He spread his arms as if addressing the entire crowd. I was accused of harassment. False. I was accused of stopping people from leaving. False. I was accused of picking a fight. False. He looked straight at Xin Liang and grinned. You wanted me to apologize when you accused me. But when you're proven wrong, you can't do the same. He clicked his tongue, shaking his head. You people are such hypocrites. You demand an apology when you're wronged, but when the tables are turned, suddenly it's a different story. Tsk. Tisk. Xin Liang was trembling in anger. The humiliation of being slapped, and now being asked to apologize, was unbearable. Bai Zihan's smirk widened as he took a step closer. Or, do you think the Bai clan is just some pushover? Shun Liang clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. The Bai clan servants and guards whispered among themselves, their gazes full of pity for the disciples of the Heaven Sword sect. They knew Bai Zihan was the troublemaker. Yet now he wanted his victims to apologize to him. Would the so-called geniuses of the Heaven Sword sect accept such an injustice? Well, injustice was something they, as servants, were all too familiar with when dealing with Bai Zihan. Some even thought the disciples should have let it go when they had the chance. Now, they had only suffered more by trying to retaliate. Shun Liang took a sharp breath and turned away. Junior sister Bai, I will take my leave. Fei Ling and Yun Qingmei quickly followed, their faces pale with shame. The other disciples hesitated but eventually followed their senior, their backs stiff with anger. Bai Zihan watched them leave, shaking his head in mock pity. Such a shame, he sighed dramatically. I thought they would own up to their mistake. Such petty people. The servants and guards wanted to roll their eyes. If anyone in the world was petty, it was definitely Bai Zihan. Bai Zihan stretched lazily. Flawless victory. He turned to leave, but before he could, Bai Xueqing's voice stopped him. Bai Zihan. He turned, still smirking. Yes, dear sister? Do you still have something to say? Her gaze was cold. Don't think no one sees through your tricks. You might have slipped past this situation, but don't think you can do it again. Bai Zihan smiled innocently. What do you mean, dear sister? Humph. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Bai Zihan merely grinned at her words. If there's nothing else, I'll be going then. The servants and guards were shocked. This was the first time Bai Zihan had ever gone against his sister and won. Not only that, his ability to twist the truth with such ease, turning black into white, was so terrifying that they couldn't help but shudder. Once again they realized going against Bai Zihan was no different from courting death. Even if you were the victim, even if you were wronged or even killed unjustly, Bai Zihan could twist the narrative and make you the villain instead. Bai Xueqing kept her gaze fixed on Bai Zihan until he disappeared from sight. She found that her brother had changed. Same arrogance, same temperament. But something was different about the way he handled the situation. Still, she didn't dwell on it for long. Right now, she had more pressing matters to attend to. She needed to prepare for her departure to the Heaven Sword sect. Initially, she could afford to take her time, ensuring that the Heaven Sword sect disciples were comfortable during their stay. But after what had happened, she was certain they would want to leave as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Bai Zihan wasn't thinking much about what had transpired. To him, this was just another consequence of his past actions catching up to him, except the other party had no idea who they were messing with. Ding! System notification. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated Shun Liang. You have earned 1,000 points. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated Yun Qingmei. You have earned 1,000 points. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated Fei Ling. You have earned 1,000 points. As expected, as long as he completely defeated someone in some form, the system would recognize it as a victory. Considering that almost every disciple of the Heaven Sword sect had a higher cultivation realm than him, it was no surprise that he was rewarded with so many points. Bai Zihan let out a low chuckle. Not bad. Not bad at all. Shun Liang was nothing more than a minor villain, existing solely to elevate others. Except this time it wasn't a protagonist who benefited, it was him. Anyway, let's get back to business. Bai Zihan didn't spare another thought for Shun Liang, or what he might do next. The only advantage Shun Liang had over him was his greater talent and higher cultivation level. Apart from that, there was nothing he could do to retaliate. His only backing was the Heaven Sword sect, and given that I am Bai Xueqing's brother, they wouldn't do anything to me. Between Shun Liang and Bai Xueqing, the Heaven Sword sect would undoubtedly value the latter far more. Not to mention, the Bai clan wasn't an existence they could easily afford to offend. Moreover, Bai Zihan was certain that, in the coming days, he would easily surpass Shun Liang in terms of cultivation as well. With that in mind, Bai Zihan made his way to the private training hall. The private training hall was reserved exclusively for direct members of the Bai clan. The vast room was lined with reinforced stone walls engraved with complex formations to prevent damage from training accidents. At its center, a large jade formation disc radiated a soft glow, the gravity training array, designed to increase the user's body weight to temper their physique. On one side, racks of weapons lined the walls, ranging from simple iron swords to high-quality spirit weapons that radiated an oppressive aura. Rows of training dummies, reinforced with protective talismans, stood like silent sentinels, waiting to be struck. And at the farthest end of the hall, a massive mural of a Bai clan ancestor wielding a sword was etched into the wall, a testament to the generations of martial refinement within the Bai clan. Today, Bai Zihan will take his first step toward mastering one of those techniques. He wasted no time. Settling onto a jade meditation platform at the center of the room, he reached into his storage ring. Martial Arts Enlightenment card. Without hesitation, he activated it. Martial Arts Enlightenment card. Active. 1 hour remaining. A strange sensation washed over him. His mind became sharper, clearer, as if a fog had been lifted. Suddenly, he could see the essence of martial arts more vividly than ever before. 9 Shadows Flowing Light Sword. Let's begin. What he wanted to practice today was the Bai clan's strongest martial art, the 9 Shadows Flowing Light Sword. One of the 3 heaven-grade techniques of the Bai clan, and it was considered one of the most powerful in the Heaven Desolate Empire. Even within the Bai clan, it was strictly restricted when passing down to the next generation. Only those who made great contributions or were acknowledged as geniuses could learn it. As the next clan leader, Bai Zihan had been required to learn it. He was granted access to it the moment he broke through to the chi refining stage. But in the past, Bai Zihan had never cared to practice it. With system interface obstructing the demonstrations shown by his father, all he could do was struggle through half-baked attempts at practice. Perhaps, if he had been a true genius, he might have figured something out by just reading martial art. But as a third-rate villain, he had no such luck. He had given up on martial arts altogether. But this time, things were different. He could clearly sense that his comprehension of the 9 Shadows Flowing Light Sword had improved drastically. He reached for a lightweight long sword from the weapons rack, its blade shimmering under the spirit lamp's dim glow. Stepping into the center of the room, he prepared to begin. First form, Flickering Shadow Step. Bai Zihan dashed forward, his footwork light yet erratic, moving in sudden, unpredictable bursts. The essence of this technique was misdirection, moving just fast enough to create afterimages, confusing his opponent's perception of his actual position. At first, his movements were unrefined. But with the Enlightenment card's effect, he quickly adjusted. His afterimages became clearer. His steps became faster. Within 15 minutes, he could leave behind 3 distinct afterimages. Bai Zihan smirked. Not bad. But he wasn't done. He shifted into the second form. Second form, Phantom Light Strike. This form was the true heart of the 9 Shadows Flowing Light Sword. It revolved around delivering a single, unpredictable strike from an untraceable angle. The moment Bai Zihan moved, his shadow split into 3, making it nearly impossible to tell from which direction his real sword was coming. He slashed at a training dummy. Shing! A deep gash appeared across the dummy's torso. If this had been a real opponent, they wouldn't have known what hit them. He refined his execution, blending fake slashes with real strikes. Within 25 minutes, he felt like he could properly utilize the Phantom Light Strike. But now it was time for the third form. Third form, 9 Shadows Flowing Light. This was the technique's true killing move. It combined the flickering shadow step and Phantom Light Strike, allowing Bai Zihan to unleash multiple slashes in the blink of an eye. He took a deep breath, fingers tightening around the hilt of his sword. Then, boom! Bai Zihan exploded forward, his body flickering like a mirage. His sword blurred as he struck once, twice, 4 times. By the time he stopped, the training dummy behind him collapsed into pieces, sliced apart from multiple angles. Bai Zihan exhaled slowly, lowering his sword. 1 hour was up. System. Host info. Host, Bai Zihan. Age 16. Cultivation realm. Core formation, mid. Constitution, none. Martial arts. 9 Shadows Flowing Light Sword, minor mastery. He looked at his status and then shifted his focus to the martial arts section, which until recently has none but now has changed. Then, he chuckled. In just 1 hour, he had reached minor mastery in one of the Bai clan's most advanced sword techniques. If any of the Bai clan members or even the Heaven Sword Sect disciples saw this, they'd probably spit blood. However, he also knew that while this was a great achievement for him, in the grand scheme of things it was probably not enough. To put it in context, Bai Xueqing, who was also allowed to learn 9 Shadows Flowing Light Sword, had already achieved greater mastery over this martial art. She might even achieve perfection in 9 Shadows Flowing Light Sword before turning 20. That was talent, something he needed to surpass. If even his sister was this talented, he was sure that her ex-fiancé would be even more talented and, in the coming years, perhaps wield powerful techniques at full mastery. Compared to those monsters outside, his achievement might as well be non-existent. Moreover, this achievement was mostly thanks to the martial arts enlightenment card. Without that, who knows how many days or months it would have taken. While that was the case, he also didn't forget that he was only just starting to cultivate properly. After all, before reaching the top of the mountain, one must start from the bottom. And it was already commendable that he has reached somewhere around the top of the mountain, albeit slower and behind everyone else. Let's practice more. Although the martial arts enlightenment card was used up, it didn't mean he couldn't train longer. Moreover, his mind was still fresh from all the insights he had gained, making it a perfect opportunity to refine the technique further, while everything was still fresh in his mind. While Bai Zihan was training, his father, Bai Tianheng, was having a headache as he looked at the report in his hands. This brat! What trouble did he cause this time? Bai Tianheng muttered, referring to Bai Zihan. Bai Tianheng could be said to be both blessed and cursed at the same time. He had 2 children. One of them turned out to be heaven-blessed, a talent ranked #1 in the desolate Heaven Empire, and the greatest genius the Bai clan had seen in 1,000 years. But on the other hand, his only son, the heir of the Bai clan and the future clan leader, was the complete opposite. Despite pouring countless resources into him, Bai Zihan's progress was disappointing to say the least. To make matters worse, he wasn't just talentless but also lazy and constantly creating trouble everywhere. Because of this, many elders had repeatedly come forward to complain and demanded that Bai Zihan be punished for the problems he caused. A bigger issue was that some elders had even begun bringing up the topic of changing the heir of the Bai clan, suggesting that someone else should take Bai Zihan's place. Sigh. Bai Tianheng couldn't help but think, if only Bai Xueqing had been born a male, then none of this would have been a problem. It wasn't that he didn't love his daughter, he cherished her deeply, but because she was a woman, there was no way she could become the head of the Bai clan. After all, in the future, Bai Xueqing would inevitably marry and join her husband's family, no matter how talented she was. Bai Tianheng looked at the recent report from his shadow guard detailing the conflict between Bai Zihan and disciple of Heaven Sword Sect staying in Bai clan. Of course, he wasn't too worried about Heaven Sword Sect as this is just a minor problem which was between the children. He would have come forward to handle the things if it turned serious, but since Bai Xueqing already handled it, he has no intention to do so. At least he's training, Bai Tianheng muttered. While most of the reports on Bai Zihan were as expected, him causing trouble, there was one surprising detail. He was cultivating and had gone to practice his martial arts. This was rare, especially for him to do so on his own. Bai Tianheng had forced Bai Zihan multiple times in the past and even been given severe punishment when he refused to train. This was the first time he had taken the initiative to train. This was the only good piece of news he had heard in a long time. After all, he had to handle matters like those involving the Nye family, Bai Xueqing's former fiancé's clan. Although the status of the 2 clans was vastly different, they were once allies and had a good relationship. Canceling an engagement that had been arranged by their ancestors, regardless of how logical the reason, would have a huge impact on their reputation and trust with other allies. The branch family elders would also not miss this chance to criticize him and Bai Xueqing, despite knowing that what they did was in the best interest of the clan. Moreover, due to his wife taking the Dao bone of one of the geniuses from the branch family, most branch families didn't have a good opinion of the main family, causing a crack in their relationship. The only reason why there wasn't outright retaliation and chaos within the Bai clan was because he, Bai Tianheng, was the strongest of his generation and had done a good job of making the clan stronger. However, starting from the next generation, the head of the family might come from the branch family, unless Bai Zihan changes, which seems impossible. Knock! Knock! Clan leader! Suddenly, one of the servants called out. The meeting is about to start. Sigh. I understand. He knew very well what topic those old geezers were going to bring up once again in the meeting. But then, he smirked. Time to reveal my trump card. Clan leader, are you serious? The elders of the Bai clan couldn't help but find what they had heard unbelievable. "Do I look like I'm joking?" Bai Tianheng responded arrogantly, his piercing gaze sweeping across the hall. None of the elders truly believed that Patriarch Bai Tianheng would joke about such a matter. But what he had just said was difficult to accept. Clan leader? Did the Chu clan leader really agree to the marriage? An elder asked again, still in disbelief. Bai Tianheng sighed, his patience wearing thin. "How many times must I repeat myself before you understand? Yes, Chu Xing has accepted the proposal." Unbelievable! Is there something wrong with Chu Xing? Why would he agree to marry his daughter to a waste like Bai Zihan? This is great news. With this marriage, our alliance with the Chu clan is as good as sealed. A murmur spread among the elders. Some still refused to believe the news, while others were delighted by it. This sudden announcement completely disrupted the original purpose of the meeting. A few minutes ago, the elders had gathered with a singular goal, to convince Bai Tianheng to strip Bai Zihan of his status as heir and pass it to a more suitable candidate. Of course, they knew Bai Tianheng would not agree so easily. Thus, they had brought the Grand Elders. The Grand Elders were from the previous generation. Although they rarely interfered in clan affairs, choosing instead to focus on their cultivation, they would step in when necessary. The elders had called upon the Grand Elders to exert pressure on Bai Tianheng, forcing him to name a new heir. And the most favored candidate was Bai Jian, the son of Bai Feng. Bai Feng, the younger brother of Bai Tianheng, had always harbored resentment for not becoming the clan leader himself. Although he eventually accepted it due to Bai Tianheng's superior talent and leadership, he had never approved of Bai Zihan being the heir. Instead, he firmly believed that his son, Bai Jian, who was more talented and far more disciplined, should inherit the position. Many elders, including the Grand Elders, supported this notion. Thus, when Bai Tianheng walked into the meeting hall with a smile on his face, the elders were confused. They had expected Bai Tianheng to be in a sour mood, knowing full well what today's discussion was about. Yet, instead of gloominess, he appeared rather pleased. Many were puzzled by his smiling face, while others suspected it was intentional, meant to throw them off, knowing that he couldn't possibly change the outcome of today's meeting. Bai Tianheng walked forward and took his seat at the head of the council hall, his hands resting casually on the armrests. "Elders, Grand Elders," Bai Tianheng greeted, his voice steady and deep. "I assume you all did not call me here simply to enjoy the morning." The Grand Elders remained silent, watching with piercing eyes, allowing the current elders to speak first. After all, their sole purpose was to decide the outcome and to deter Bai Tianheng from making any excuses. If Bai Tianheng has a good enough reason why Bai Zihan should still remain the heir, then they could also support Bai Tianheng. Bai Feng, Bai Tianheng's younger brother, immediately stepped forward. His blue robes swayed as he clasped his hands together. "Clan leader, we appreciate your time. However, this matter is urgent. We must discuss the future of the Bai clan, specifically the position of heir." Bai Tianheng smirked slightly. "Here it comes." Bai Feng continued despite feeling that there was something wrong with Bai Tianheng. If it were other times, the topic itself would have made Bai Tianheng lose his cool and become defensive. "I believe it is time for us to acknowledge what many have known for years. Bai Zihan is unfit to be the heir of the Bai clan." Some of the elders nodded in agreement, their faces serious. Bai Tianheng remained silent, allowing Bai Feng to continue. "Time and time again, Bai Zihan has shown himself to be lazy, arrogant, and completely unmotivated in cultivation." Bai Feng's voice carried a sharp edge, clearly meant to provoke. "The elders have personally seen his reckless behavior, wasting resources, getting into pointless conflicts, and making enemies out of valuable allies." He cast a glance around the hall, his voice growing louder. Just recently, he humiliated the Heaven Sword sect's disciples, causing unnecessary friction with one of the most powerful sects in the empire. What if they take offense? What if this escalates? More elders nodded in agreement. Although most of them did know that conflict between juniors wouldn't matter much, but they had to agree that Bai Zihan was making unnecessary trouble. Furthermore, Bai Feng continued, His talent is abysmal. Even with our clan's best resources, he remains stuck at the core formation realm, while geniuses his age have already stepped into the golden core realm. Some of the elders whispered among themselves. Indeed, compared to Bai Jian, Bai Zihan is too far behind. He isn't interested in working hard either. He has ditched most of the class and even dared to argue with the teachers. We can't afford to let an incompetent person inherit the clan. Bai Feng paused, letting the murmurs settle before delivering his final argument. For the good of the Bai clan, I propose that Bai Zihan be stripped of his status as heir, and that a more suitable candidate, one with true talent and discipline, be chosen in his place. He turned his gaze toward a young man standing near the back, Bai Jian, his own son. Bai Jian stepped forward, his expression humble yet confident. Unlike Bai Zihan, Bai Jian was known for his diligence and talent. He was already at the Golden Core realm, far ahead of Bai Zihan in cultivation. Although it wasn't enough to match Bai Xueqing, who is already in the nascent soul realm, he was indeed one of the most talented in Desolate Heaven Empire. Many elders regarded him favorably. I second this motion. I agree. Bai Zihan is unfit. Bai Jian would make a much better heir. The discussion quickly shifted in Bai Feng's favor, with multiple elders supporting the proposal. It was clear that if things continued like this, Bai Zihan would lose his position as heir today. But just as Bai Feng was about to press his advantage, Bai Tianheng raised a hand. Enough! His voice wasn't loud, but it carried absolute authority, and the entire hall fell silent. Bai Tianheng leaned forward slightly, resting his elbows on the table. His gaze turned sharp, and his once amused expression vanished. You all gathered here to discuss my son's faults, Bai Tianheng said slowly. But before we continue this discussion, I have some good news to share. He let his words hang in the air, allowing the weight of his presence to settle over the room. News? Bai Feng frowned. He was unhappy that Bai Tianheng was trying to change the topic when he was clearly at an advantage and was going to achieve his goal. However, he still remained calm. No matter how much you delay, the air would definitely change today. Bai Feng thought and didn't say much to Bai Tianheng's tactic of changing topic and delaying the matter of changing air. Bai Tianheng smirked. Indeed, I am pleased to announce that the Bai clan and the Chu clan have agreed on a marriage between Bai Zihan and Chu Zian. Bai Tianheng's announcement sent waves of shock through the Bai clan's council hall. Even the grand elders, who had initially been observing in silence, were now engaged in serious discussions among themselves. The implications of this marriage alliance were immense. Although the Bai clan was one of the top 3 strongest clans in the Desolate Heaven Empire, its position was constantly challenged by the other 2. For years, these rival clans had been subtly working against the Bai clan, perhaps even forming secret alliances to weaken its influence. If the Bai clan stood alone, it was only a matter of time before these forces would try to swallow them whole. Thus, securing strong allies was not a luxury, it was a necessity. The Chu clan was the strongest force outside of the top 3, sitting just beneath them. If the Bai clan was a mountain, the Chu clan was a rising star, not yet at the peak but close enough to be feared. Their businesses, trade routes, and number of experts were vast, making them one of the most influential factions in the empire. More importantly, the daughters of the 2 clan leaders, Bai Xueqing and Chu Zian, had always been close. Some even said they were like sisters in all but blood. For years, the Bai clan had sought closer ties with the Chu clan, but political differences had made such an alliance difficult. Yet now, with this marriage proposal, the strongest non-top 3 force and the Bai clan were one step closer to standing side by side. Such an alliance could potentially rival even the other 2 strongest clans of the Desolate Heaven Empire. It was an opportunity no one in the Bai clan could afford to ignore. Even those who disliked Bai Zihan had to admit, if this marriage went through, it would be an unparalleled strategic victory. Despite their shock and excitement, the elders weren't completely at ease. Bai Zihan, even with this proposed marriage, was still Bai Zihan, a young master known more for arrogance and troublemaking than for talent or ambition. One of the elders, Elder Bai Mu, spoke cautiously. Clan leader, while this is indeed a great opportunity, there is still a problem. Bai Tianheng raised an eyebrow. Oh, Bai Mu hesitated, then spoke clearly. Even with this proposal, Bai Zihan himself has yet to prove his worth. If the Chu clan finds him lacking, what's stopping them from retracting their agreement in the future? Some of the elders nodded in agreement, murmuring among themselves. Even though Patriarch Chu Xing had accepted the proposal, nothing had been finalized yet. If Bai Zihan remained the same as he was now, the Chu clan could still find a way to break the engagement without damaging their reputation. And if that happened, Bai clan could find themselves in a bad position. Bai Feng, who had been silent until now, suddenly smiled. Elder Bai Mu makes an excellent point, Bai Feng said, his voice calm but laced with hidden intent. Knowing Bai Zihan's behavior, he could very well ruin our relationship with the Chu clan. He glanced toward Bai Tianheng, feigning politeness. Surely, the clan leader understands this as well? Bai Tianheng's gaze darkened slightly. This was Bai Feng's counterattack. He had been backed into a corner earlier, but now he was pushing back with logic. It was true. The Chu clan had agreed, but if Bai Zihan caused trouble for them, the alliance could easily crumble. Worse, if Bai Zihan embarrassed himself publicly, it could give the Chu clan a reason to withdraw their support entirely. The Bai clan might be one of the top 3 clans, but that didn't mean they could force the Chu clan into an alliance they didn't want. The Grand Elders exchanged knowing glances. This was the real issue at hand. So, how about this, clan leader? Bai Feng continued. Shouldn't we change the person who is going to marry Chu Zian? Only someone truly capable could make this marriage work. His meaning was clear. He was now trying to secure Chu Zian for his own son. Bai Jian's eyes gleamed with excitement as he heard his father's words. Chu Zian, who in the empire didn't know of this fairy who could captivate men with a single glance. Not to mention that with the Chu clan's support, his own standing would rise significantly. Even without her background, Bai Jian thought that her beauty and talent made her worthy of him. Other elders shared the same sentiment. They assumed that the Chu clan likely sought an alliance with the Bai clan itself, not Bai Zihan specifically. If they could replace Bai Zihan with a more exceptional Bai clan member, they wouldn't have to worry about the groom being unworthy of the bride. Additionally, their original goal, removing Bai Zihan as heir, would also be accomplished. Yes, we need to choose a worthy groom for Chu Zian. Bai Zihan will only embarrass us and ruin our relationship with the Chu clan. We propose that Bai Zihan should not be the groom for Chu Zian. The elders immediately seized the opportunity. Even the Grand Elders seemed deep in thought, likely considering the same thing. Grand Elder Ren stepped forward to make a suggestion. Clan leader, how about this? Bai Zihan can keep his title as heir, but we must change the groom for Chu Zian. Grand Elder Ren knew that Bai Tianheng wouldn't easily agree to remove his son as the groom, but if they assured him that Bai Zihan could retain his status as heir, he might compromise. After all, it was clear that the marriage alliance was arranged to solidify Bai Zihan's position as heir. As long as they promised that the heir wouldn't change, Bai Tianheng might accept this demand. I support this as well, Bai Feng added, his voice carrying confidence. In Bai Feng's mind, if his son could marry Chu Zian, it was worth far more than securing the heir position. After all, an heir was only a temporary title. Nothing was guaranteed until Bai Tianheng stepped down. And with Bai Zihan's lack of talent, there was no way he could ever inherit the clan leadership in the long run. Moreover, with Bai Jian's marriage to Chu Zian, he could influence the Chu clan and eventually pressure Bai Tianheng to change the heir altogether. By then, even the Grand Elders and other elders would likely support the decision. We also support this. With Bai Feng in the lead, others also nodded in agreement, showing that they were willing to let Bai Zihan keep his status as heir, as long as the groom was changed. Bai Tianheng smirked as he observed their reactions. He knew exactly what they were thinking. He also knew that Bai Zihan would inevitably lose his position as heir if he lost the marriage alliance with the Chu clan. But Bai Tianheng wasn't worried. Sorry to disappoint you all, but the Chu clan has specifically requested my son, Bai Zihan. The Chu clan specifically requested Bai Zihan? Bai Feng asked, dumbfounded. It would be one thing if Bai Zihan was a genius or the certain heir to the Bai clan leadership, but he was neither. Not to mention his terrible personality and behavior, which had made him infamous throughout Desolate Heaven Empire. Clan leader? Bai Feng said, keeping his tone respectful but pressing forward. Are you certain about this? Could it be that the Chu clan merely sought an alliance with our Bai clan and not Bai Zihan personally? Some elders nodded in agreement. The words came directly from Chu Xing himself. Bai Tianheng replied smoothly. Chu Zian wants Bai Zihan. Bai Tianheng confirmed, making it clear that it wasn't just Chu Xing who conveyed this message. Chu Zian herself had personally expressed her desire for Bai Zihan. How could that be? Why would a peerless beauty and genius like Chu Zian be interested in someone like Bai Zihan? That's impossible. They found it hard to believe that someone like Chu Zian would be interested in Bai Zihan. The only things he had going for him were his bloodline and appearance, but with Chu Zian's qualifications, she could easily have both of those and much more. Haha. My son indeed inherited my abilities. Don't you think so too? Bai Tianheng said, blowing his own horn. Though it wasn't entirely false, as he certainly charmed many girls when he was young. The entire hall fell into silence, unsure how to respond to Bai Tianheng's words. Ahem. Anyway, if you don't believe me, you can ask the Chu family head yourself. In any case, this is great news for the Bai clan, and I expect you all to prepare for it. In a few days, we will announce their engagement. Bai Tianheng declared after realizing the embarrassing comment he made. Understood. The elders replied immediately. Although the meeting had taken an unexpected turn from its original purpose, looking at the bigger picture, this was indeed beneficial for the clan. Even Bai Feng knew he shouldn't push for what he originally came for and bowed in agreement. The only one whose emotions showed clear defiance was Bai Jian, his hand clenched in anger. Bai Zihan. You're always taking what should be mine, he muttered bitterly. Meanwhile, Bai Tianheng, having dealt with the elders, now had one major concern. Now, how shall I break this news to Zihaner? Knowing his son's personality, there was little to no chance that he would agree. I'm doing this for his own good. If he disagrees, then I'll just have to knock some sense into him. Bai Zihan had finished his practice and was now waiting for his food. Luo Qing, is the food still not ready? Bai Zihan called out. Why, young master? The cook said he needs 10 more minutes. Luo Qing replied in a somewhat nervous tone. She knew just how impatient Bai Zihan could be. His temper was infamous. She was also a little confused. Cultivator usually didn't eat normal food after reaching the core formation stage, and it was same for Bai Zihan. Cultivators at that level primarily ate monster meat, which could aid in cultivation. But Bai Zihan had refused such meals. The reason? Unlike what he had read in novels, monster meat tasted almost completely bland, no matter what type of beast it came from. However, most cultivators didn't care about taste. They cared only about cultivation. Monster meat was rare, especially high-quality ones, so they consumed it regardless of its lack of flavor. But Bai Zihan? He wanted food that actually tasted good. Luo Qing immediately informed the kitchen about Bai Zihan's request, which caused a commotion among the cooks. The kitchen primarily served the Bai clan servants or those below the core formation stage, occasionally preparing tea for guests. They had almost been freed from Bai Zihan's torment when he advanced to core formation. But now, the devil had returned. The Bai clan's head chef, Chen Guang, was sweating bullets as he rushed to prepare a proper meal. He knew that making Bai Zihan wait could make him angry, but serving him bad food would be even worse. After all, the previous head chef had been fired because Bai Zihan found the salt in his dish to be slightly off. Working for the Bai clan was challenging, but it also came with rewards, 3 times the salary of even the imperial family. That's why no servant wanted to risk angering Bai Zihan and getting fired. 10 minutes later, the food was finally ready and served. Although Bai Zihan was the only one eating, the amount of food could easily feed 20 people. It was a feast fit for a king. Finally, it had been years since he had eaten anything other than pills and monster meat. Bai Zihan looked at the extravagant meal before him. Dozens of dishes, each meticulously prepared. Roasted duck, fragrant jasmine rice, glazed honeyed vegetables, steamed river fish, and even rare delicacies that ordinary people could only dream of tasting. It was practically a royal banquet. Luo Qing and the other servants stood quietly, waiting for Bai Zihan's reaction, their expressions tense. The head chef, Chun Guang, stood off to the side, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Although he had worked in the Bai clan for years, nothing made him more nervous than serving young master Bai Zihan. After all, the previous head chef had been fired instantly just because Bai Zihan found the seasoning in his food unsatisfactory. Chun Guang had taken over ever since and had never once been ordered to cook for Bai Zihan, until today. Now, he could only pray that his meal was satisfactory. Bai Zihan picked up his chopsticks, taking his time to examine the food before him. The servants held their breath as he took the first bite. The moment the food touched his tongue, his expression stiffened slightly. So plain. The food wasn't bad. It was cooked perfectly, seasoned well, and made with the highest quality ingredients. But it lacked something. Compared to Earth, this is way too plain. Back on Earth, he had tasted a variety of rich, complex flavors. Spicy, sweet, savory, umami, tangy. But here, food was prepared solely for nourishment, not enjoyment. It wasn't that the chefs were untalented. It was that this entire world lacked refined culinary traditions. Cultivators didn't care about taste. That's so damn sad. Back on Earth, food was one of the greatest joys of his life. To think that these lavish dishes, made from the finest ingredients, couldn't even compare to simple street food was a huge disappointment. Bai Zihan sighed internally but didn't make a big deal out of it. He continued eating at a normal pace, showing little expression. However, to those around him, his lack of visible enjoyment was a terrifying sign. Chun Guang, who had been watching anxiously, felt his stomach drop. Bai Zihan wasn't smiling. He wasn't nodding in approval. He wasn't saying anything. He was just eating. No. For a chef, this was a nightmare. If the food was bad, Bai Zihan would yell or throw a tantrum. If it was great, he might at least make a satisfied remark. But this silent disappointment was worse than anything. Chun Guang's legs trembled as he imagined the worst possible outcome. Was he about to be fired, beaten, banished from the Bai clan and left to beg on the streets? He couldn't let that happen. Chun Guang immediately dropped to his knees, bowing deeply. "Young Master Bai, please have mercy." Cough. What? Bai Zihan, who had been casually eating, almost choked on his food. The entire room froze as Chun Guang, the Bai clan's esteemed head chef, suddenly fell to his knees, his forehead nearly smashing against the floor. His voice was trembling, yet loud enough to echo through the dining hall. "Young master, please give me another chance. I can fix this. Just give me a little more time." The servants gasped, their faces turning pale. Bai Zihan blinked, his chopsticks paused in midair. What the hell is happening right now? Chun Guang was groveling as if his life depended on it. The other kitchen staff were bowing deeply as well, some even trembling, their faces filled with fear and regret. Bai Zihan slowly put his chopsticks down and rubbed his temples. "Why are you begging for your life?" Chun Guang looked up, his face full of despair. Because young master was not satisfied." Bai Zihan stared at him. "Are you out of your mind?" Though he found it ridiculous, he also understood why they were acting this way. Previously, he had fired the former head chef over something as petty as slightly lacking salt. Though, in truth, he had just been bored and wanted to make trouble. Chun Guang clutched his chest dramatically, as though he had suffered a serious injury. "Young master, please, just give me one more chance to prove myself. I will improve the flavors. I swear. I will recreate the most exquisite tastes this world has ever known. I will use every ingredient available to mankind. I will reinvent cultivator cuisine itself. Please have mercy." The kitchen staff nodded furiously, shouting in unison. "Please have mercy." Bai Zihan felt a massive headache coming on. This situation was too ridiculous. "I wasn't even going to punish you." The entire room fell into silence. The kitchen staff froze in mid-grovel. Even Luo Qing looked at Bai Zihan as if he had just said the most shocking thing imaginable. Chun Guang's eyes widened in disbelief. You weren't. Bai Zihan sighed. No. The food is fine. Chun Guang's jaw dropped. It is. Yes. The kitchen staff exchanged confused glances. For a moment, no one knew what to do. This was young master Bai Zihan, the infamous troublemaker. He had fired the previous head chef for a slightly off amount of salt. He had once thrown an entire meal onto the floor because it didn't look appetizing. Chun Guang's hands trembled. Then, young master, why do you look so unsatisfied? Bai Zihan sighed again and looked at his plate. It's just a bit plain, that's all. Bai Zihan thought back to the flavors of earth. Plain. Chun Guang couldn't understand what Bai Zihan meant. The food here was exquisite, rivaling even royal banquets. If this taste was plain, then perhaps every dish in this world might as well be plain. Although Bai Zihan had assured them that he wasn't going to punish them, the head chef and the other kitchen staff couldn't help but feel nervous, especially after this comment. Bai Zihan stared at their anxious expressions and sighed again, resting his chin on his hand. If this was the best food this world had to offer, then wouldn't that mean his love for food would be extinguished if this was all he had to eat? Is this really the best? Bai Zihan thought. He remembered that the food was more tolerable than this previously, but he found it very lacking. It must be because he now knows and remembers the taste of something far better. Like experiencing fine wine. Once you've had it, it's hard to go back to plain water. What should I do? If this is all that the world has to offer, Bai Zihan thought that he could forget about food and focus on his cultivation. Just then, thud, a spark of realization ignited in his mind. You know what? Bai Zihan suddenly said, standing up. I'll cook it myself. A long silence followed. The servants froze, their eyes widening in horror. The kitchen staff, who had just barely recovered from their panic, looked as if the sky had fallen. Even Luo Qing, who rarely showed emotion, had a rare moment of disbelief. Young master, she said hesitantly, are you saying you will cook? Bai Zihan stretched lazily, a grin on his face. That's right. Chun Guang, who had just begun breathing normally again, felt his soul nearly leave his body. And no, young master, you don't have to trouble yourself. How could he allow the esteemed heir of Bai clan to do something like cooking? The other kitchen staff quickly nodded, desperate to stop him. Yes, young master. Cooking is our job. We will improve the flavors. Just tell us how you want it. Bai Zihan waved them off. TCH, I don't have time to waste on explaining myself. Don't waste my time. Chun Guang grabbed his chest, looking like he was on the verge of a heart attack. Young master Bai Zihan, cooking. This was a disaster waiting to happen. This was madness. Bai Zihan walked toward the Bai clan's grand kitchen, the staff reluctantly following behind him. Word of this strange event quickly spread. By the time he reached the kitchen, there were already servants and guards peeking from a distance, whispering among themselves. Young Master Bai is going to cook? Is this a punishment for the chefs? Wait, is he actually serious? I never thought I'd see the day. The kitchen staff, still terrified, hurried to prepare the station for Bai Zihan. Chun Guang wrung his hands nervously as he watched Bai Zihan roll up his sleeves. Young master, have you ever cooked before? Bai Zihan smirked. Of course. This wasn't a lie. Back on Earth, Bai Zihan had lived alone for years. If he didn't cook for himself, he would have starved. His skills weren't professional, but he was more than decent. And compared to this world's food? Heh! These people are in for a shock. He looked around the kitchen, scanning the available ingredients. There were various types of meat, vegetables, grains, and spirit herbs. However, Bai Zihan scanned the kitchen, his brows furrowing. No proper seasonings, barely any variety. No wonder everything tastes so bland. His eyes landed on a few basic ingredients. Spirit beast meat, some grains, a few spirit herbs, and most importantly, oil. A slow grin spread across his face. Alright, if this world has never experienced real seasoning, then let's blow their minds. He grabbed a slab of spirit beast meat and quickly sliced it into bite-sized pieces. Then, using the back of his knife, he began tenderizing it with sharp, precise movements, drawing curious glances from the kitchen staff. "What is young master doing?" one of them whispered. Others just shook their heads, not knowing just what kind of cooking Bai Zihan is doing. Bai Zihan grabbed a few of the available herbs and crushed them in his palm. They were mostly used for medicinal purposes, but if used right, they could add depth to flavor. "If I mix these with salt and a little oil," he rubbed the crushed herbs onto the meat, making sure every piece was coated. Then, he let it sit while he turned his attention to the grains. Something similar to rice but less fragrant. He quickly rinsed them before setting them in a pot to cook, adding just enough water to balance the texture. Next, he turned to the oil. He poured a generous amount into the wok and let it heat up until it shimmered. Then, he added the marinated meat. Sizzle! A rich aroma filled the air instantly. The kitchen staff staggered back, their eyes wide as the scent wrapped around them. It was nothing like the plain roasted meats they were used to. The smell. What is that? Is young master refining a pill? Bai Zihan smirked. They have no idea what's coming. As the meat cooked, he took a few of the stronger-smelling herbs and ground them into a paste using a stone mortar. Mixing it with some oil and salt, he created a thick, fragrant sauce, something this world had likely never seen before. Once the meat was perfectly seared, crispy on the edges, juicy on the inside, he tossed in the sauce, letting it coat every piece. The moment the flavors combined, the fragrance intensified, making even the bystanders in the hallway inhale deeply. This is making me hungry just from the smell. I've never smelled anything this good in my life. Even Luo Qing had her gaze locked onto the sizzling pan, her mouth almost drooling. Chun Guang, the head chef, was gripping the counter for support. His face was pale, his body trembling. This can't be real. It's just meat and herbs, but the aroma. Finally, Bai Zihan plated the dish, pairing the richly glazed meat with the soft, steaming grains. He stepped back, crossing his arms. "All right, try it." No one moved at first. Then, Chun Guang, swallowing hard, reached out and picked up a piece. "Let me try first." The moment it entered his mouth, boom! It was like fireworks exploded on his tongue. The outer layer was slightly crisp, the inside tender and bursting with flavor. The sauce, though simple, carried layers of taste, salty, rich, with an addictive depth he had never imagined possible. Chun Guang's legs wobbled. He covered his mouth, his eyes welling up with tears. "Young master!" His voice shook. What is this?" The servants watching from the sidelines exchanged nervous glances. "Look at the head chef's face. Is it really that good? I've never seen him react like this before. Could young Master Bai's cooking truly be on another level? If even the head chef is speechless, then I can't take it anymore. I need to taste it for myself." Just as the murmurs grew louder, the kitchen staff, unable to hold back their curiosity, scrambled to grab pieces for themselves. The moment they tasted it, their reactions were almost identical. "By the heavens, this is divine food. How can something taste like this? Indeed, compared to young master's cooking, our food is shit." It was as if Bai Zihan had introduced an entirely new way of eating to their world. Bai Zihan watched their reactions with a smug grin. Bai Zihan watched with amusement as the kitchen staff descended into utter chaos. He then grabbed 2 plates, one for himself and one for Luo Qing. As he turned, he saw Luo Qing staring at him. She knew Bai Zihan better than anyone else present and was certain that he had never stepped into a kitchen before. Heck, she was sure he didn't even know what the ingredients looked like or what they were for. Even roasting a simple piece of meat should have been impossible for such a pampered lord. Bai Zihan raised an eyebrow. "Oi!" Luo Qing's gaze snapped up to meet his. He smirked and held out the plate toward her. "Here, try it." Luo Qing hesitated for a brief moment but then reached forward and took the plate. Carefully, she picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks and took a bite. The moment it hit her tongue, her eyes widened slightly, It was so flavorful, so different from anything she had ever eaten before. "It's good," Luo Qing said, feeling how unbelievable it was. Not only could the young master cook, but his dish was far better than anything the Bai family's chefs had ever made. "Ha! Of course it is," Bai Zihan said arrogantly. He took a bite of his own meal, savoring the flavor. "Yes, this is what I'm talking about," although he wouldn't call this his best dish, lacking many ingredients to make it the same as the one on Earth. Despite the lack of certain ingredients, the ingredients used were of premium quality, making it great. Bai Zihan grinned to himself, pleased with his decision. As he ate, he glanced back at the kitchen staff. Most kitchen staff were frantically taking notes, trying to figure out what Bai Zihan had done differently. The head chef, Chun Guang, was also one of them. As someone who loved and took pride in cooking, he was always eager to learn. If someone was better, he would naturally try to learn from them. However, knowing Bai Zihan's status, he couldn't possibly ask him to teach. His time was far too valuable. But that didn't mean he couldn't analyze the dish the young master had made. Those ingredients, by themselves, they are considered unappetizing by most. But mix them together, and a unique flavor is born. Chun Guang thought as he noted down all the ingredients Bai Zihan had used. Bai Zihan leaned back, tapping his chopsticks against his empty plate with a satisfied sigh. Luo Qing, having finished her portion as well, looked satisfied. But Bai Zihan noticed something. Despite finishing her food, her fingers still lightly gripped her chopsticks. "Ho? So, she wants more." Well, his stomach wasn't fully satisfied either. Moreover, with a cultivator's body, eating even 20 pounds of food wouldn't be an issue. Then he turned his attention to the still kneeling head chef, Chun Guang, whose face was a complex mix of awe and determination. "Well, chef?" Bai Zihan tapped his plate lightly. "What do you think of my cooking?" Chun Guang's body trembled. Then, with a deep breath, he slowly raised his head, his eyes full of respect and humility. "Young master, how?" His voice was no longer desperate or panicked. Instead, it carried a genuine sense of wonder and disbelief. "How did you know? Where did you learn to cook like this?" His eyes narrowed slightly, scanning Bai Zihan as if he harbored secrets beyond comprehension. "This technique, these unique yet harmonious flavors, it's unlike anything I have ever encountered." Chun Guang bowed his head deeply. "This dish, it has shown me flavors I never imagined possible. I have spent my entire life refining my craft, yet I now realize that I have only been scratching the surface of what food can truly be." He looked up, his eyes burning with passion. "Young Master Bai, please accept my utmost respect." Bai Zihan burst into laughter. "Ha ha, of course. This young master is amazing at everything." His arrogance was so thick that the servants had to resist the urge to roll their eyes. But even they couldn't deny it. The dish Bai Zihan made was something out of this world. He stood up, placing his plate down. "This is just the beginning." He pointed a dramatic finger at the kitchen staff. "Remember how I made this dish and try to recreate it?" With head chef skill, Bai Zihan was certain that he could mimic his cooking in a few tries. And it wasn't as if he had made a complex dish that required exceptional skill. He didn't have that himself. All he needed was to understand the ingredients and how to combine them. The chefs nodded furiously, some clutching their notebooks like they had just obtained sacred scripture. Bai Zihan grinned, but then his expression turned serious. He glanced at the various ingredients in the kitchen. There was no flour and no proper seasoning, but he could work with that. "Fine. I'll introduce them to a whole new world of food. Listen up." Bai Zihan clapped his hands, gathering everyone's attention. "I'm not done yet." Bai Zihan cracked his knuckles. "I'll show you a variety of dishes. Try to remember how I cook them. If these people can learn to recreate these dishes, then I can eat them anytime I want in the future." With a smug grin, he turned back toward the kitchen. "All right, it's time to make fried chicken." By the time Bai Zihan was done, he had cooked nearly 10 different dishes, and every single one was eaten clean. He himself had likely consumed around 10 pounds of food, yet his body felt no discomfort. Indeed, it was good to have a cultivator's body. The head chef and the kitchen staff were utterly bewildered, some even beginning to see Bai Zihan as a god of cooking. Just as he finished his meal, a servant approached him with a message. Bai Zihan didn't even need to hear the words. Just by looking at the servant, he knew who the sender was. This was the servant who exclusively served the head of the Bai clan, his father. "The clan leader is looking for you, young master." "Why did father call for me?" Bai Zihan wondered. Is it because of the Heaven Sword sect disciple? That was the most recent problem he had caused, but he didn't think it could be that. It had already been mostly resolved. Resolved in the sense that the Heaven Sword sect couldn't do anything to him. Could it be something I did before that? If all the trouble he had caused were listed down, it probably wouldn't fit on a single sheet of paper. Well, we'll find out. Whatever it was, he figured he could handle it. When Bai Zihan arrived at the main hall, he found his father seated on the clan leader's throne, his usual serious expression in place. Bai Zihan stepped forward lazily, his hands behind his head. "You called for me, father?" Bai Tianheng looked at his son, his eyes unreadable. For a moment he said nothing. Then, Bai Tianheng tapped his fingers against the armrest of his chair. "You are aware of the political situation within the clan, correct?" Bai Zihan's eyes sharpened slightly. "Here we go. This is about my position as heir, isn't it?" He leaned slightly to the side. "More or less." Bai Zihan was well aware that the clan didn't want him as heir and sought to replace him. Of course, he ignored those concerns and instead focused on bullying the other geniuses, including Bai Jian, the one most likely to take his place. Bai Tianheng had warned Bai Zihan multiple times about his behavior and how it made his position as heir vulnerable, though he didn't care. Bai Tianheng leaned forward slightly, his piercing gaze locking onto his son. "Then let me get straight to the point. You are to be engaged to Chu Zian of the Chu clan." Silence. Bai Zihan's smirk froze. "What?" Bai Tianheng sat back, completely calm. "The engagement will be officially announced in a few days. The Bai clan and the Chu clan have reached an agreement." Bai Tianheng stated as if everything had already been decided. Bai Zihan stared at him, his mind slowly processing the words. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. Then, "PFT ha ha ha." He burst out laughing. Bai Tianheng remained expressionless. Bai Zihan wiped a tear from the corner of his eye, shaking his head. "You're joking, right?" Silence. Bai Zihan's laughter faded. "You're serious?" Bai Tianheng nodded. Bai Zihan's smirk disappeared entirely. Chu Zian, the genius of the Chu clan and one of the top beauties in the entire desolate Heaven Empire. Others might see her as kind, talented, and fairy-like, but to Bai Zihan, she was nothing more than a bigger bully than himself. With Chu Zian being Bai Xueqing's senior sister and close friend, there was no way he didn't meet her. Bai Xueqing had brought Chu Zian home after getting a vacation from the Heaven Sword sect, a year after she had entered the sect. At the time, Bai Zihan was just 9 years old, while Chu Zian was 11. Without Bai Xueqing around, Bai Zihan had been causing trouble left and right. There was no one to stop him. So, when Bai Xueqing brought Chu Zian home, he thought she would be another easy target. People in the Bai clan couldn't go against him, and that was especially true for guests who feared the Bai clan's power. At the time, Bai Zihan was 9 years old, a proud troublemaker without equal in the Bai clan. He ruled over the servants, bullied the younger generation, and even dared to play pranks on the elders. No one could stop him, and even if they wanted to, they didn't dare. Why? Because he was the young master of the Bai clan, the direct heir to one of the 3 most powerful clans in the desolate Heaven Empire. Even if someone had the guts to punish him, his mother would protect him, while his father was too busy managing clan affairs to personally interfere unless things got out of hand. With no one to discipline him, Bai Zihan did whatever he pleased. And then, Chu Zian arrived. It was one afternoon when Bai Zihan first laid eyes on her. His sister, Bai Xueqing, had finally returned from the Heaven Sword sect after a full year of training. Normally, Bai Zihan would avoid his sister like the plague. However, this time she had brought someone with her. She carried a wooden practice sword on her back, her posture firm and upright like a proper martial artist. Even though she was young, her presence carried an air of confidence and authority that most people lacked. This was Chu Zian, Bai Xueqing's close friend and fellow genius of the Heaven Sword sect. Bai Zihan watched them from afar, his interest piqued. At that time he had no idea who she was, nor did he care. To him, she was just another guest, and guests were perfect targets for his pranks. With a mischievous grin, Bai Zihan quickly formulated a plan. Bai Zihan waited for the perfect moment. That evening, Bai Xueqing and Chu Zian were in the courtyard, training together while a few Bai clan servants watched from the sidelines. Seeing his sister occupied, Bai Zihan made his move. He sneaked into Bai Xueqing's room and found her personal tea set, a gift from their father. He carefully added a strange powder, a harmless but incredibly spicy herb that would set the drinker's mouth on fire. Heh, let's see if that girl can handle it. Once the trap was set, he ordered a servant to deliver the tea to Chu Zian and Bai Xueqing. Then, he hid nearby, eagerly waiting to witness Chu Zian's suffering. The moment Chu Zian lifted the cup, Bai Zihan felt his excitement rise. Here it comes. She took a sip. Then, nothing. Chu Zian's expression didn't change at all. Ha! Bai Zihan watched, confused. Didn't she taste it? That spice was supposed to make people scream and cry. Instead, Chu Zian simply placed the cup down calmly and continued speaking with Bai Xueqing. She didn't even blink. Bai Zihan felt something was wrong. A moment later, Bai Xueqing also took a sip. Bai Xueqing spat the tea out instantly, coughing violently. Who put this in my tea? Bai Zihan froze. Shit! Bai Xueqing immediately turned toward the nearest servant, her eyes burning with rage. Who made this tea? The terrified servant fell to his knees. I only delivered it. I don't know anything else. Chu Zian slowly turned her head. Her red eyes locked onto the bushes where Bai Zihan was hiding. For the first time, Bai Zihan felt a chill crawl up his spine. Come out. Her voice was calm and steady, but there was no room for argument. Bai Zihan gulped. But before he could even think of escaping, a cold voice interrupted. He's over there. It was Chu Zian. Unlike Bai Xueqing, she didn't sound angry. She sounded interested, like a hunter that had just found its prey. Bai Zihan knew that his sister was terrifying when she was mad. But for some reason, Chu Zian's calm attitude scared him more. Still, Bai Zihan wasn't the type to back down. He stepped out boldly, putting on his most arrogant smirk. TCH, so what if I did it? I was just having some fun. His tone was casual, but he made sure to look down on Chu Zian as he spoke. After all, he was Bai Zihan, the feared and untouchable young master. Who did this girl think she was to tattle on his location? However, he had made a mistake. Chu Zian tilted her head slightly. Oh? Just fun. She slowly stood up, dusting off her sleeves. Humph. Zian, you can take care of him? Bai Xueqing said as she left the place. Bai Zihan suddenly felt danger despite his sister leaving. But before he could react, bam! Chi Zian's knuckle hit his head, almost breaking it apart. Gah! Bai Zihan rolled on the ground, his arms clutching his head as pain exploded through his body. He coughed violently, barely able to process what just happened. Did she just hit me? Before he could even stand up, bam! Another hit, this time straight to his back, pinning him face first into the dirt. Bai Zihan gritted his teeth, his rage boiling over. You! Do you know who I am? Chu Zian gazed down at him. Who are you? She asked arrogantly. Humph, ignorant girl. I am the young master of the Bai clan, destined to lead it one day. Bai Zihan boasted and waited for Chu Zian to realize her grave mistake and grovel before him. However, what he expected didn't happen. She just kept looking at him. So, she said, her voice carrying zero respect, zero fear. Chu Zian most likely knew who he was before he even introduced himself, though she acted ignorant. Bam! Another hit on his head. Why you? You will regret this. Bam! Regret. My asterisk asterisk. How dare a 9-year-old think he is invincible? Let this big sister teach you some lessons. She had no regard for Bai Zihan at all and continued beating him up. Bai Zihan wasn't the one to back down easily and tried to threaten her in various ways, only to end up getting more beaten up. The servants watching the scene froze in horror. Chu Zian had beaten up the Bai clan's heir in broad daylight, but what can they do? They were aware of Chu Zian's status. Not to mention Bai Xueqing was supportive of Chu Zian when she said she would let Chu Zian handle Bai Zihan. Bai Zihan's hands clenched into fists. No one had ever spoken to him like this. No one had ever dared to lay a hand on him. But this girl, this outsider, had just beaten him to the ground like he was nothing. Bai Zihan slowly lifted his head, glaring at her with pure hatred. You! Chu Zian leaned down, her eyes boring into his. Hee, it looks like my vacation at the Bai clan won't be too boring. Her voice was filled with amusement, as if she were looking at her new toy. And indeed, for the next 2 weeks, during her entire stay at the Bai clan, he was treated worse than a servant. He had to bring tea and follow her orders, otherwise more suffering awaited him. Chu Zian treated him worse than his sister, and there was nothing he could do, as he soon found out that Chu Zian was the precious daughter of the Chu clan, a clan the Bai clan was trying to establish a good relationship with. Of course, he tried to take revenge but always ended up getting his ass beaten by Chu Zian. And now, his father wanted him to marry that demon woman. Impossible! There is no way I am going to marry her. Getting married off to her could get me killed faster than any other protagonist. And even if I survive, my life would be miserable. Bai Tianheng watched him calmly, waiting for his response. Bai Zihan clenched his jaw, his fingers twitching as memories of Chu Zian's tyranny resurfaced in his mind. And now, father wants me to marry that demon woman? He took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. Then, with a dry chuckle, he looked up at his father. Ha! Father, I think there's been some mistake. Bai Tianheng raised an eyebrow. Oh? What mistake? Bai Zihan gestured at himself lazily. Me? Getting engaged? To Chu Zian? He leaned back and scoffed. Come on, father. I know I've caused some trouble, but do I really deserve this level of punishment? Bai Tianheng's lips twitched slightly, but he didn't react to Bai Zihan's antics. Instead, he said calmly, What punishment? This is your blessing. With your personality and talent, how could you find a girl like Chu Zian? Bai Zihan raised an eyebrow. Blessing? Father, can I decline such a blessing? Do you think you can? Bai Zihan scoffed. Looking at his father, he knew that there was no chance he had any right to decline. Chu Zian is one of the strongest geniuses of her generation. Her talent is nearly on par with Bai Xueqing's, and she is the heir to the Chu clan. This marriage will solidify our relationship with the Chu clan and ensure that your position as heir remains unchallenged. Bai Tianheng explained. Bai Zihan's eyes twitched. What use is being the heir when all I see is a dead end for this clan? Perhaps not being the heir would guarantee that he wouldn't be killed alongside his clan. Although, he knew that leaving the Bai clan wasn't an option either. Father, I don't need a marriage to stay as heir. Bai Zihan was confident that given enough time, perhaps 6 months or so, he could become the undisputed heir of the Bai clan. With his regained memories and the system on his side, he wasn't too worried that someone could replace him. But would Bai Tianheng know that or believe in a son whose only talent was making trouble? The answer was obvious. You do, Bai Tianheng answered with confidence. He was certain that without Bai Zihan marrying Chu Zian, his position in the Bai clan would vanish faster than light. Bai Zihan frowned, although he was well aware that, given his past, there wasn't much proof to argue otherwise. He was a changed man. At least, he believed he was no longer the trash he used to be. Bai Tianheng leaned forward slightly, his gaze sharp. The elders have already started making moves to replace you. Bai Jian is growing stronger every day, and without strong support, your position is not guaranteed. Bai Zihan clicked his tongue. TCH. Even so, why her? Why Chu Zian of all people? What, was no one else available? Humph. No one is better than her. You should be thankful that the Chu clan agreed to this. Bai Zihan was in a big dilemma. He knew that no matter what he said, his father was not going to change his mind. Damn me and my past behavior. If he had stayed quiet and behaved well, there might have been a chance that his father would listen to him. But after everything he had done, there was nothing he could say to change his father's mind. Shit, what do I do now? He already had to worry about all the death flags set by his family, and now there was this marriage with Chu Zian. Bai Zihan couldn't help but think his future was full of suffering. Wait, then, a thought struck him. My words won't change my father's mind, but what if it was Chu Zian? She's probably being forced into this by her family too. His eyes narrowed slightly. If I take things too far, there's a high chance Chu Zian will object to this marriage. Unlike me, she's a genius and the darling of the Chu clan. They will definitely listen to her. I'm a genius. Making trouble and making people hate him was his specialty, and it felt like it was time to put that talent to the test. I'll agree, but I have to meet her first before the engagement, Bai Zihan said. Bai Tianheng's brow lifted. Oh, he didn't know what his son was planning, but he was confident that no matter what Bai Zihan did, the result wouldn't change. Why? I haven't seen Chu Zian in years. We were kids back then. So I want to meet with her first before the engagement. Bai Tianheng raised an eyebrow. Meet her? And then what? Bai Zihan smirked. Well, you can't have strangers engaged to each other, right? It's good for our relationship if we meet before the engagement. Don't you think so? Bai Tianheng's fingers tapped against the armrest. For a brief moment he was silent. Then, fine, Bai Tianheng agreed, seeing no issue with the request. It also seemed that by doing so, Bai Zihan would no longer protest his marriage to Chu Zian. Bai Zihan blinked. That was easier than I expected. Bai Tianheng leaned forward slightly. You will meet Chu Zian. But make no mistake, this engagement is happening. Bai Zihan crossed his arms and huffed. Bai Tianheng smirked. And let me remind you, if you do anything to Chu Zian, I will personally deal with you. You'd better be on your best behavior. You hear me? Sure, father. Bai Zihan turned on his heel and walked toward the exit. All right, step 1 is complete. Now I just need to figure out how to make her reject me. That should be easy, right? A sleek, luxurious flying ship glided through the skies, descending toward the Bai clan's grand estate. The vessel bore the insignia of the Chu clan, one of the most powerful noble families in the desolate Heaven Empire. Standing at the bow, Chu Zian gazed at the sprawling Bai clan estate below, her pink eyes calm yet slightly amused. The wind tugged at her robes, and her long, jet-black hair fluttered behind her. It's been years since I was last here, and now, I'm returning as Bai Zihan's fiancé. Who would have thought? She smirked to herself. Of all the possibilities, this was one she hadn't expected. Her fingers traced the hilt of the sword at her waist as she recalled her first encounter with Bai Zihan. A bratty 9-year-old with too much arrogance, too little self-awareness, and an annoying tendency to think he was invincible. Well, he was a good toy. A chuckle escaped her lips. It had only taken a few hits to put him in his place. She remembered how he had gone from an overconfident young master to a miserable little lackey, forced to serve her tea and follow her every order. For 2 weeks, he had been her personal errand boy. Even back then, she had been stronger than him, far stronger. And now, I wonder, has he changed at all? Somehow, she doubted it. She had seen many people like Bai Zihan in the Heaven Sword sect, drunk on power that wasn't truly theirs, though he was the weakest of them all. The ship landed smoothly in the Bai clan's courtyard. Several Bai clan elders and attendants were already waiting to receive her. With graceful movements, Chu Zian stepped off the ship. Her presence was commanding yet effortless. An undeniable aura of confidence and strength surrounded her. The elders greeted her respectfully. Lady Chu, we welcome you to the Bai clan. She nodded in acknowledgement. I appreciate the hospitality. A servant stepped forward. Lady Chu, we have prepared a residence for you during your stay. Would you like to rest first? Or would you prefer to meet with the young master? She waved a hand dismissively. I'll rest later. For now, take me to Bai Shueching. The servant hesitated. Lady Xueqing is currently training. Would you still want to meet her? Yes. The servant nodded and led the way. Others weren't allowed to disturb by Xueqing during her training, but it was a different story if the person in question was Chu Zian. Chu Zian arrived at the Bai clan's sword training grounds, where Bai Xueqing, the Heaven Sword Sect's rising genius, was practicing her swordsmanship. Each of Bai Xueqing's movements was sharp, precise, and deadly. Her sword carved through the air with a sound akin to ripping silk, leaving faint traces of sword intent lingering in its wake. Chu Zian watched for a moment before stepping forward. Still as sharp as ever, I see. Bai Xueqing stopped mid-strike, her gaze shifting toward the familiar voice. When she saw Chu Zian, a rare smile crossed her usually cold face. Zian. She sheathed her sword and walked over. I heard you were coming, but I wasn't expecting you to arrive so soon. Chu Zian shrugged. Well, the elders in my clan want me to take care of my business with the Bai clan as soon as possible. The Bai clan had a strong reason to align themselves with the Chu clan, but the same was true for the Chu clan, perhaps even more so. Their competitors were receiving support from two of the other top 3 strongest clans, and their market share was shrinking. So, they hoped that Chu Zian could finalize her engagement with Bai Zihan as soon as possible before the situation worsened. Bai Xueqing's sharp eyes narrowed slightly. What business do you have? Bai Xueqing asked, confused. She didn't think Chu Zian was mature enough to meddle in the affairs between the Chu and Bai clans. Even she wasn't qualified to do so. Chu Zian smirked. What? You don't believe me? Bai Xueqing crossed her arms. Knowing you, you're probably not here for any important business. Chu Zian chuckled. Well, maybe. She stepped forward and placed a hand on Bai Xueqing's shoulder. I have good news for you. Bai Xueqing raised an eyebrow. What news? Chu Zian's smile widened. I'm going to be your big sister now. Silence. Bai Xueqing blinked, not quite understanding at first. Then, her expression darkened. You can't mean? Chu Zian nodded. That's right. Your clan and mine have arranged for me to marry your dear little brother. She leaned in slightly, amusement dancing in her eyes. So from now on, you should call me Big Sister Zian. Bai Xueqing's lips twitched violently. For a moment, she was utterly speechless. Of all the things she had expected Chu Zian to say, this was the last. Bai Xueqing, or anyone else outside of that meeting, had no idea about Bai Zihan's soon-to-be engagement with Chu Zian. And until the engagement was officially announced, the matter was to be kept secret. Bai Xueqing had only been informed that Chu Zian would soon be visiting the Bai clan. Nothing more. She hadn't known the reason until now. You're joking. Nope. You're serious? Very. Bai Xueqing exhaled deeply and rubbed her temples. She would have been happy if Chu Zian was marrying her brother. If only Bai Zihan wasn't her brother. Her voice was low. You're really going to marry that annoying brat? Chu Zian grinned. I am. Bai Xueqing stared at her friend for a long moment, searching for any sign of hesitation. There was none. Why? Chu Zian tilted her head. Why not? Bai Xueqing's face twitched. Because he's Bai Zihan? That reason alone should have been enough for most people to avoid marriage with him. Chu Zian let out a light laugh. True. He's an idiot. Then why? I think it'll be fun and I get to be your big sister. Bai Xueqing closed her eyes, exhaling through her nose. A part of her wanted to say, I'll call off this engagement myself. But she knew it wasn't that simple. The marriage wasn't just about Bai Zihan and Chu Zian. It was an alliance between their two clans. Moreover, this could also stabilize Bai Zihan's position as heir. Although she didn't like him very much, he was still her brother, and she knew this marriage alliance could benefit him greatly. But was Zian truly okay with it? Bai Xueqing shook her head. She felt a headache coming on. Whatever. If you really want to do this, I won't stop you. Chu Zian smirked. Good. Then go ahead and say it. Bai Xueqing frowned. Say what? You know what? I don't. Chu Zian's eyes gleamed mischievously. Call me big sister. Bai Xueqing's expression darkened. Chu Zian chuckled. Oh, don't worry. There's plenty of time for you to say it later. After all, we're family now. Bai Xueqing stared at Chu Zian, who seemed determined to go through with marrying Bai Zihan. I'll go and meet my soon-to-be fiancée now, little sister. Meanwhile, Bai Zihan, he had been hatching countless plans to make Chu Zian cancel or reject this engagement. If it were anyone else, it would have been easy. Not just easy. Most people wouldn't have even wanted to be engaged if they knew it was him they were betrothed to. But his opponent was Chu Zian, someone who could treat him like a mere servant. His usual tricks wouldn't work on her. But, in the end, he felt that tricks weren't necessary. As long as I convince her and take all the blame, Chu Zian will definitely be willing to reject the engagement. He was fairly confident. After all, there wasn't anyone who would willingly marry him. He was more self-aware of his own reputation than anyone else. He assumed that Chu Zian had been forced into this by her parents or the elders of the Chu clan and had no choice but to marry him. However, if he could take the blame and perhaps shift her marriage to someone else from the Bai clan, he was certain that Chu Zian would agree to cancel the engagement. Humph! Sister, see this? This is how you cancel an engagement. Bai Zihan cursed his sister in his mind. He believed Bai Xueqing could have taken a similar approach to cancel her engagement if she had truly wanted to, reaching a mutual agreement while ensuring a smooth resolution without negatively impacting either party. But no, she had to humiliate the protagonist and turn him into an enemy. Although Bai Xueqing and the other Bai clan members didn't take her ex-fiancé seriously, Bai Zihan was confident that, in a few years, they were going to regret it. Anyway, he had his own problems to worry about and couldn't really check what's up with that ex-fiancé. A report from the guards confirmed that Chu Zian had arrived and had gone to his sister's place. Should I send someone to bring her here? Bai Zihan pondered. But before he could decide, young master, Lady Chu wants to see you. A guard arrived to inform him. Finally, Bai Zihan immediately stood up and made his way toward Chu Zian. As Bai Zihan stepped out of his courtyard, he took a deep breath, mentally preparing himself. Alright, time to make sure this engagement never happens. Soon, he arrived at the reception hall. The moment he stepped in, his eyes locked onto a familiar figure. Chu Zian sat leisurely on a cushioned chair, one leg crossed over the other, sipping tea as if she owned the place. Her eyes shimmered with amusement the moment she saw him. So, we finally meet again, young Master Bai, she said with a smirk. Bai Zihan felt a shiver run down his spine. That damn smirk. Just seeing it brings back trauma. Still, he quickly regained his composure and forced a smile. Lady Chu, he greeted, giving a polite bow. It's been a long time. Chu Zian tilted her head, her smirk widening. Oh, that's new. So, why did you want to meet with me? Chu Zian asked. Lady Chu, I believe we both know why I wanted to meet with you. Chu Zian raised an eyebrow but didn't interrupt. This engagement, I think it's a mistake. Bai Zihan continued, feigning deep regret. I know the elders arranged it, but let's be honest. Would you really want to be married to someone like me? Chu Zian leaned back, resting her chin on her hand. Go on. Encouraged, Bai Zihan pressed forward. I am well aware of my reputation. I'm not talented. I've made countless mistakes, and I don't have the best character. Everyone in the Bai clan knows this. I am the last person worthy of being your fiancé. He looked her in the eyes, trying to appear as sincere as possible. I have no doubt that you were forced into this, but I don't want you to suffer because of me. If you cancel the engagement, I will take all the blame. I'll make sure no one blames you or your clan. He gave her his most self-sacrificing look. Silence. For a moment, Bai Zihan felt hopeful. That was perfect. There's no way she'd want to marry me after that, right? Right? Then, Chu Zian smiled. Not just any smile. A slow, knowing smile filled with amusement and something far more dangerous. Bai Zihan's heart dropped. Wait. Why does she look like that? Chu Zian rested her cheek on her hand, her red eyes gleaming with pure delight. I see. Bai Zihan gulped. Why you do? Yes. She sat up straight, crossing her arms. However, I have no intention of canceling this engagement. Chu Zian declared. Ha! Bai Zihan was confused. He was certain she would accept his proposal to call off the engagement. You seem to be mistaken about something, Bai Zihan. Chu Zian continued, watching his bewildered expression. Neither my parents nor my elders forced me into this engagement. I was the one who suggested this engagement. Chu Zian made a shocking announcement. What? Bai Zihan couldn't help but be stunned. She was the one who suggested it. How? Why? His mind reeled, unable to process what he had just heard. Looking at Chu Zian's face, Bai Zihan was sure she wasn't joking. He wanted to yell, shout, and demand to know what the hell was wrong with her. But he knew that would only make things worse. So, he forced himself to calm down, realizing that losing his composure wouldn't change anything. Why? Bai Zihan couldn't help but ask. I am the worst person to marry. Although I am the heir to the Bai clan with my lack of talent, there's no way I can keep this position. Bai Zihan continued, perhaps driven by a genuine curiosity about why she chose him, or maybe in a last attempt to convince her that she had made a mistake. My personality isn't the best, and although my appearance is decent, I don't think you're particularly attracted to it either. Lady Chu, why would you want to marry me? Bai Zihan asked seriously. This had now shifted from both of them simply being in the same unfortunate position to Chu Zian being the one responsible for putting him in it. There was a momentary silence as Chu Zian looked outside, then back at Bai Zihan. Everyone praises me for my talent and beauty. Countless marriage proposals are sent to the Chu clan every year, she said, her voice calm yet carrying an underlying weight. But in the end, I'm still just a girl. Bai Zihan blinked in confusion. Chu Zian leaned back, resting her chin on her hand. No matter how strong I am, how talented, how accomplished, my clan still wants to marry me off to a powerful family. That's just how things work. She sighed, twirling the teacup in her fingers. I didn't want to leave my fate in the hands of some unknown man, someone chosen by my clan for the sake of alliances or benefits. So, instead of waiting to be married off to a stranger, I made my own choice. She looked at Bai Zihan and smirked. I chose you. Bai Zihan felt a chill run down his spine. But why me? He couldn't understand. Of all people, why would she willingly choose him? Chu Zian chuckled. Of course, my clan wasn't exactly thrilled when I suggested marrying you. Bai Zihan, the infamous good-for-nothing young master of the Bai clan. She gave him a teasing look. They thought I was joking. Bai Zihan clenched his fists. Ha! Even they looked down on me. Well, they're not wrong. It was one thing for him to insult himself, but another to hear it coming from someone else. But the Bai clan is still a powerful family, one my clan wants to befriend. And since I insisted, they eventually agreed. Bai Zihan's lips twitched. God damn it. Elders, please work harder. Can you really give away your princess to a villain like me? Bai Zihan thought. Chu Zian tilted her head, looking amused. Now, as for why I want to marry you specifically? She leaned in slightly, her red eyes gleaming with mischief. The first reason is simple. I want to become Bai Xueqing's sister. Bai Zihan choked on his own breath. What kind of reason is that? She's my close friend and almost like a sister. Chu Zian mused. Wouldn't it be fun to be an actual part of her family? To have that connection? Bai Zihan stared at her in disbelief. The second reason, Chu Zian continued, ignoring his shocked expression, is that you're easy to contract. I mean that you're quite obedient. Bai Zihan's body stiffened. I mean, look at you. She gestured at him playfully. You wouldn't dare do anything to me unless I allowed it, right? Her smirk deepened. If I want the freedom I've always desired, a little sacrifice is inevitable. Marrying you gives me almost all of it, so why not? She smiled at him like a cat playing with its prey. Indeed, the main reason was that Bai Zihan was someone who feared the strong and oppressed the weak. He was also lazy and lacked ambition. While such traits were typically looked down upon, they were exactly what Chu Zian wanted. As the stronger person, she knew that Bai Zihan would never dare to challenge or demand anything from her. Moreover, unlike other suitors, She had never been ogled by Zihan, whether because he was used to beauties or simply didn't find her type appealing. Either way, she felt that by marrying Zihan, her clan would secure the desired marriage alliance, while she would finally be free from the burden of marriage. As for what Zihan felt, well, she didn't particularly care. With you, I lose nothing. Zihan felt his soul leave his body. This woman. He finally realized that she had thought this through thoroughly and wanted to marry him, not out of love, but because he was an easy target. His lips trembled as he tried to find a way to counter this insanity. But what if I refuse? What if I? You won't. Chu Zian cut him off smoothly, her confidence unwavering. You don't have the option. Uncle Bai would surely not let you. She sipped her tea, completely at ease. Zihan opened his mouth, then closed it. She was absolutely right. His entire plan to escape this engagement had been crushed before it even started. F***K. Father must have known. No wonder he was confident and didn't object to me meeting with Chu Zian before the engagement was announced. Chu Zian placed her cup down and smiled. Now then, let's talk about when our engagement is going to be announced. Zihan wanted to cry. I've been trapped. But isn't there a better option? Like, what about Bai Jian? Zihan suggested, refusing to give up just yet. Although he was aware that doing so would ultimately mean losing his position as heir, that was a small sacrifice he was willing to make. Chu Zian shook her head. You know I can't. Doing so would be equivalent to becoming Xueqing's enemy. Chu Zian explained. She was well aware of the political situation within the Bai clan and how the branch family was trying to replace the current head of the clan. Her marrying someone other than Bai Zihan would be the same as supporting them, and she knew it could cause a rift between her and Bai Xueqing. Moreover, that person is quite controlling and dominant. He seems hard to manipulate. That should be her real reason, Bai Zihan thought. In the end, Chu Zian simply wanted someone weak and easy enough that she could continue to do whatever she pleased without being ordered around, and he was the perfect candidate. Bai Zihan scratched his head, trying to come up with an idea to change Chu Zian's mind and escape this engagement. Actually, this is also good for you too, Chu Zian suddenly said. Bai Zihan turned to her, his expression clearly asking how in the world this could possibly be good for him. Do you have someone you like? Chu Zian asked. Bai Zihan shook his head. Then there's no problem being engaged to me. That's the problem. Bai Zihan thought, though he didn't say it out loud. You won't interfere in my business, and I won't interfere in yours, Chu Zian stated. But Bai Zihan still had a sullen face. Even if he wasn't engaged to her, he had all the freedom in the world. Seeing his expression, Chu Zian added another advantage. How about this? In the future, even if you find someone you love, I wouldn't mind if you kept her as mistress, Chu Zian said. Unbelievable, Bai Zihan muttered. It wasn't just her words that were unbelievable, but the sheer lengths she was willing to go to. Bai Zihan had no choice but to relent after numerous attempts to cancel the engagement proved futile. When I get stronger, she'll realize what a big mistake she's made. Bai Zihan fumed and muttered angrily. Of course, this was just a way for him to console himself after his plan had failed miserably. If only there was someone who could help me. But unbeknownst to him, many of his enemies were already plotting to make his goal a reality, including the elders of the Bai clan, who wished to dethrone Bai Zihan as heir. They knew that with the Chu clan involved, removing Bai Zihan as heir would become nearly impossible, at least as long as he was announced as Chu Zian's fiancé. However, they weren't about to let that happen so easily. You know what is happening in the clan, right? Bai Feng asked. Bai Jian nodded. Of course, he knew. He was furious. Not only had Bai Zihan's position as heir been solidified, but he had also gained Chu Zian as his fiancé. Chu Zian had arrived at the Bai clan, and in 3 days, the engagement would be officially announced, making it known throughout the entire empire. Don't worry, you still have a chance, Bai Feng said with a smile. What? Bai Jian asked in confusion. He had assumed his father's plan had been crushed, and that there was no way to change Bai Zihan's position as heir. Haha, Bai Zihan, marrying Chu Zian? How could that be possible? Chu Zian must surely detest the idea. Bai Jian's eyes narrowed at his father's words. You mean? Bai Feng smirked, his eyes gleaming with cunning. The other elders must have realized this as well. It's obvious. Whoever wins Chu Zian's heart before the engagement is officially announced will also secure the position of heir. Bai Jian clenched his fists. It made perfect sense. If Chu Zian herself rejected Bai Zihan, then the engagement would fall apart. And without the backing of the Chu clan, Bai Zihan's position as heir would become vulnerable once more. But they also knew that while the marriage with Chu Zian was necessary for the Bai clan, the groom needed to be replaced. Everything else would remain unchanged. Bai Feng leaned closer, lowering his voice. I don't know why Bai Tianheng claimed that Chu Zian wants Bai Zihan, but it's clearly a scheme. However, what if she finds a better option? Someone stronger, more capable, someone truly worthy of standing by her side. Bai Feng continued with excitement. If she falls in love with someone else and chooses to cancel the engagement with Bai Zihan, it would be entirely possible, and no one, not even the clan leader, would interfere. No matter what, Bai Feng believed that as long as Bai Jian could change Chu Zian's mind or seduce her into canceling the engagement and choosing someone else, there would be no problem. Even Bai Tianheng wouldn't object. Otherwise, that will be going against the interest of the clan. Among your peers, you're the most promising candidate. Even the elders acknowledge your talent. If you manage to win her over, then... Bai Jian felt his heart pound. Indeed, among the younger generation, he was the most talented and the one most deserving of Chu Zian. The heir's position is as good as mine. Bai Jian finished, his eyes flickering with ambition. That's right. Bai Feng nodded. No matter what, before the engagement is officially announced, you must make Chu Zian yours. Bai Jian took a deep breath. Chu Zian. He had always admired her, her talent, her beauty, her reputation as one of the most extraordinary geniuses of their generation. And yet, she was about to be wasted on by Zihan, that useless fool. Bai Jian's lips curled into a determined smile. She'll realize soon enough who the better man is. Bai Feng patted his son's shoulder. Good. Chu Zian will be staying at the Bai clan manor for the time being. Use this chance well. No matter what, you must make her change her mind. Bai Jian nodded. No matter what, he would not let Bai Zihan win this time. Such schemes were not exclusive to Bai Feng. Other elders were also giving similar instructions to their sons. Although they supported Bai Tianheng and were willing to help Bai Jian become heir, that didn't mean they had no other candidates in mind, especially their own children. Bai Jian was indeed the most talented, but even if their sons were less capable, as long as one of them could win Chu Zian's heart, they knew they would have a chance at the heir's position. Meanwhile, Bai Zihan remained completely unaware of the brewing conspiracies. Still dejected over his failed attempts to cancel the engagement, he hadn't realized just how many eyes were now on Chu Zian. However, that didn't mean he intended to stay in this state for long. He was too weak. He knew that if the engagement proceeded, he would have no choice but to grow stronger. Knowing Chu Zian, he had to be prepared, not just to resist her dominance in the future, but also for the possibility that an admirer of hers might one day rise up to challenge him. After all, wasn't this the typical cliché scenario? A powerful young genius is forced into an engagement with someone they don't love due to family politics, only for their true love to train desperately, gain recognition from the girl's family, and eventually defeat their unwanted fiancé in a grand battle? Even though Chu Zian had refused to cancel the engagement, meaning she likely had no lover, Bai Zihan knew his own situation well enough to recognize that he could easily end up playing the villain in a similar story. Even if that wasn't the case, there were plenty of admirers of Chu Zian, and there might be some who could try to kill him, believing he had forced the marriage upon her. This was another reason why he hadn't wanted this engagement in the first place. Whatever. In the end, it all boiled down to one thing: he was too weak. If he were stronger, none of this would be a problem, even if he did marry Chu Zian. And for that, the most important step lay ahead: cultivating the primordial chaos body refinement technique. Bai Zihan had already ordered his servants to gather the necessary ingredients for cultivating the primordial chaos body refinement technique. The materials required were incredibly rare and precious, each one a treasure that would make even powerful cultivators envious. Like grade 3 dragon blood marrow, extracted from the bones of dragon-type beasts, it could vastly strengthen one's physical body, making it tougher than steel. Grade 4 netherfire essence, a flame-infused mineral capable of tempering the body's meridians, increasing their resilience and energy flow. Grade 4 void spirit grass, a mystical herb that enhances bodily endurance and allows one to recover from injuries at an astonishing rate. And there were almost 20 other ingredients, all of which were above grade 2. Each of these materials was exceedingly difficult to obtain, but Bai Zihan had the backing of the Bai clan. Within the Bai clan, all the required ingredients were available. Of course, that didn't mean he could simply take whatever he wanted, since they didn't belong to him. As the heir, Bai Zihan has many privileges, but he wasn't allowed to squander the clan's resources without justification, especially the grade 3 and above ingredients. However, he had already anticipated this hurdle and obtained permission from his father. As for how he convinced his father, when he approached his father Bai Tianheng with the request, he emphasized that it was solely for his training and also promised that he would not sabotage the engagement. Of course, sabotaging the engagement seemed difficult, so he didn't want to. Not that he wouldn't if he could. But his father didn't know that, and he wanted to take advantage of that. Given Bai Zihan's past behavior, Bai Tianheng was obviously worried that his son would do something reckless. With that promise, Bai Tianheng could be less worried about Bai Zihan interfering in the engagement, though if he did, his father's belt was waiting for his ass. Moreover, upon hearing that it was for training, Bai Tianheng was more than pleased. And although those ingredients were precious, to Bai Tianheng, they weren't worth as much as Bai Zihan's future. Of course, Bai Tianheng assumed that Bai Zihan would ask the clan alchemist to refine a pill or something. He had no idea that Bai Zihan was going to directly use these ingredients for body refinement. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed so easily, knowing just how potent those grade 4 and grade 3 ingredients were when directly consumed or refined. Anyway, Bai Zihan had no problem with collecting the ingredient for his body refinement, unlike the protagonist who probably would have to search far and wide to obtain it. With these resources in hand, Bai Zihan was ready to cultivate the primordial chaos body refinement technique. However, Bai Zihan knew that the process wouldn't be easy. There was a chance that he could die if he couldn't endure the pain, and it would be a gruesome death. But he was ready, at least he thought he was. He was going to cultivate in isolation and instructed the servants not to disturb him or allow anyone else to interfere. Until he came out, nobody was allowed to interrupt his training. Who? Bai Zihan took a deep breath as he stepped into his personal training chamber. The room was reinforced with formations to suppress energy fluctuations, ensuring that no one would sense what he was about to do. The ingredients had already been delivered, each one glowing with an aura of power. The lower-grade ingredients emitted faint energies, while the higher-grade ones radiated overwhelming pressure. The first step was to take the grade 2 ironwood root, a tempering material that strengthened bones. Let's start. He swallowed the ironwood root. The moment it entered his body, a dull pressure spread through his skeleton, like a slow, rhythmic pounding deep within. His bones vibrated, reinforcing themselves under the root's essence. It was uncomfortable but not unbearable. Silently, he endured. Next came the grade 2 thunderleaf vine, a plant known for stimulating the nervous system, making the body more responsive. The moment he absorbed its essence, a sharp tingling sensation ran through his body, his nerves twitching involuntarily. His muscles stiffened, the sensation spreading like countless needles pricking beneath his skin. His fingers trembled slightly, but he took deep breaths, keeping himself steady. Still, he did not make a sound. Then came the grade 3 bloodstone extract, which stimulated blood regeneration and increased vitality. The moment the extract merged with his body, his heart pounded violently. Gah! A torrent of energy burst through his veins, surging like a raging flood. His blood felt like it was boiling. His skin turned bright red, and his organs threatened to rupture from the overwhelming force. His breathing became ragged. He clenched his jaw, but a low groan escaped his lips. I can't. No. I have to endure. The excruciating pain nearly shattered his mind, but Bai Zihan forced himself to stabilize it. With each new herb that he consumed, the pain multiplied, but there was no going back. If he stopped, then death was the only outcome awaiting him. His only path to survival was to continue and endure until the end. Minutes passed. With each refined ingredient, his body experienced pain unlike anything before, so excruciating that he wished for death instead. However, Bai Zihan still persisted. He knew that this pain was only temporary, something he had to endure. Otherwise, given his circumstances, death could claim him at any moment. Let's continue. Now it was time for the grade 3 dragon blood marrow. He swallowed the thick liquid, and instantly, a powerful surge of vitality spread through his veins. Gah-ha! His bones cracked and reshaped, his muscles twisted violently, and his skin split open, revealing raw flesh underneath. Arg! His veins bulged as red-hot energy stormed through his body, threatening to tear him apart from the inside. It felt like he was being ripped apart and reforged at the same time. He gasped, black spots dancing at the edges of his vision. His body trembled uncontrollably, but he bit his lip hard enough to draw blood, refusing to pass out. With so many herbs already in his system, it was a miracle that his body hadn't exploded, but he still had to endure the overwhelming power they unleashed. Just as he barely stabilized the dragon blood marrow, he proceeded with the grade 4 netherfire essence. The instant it fused with his meridians, it felt as though his entire body had been set ablaze. Gah-ha! Bai Zihan let out a blood-curdling scream as hellish flames scorched his internal organs. His meridians strained, expanded, then burned as the energy coursed through him. His skin was charred and cracked, and his bones radiated searing heat. Aha! Bai Zihan thrashed violently, every fiber of his being engulfed in endless torment. This was hell, perhaps even worse than hell itself. Why am I suffering like this? Doubt crept into his mind. No reason seemed sufficient to justify the torment he was enduring. It felt meaningless, unbearable. Wouldn't it be easier to simply give up and let death take him? Wouldn't that be a relief? But he wouldn't. He couldn't. No matter how agonizing it was, surrender was not an option. I am Bai Zihan, someone who will rise to trample over everyone. I refuse to give up. Bai Zihan might have been a coward, but he was never one to give up easily. As long as even the faintest glimmer of hope remained, he would cling to it with everything he had. Although his body screamed in pain, he took the final step, grade 4 void spirit grass. An icy surge followed the fire, sending a chilling force through his burning body. Gah-ha! It felt as though his body was being torn apart and rebuilt, only to be shattered again in an endless cycle of torment. His organs quivered, his bones hardened to an unnatural degree, and his flesh continuously regenerated, each time stronger than before. Seconds? Minutes? Hours? Bai Zihan had no way of knowing. Trapped in the depths of agony, time lost all meaning. He screamed. He thrashed. He endured. For what felt like an eternity, his body and mind were pushed to the brink, until, at last, something changed. The unbearable pain began to fade. The suffocating pressure gradually subsided. His shattered body mended itself, his skin toughening, his muscles reforging into something far beyond human. With a shaky breath, Bai Zihan slowly opened his eyes. Did I survive? Bai Zihan slowly opened his eyes, his vision unfocused as he tried to make sense of what had just happened. His body still ached, though the unbearable agony had finally faded. For a long moment, he simply lay there, staring at the ceiling, his mind sluggishly piecing together his experience. He had survived. Barely. Ha! Ha! His breath came in ragged gasps, his chest rising and falling heavily as he tried to steady himself. The pain was beyond anything he had ever imagined, so unbearable that only a madman would willingly go through it a second time. And yet, despite everything, he knew this was only the beginning. The primordial chaos body refinement technique wasn't a one-time process. He would have to undergo this torment again, and again, and again. The thought alone made him shudder. "I really don't want to do that a second time," he muttered hoarsely. But he had no choice. If he wanted strength to stand above everyone, he had to endure. And if he could do it once, then he could do it twice. With a deep breath, Bai Zihan pushed those thoughts aside and focused on his body. Before cultivating the technique, the sheer brutality of it made it seem like it would leave him crippled, his meridians shattered, and his foundation ruined. Yet now that he had cultivated the primordial chaos body refinement technique, he found no lingering side effects. In fact, he felt stronger, much stronger. He clenched his fist, feeling a surge of raw power coursing through his veins. His muscles felt denser, his bones tougher, his very flesh seemingly more refined. It was as if his body had been reforged from the inside out, every part of him now stronger than before. It seems like the suffering was perhaps worth it. The pain he had endured wasn't something just anyone could withstand, even knowing that it would make them stronger. Although he felt a newfound strength, he wasn't entirely sure if it justified what he had gone through. He needs to test that out before drawing a conclusion. It also seemed like he had also broken through to the late stage of core formation. System. Show me my status. Host info. Host. Bai Zihan. Age 16. Cultivation realm. Core formation. Late. Constitution. None. Martial arts. 9 shadows flowing light sword, minor mastery. Well, considering all those high-grade ingredients that he consumed, it was no wonder that he has broken through a minor realm. It was an unexpected gain, but a welcome one. Regardless, the primary increase in his strength wasn't his cultivation but his body, and he wanted to know just how much stronger he had become. Curious, he slowly stood up, stretching his limbs and rolling his shoulders. His movements felt smoother, lighter, as if his body had been unshackled from invisible restraints he hadn't even known were there. Flexing his fingers, he clenched and unclenched his hand. The subtle shifts in his muscles, the way his tendons pulled, everything felt different. Testing further, he took a step forward, only to nearly stumble as he moved faster than expected. His speed had increased. His control over his own body had changed. A smirk tugged at his lips. This isn't bad. Bai Zihan's smirk deepened as he flexed his fingers, a surge of excitement replacing the exhaustion that still lingered in his body. He had endured unimaginable agony, but now it was time to see if the suffering had truly been worth it. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath, feeling the flow of energy within his body. His blood coursed like a raging river, his muscles coiled like steel cables, and his bones radiated an unshakable sturdiness. Then he moved. Boom! The moment his foot pushed off the ground, the stone beneath him cracked, spider web-like fissures spreading out. His body blurred, reappearing on the other side of the chamber almost instantly. Bai Zihan blinked in mild astonishment. He hadn't expected that. His speed had tripled, no, possibly even more. This wasn't just fast. This was explosive. He clenched his fist and thrust it forward. Boom! The air in front of him rippled violently, a compressed shockwave blasting out, shaking the chamber walls that had been strengthened by formations. 3 times, or perhaps 4 times stronger. That was his initial estimation. His physical strength had increased at least 3-fold, maybe more. If this was the result of just the first session, he could only imagine how terrifying his power would become after fully attaining the first form of the primordial chaos body. Perhaps then, no one in the desolate Heaven Empire would be able to kill him. Of course, that was still a distant goal. He would need to collect even rarer ingredients and withstand even greater pain to refine his body further through the primordial chaos body refinement technique. Still, his current body was already vastly superior to most, something that others might not be able to achieve even after years of hard work. His current physical strength, was it already superior to a core condensation cultivator? That didn't necessarily mean he could defeat a core condensation cultivator, but if they only compared raw physical ability, Bai Zihan wasn't sure if any of them could overpower him now. A chuckle escaped his lips. This is good. Although he might not yet be able to win against those in the core condensation realm and beyond, he could at least survive if he fought one. His survivability had drastically increased with this. And yet, he wasn't done testing. If his strength had increased this much, what about his defense? Bai Zihan lifted his hand, his fingers tightening into a fist. He hesitated for a moment before taking a deep breath and, bam! He punched himself in the chest. A dull thud echoed in the chamber. But that was it. Bai Zihan frowned, looking down. He had felt the impact, but it didn't hurt. The power he used was 50% of what he could muster, but with the increased strength, it was enough to knock out anyone in the core formation stage. Let's increase the power. This time, he focused, drawing on his full power, which is enough to even seriously hurt core condensation cultivator. Boom! His fist slammed into his torso, sending a powerful shockwave outward. The air trembled. The chamber walls quaked slightly, and yet, although he felt a slight ache where he had struck himself, it was so insignificant that even 10 such attacks wouldn't make a difference. Even he was momentarily stunned. His body had already surpassed the level of ordinary body refinement cultivators. No, it was beyond that. His defense was so high that most physical attacks would be useless against him. Even powerful techniques might struggle to break his body now. Although he hadn't yet achieved the first form of the primordial chaos body, the ability to absorb all types of energy, even without that, his physical resilience was superior to those with powerful constitutions. Bai Zihan took a deep breath, his smirk returning. Perhaps this body is already comparable to those of the Golden Core Realm cultivator. Bai Zihan stepped out after testing his newfound strength. Only a day had passed since he had gone into seclusion to refine his body, yet it seemed like major events had unfolded in the Bai clan during his absence. Preparations were in full swing for his engagement with Chu Zian. However, that wasn't the biggest surprise awaiting him. The moment he emerged, Luo Qing approached him in a hurry, an anxious look on her face. "Young master," she called out urgently. Bai Zihan glanced at her, wondering why she was in such a hurry. "What happened?" "Lady Bai Xueqing has been looking for you. She wanted to talk with the young master and instructed me to inform you as soon as possible," Luo Qing said. What did I do now?" Bai Zihan was immediately alerted when Luo Qing mentioned that his sister was looking for him. Bai Xueqing only looked for him when he caused trouble. Whenever she did, he knew he was in some kind of predicament, just like the time with the Heaven Sword sect disciples. "Did she say why?" Bai Zihan asked. "Lady Bai Xueqing hasn't told me her reason and just instructed me to inform the young master," Luo Qing replied nervously. She seemed to have some idea about what it might be but didn't dare to speculate on Bai Xueqing's thoughts or intentions. Bai Zihan also didn't press for details. If Bai Xueqing had something important to say, he would find out soon enough. Without wasting any more time, he made his way toward his sister's residence. "Knock! Knock! Who is it?" A cold voice came from the room. It obviously belonged to Bai Xueqing. "It's me, sister," Bai Zihan answered. "Come in." Bai Zihan immediately entered the room and saw his sister sitting on her chair. She glanced at him, her sharp gaze assessing him. There was something different about Bai Zihan, but she couldn't pinpoint what it was. She didn't dwell on it either. "Sister, why did you call for me?" Bai Zihan asked immediately, not wanting to waste time. "I won't waste words with you. First, your engagement with Chu Zian has been finalized. This is good for you." Bai Zihan remained silent, though he wanted to complain. How was this good for him? However, complaining would yield no results. Instead, she might question why he was complaining when he was getting more than he deserved, just like their father. He was well aware that Bai Xueqing cared more about Chu Zian than him. Even if he was dissatisfied, she wouldn't necessarily care. Perhaps if it were the other way around and Chu Zian wanted to break off the engagement, Bai Xueqing would have supported that decision. "I don't need to tell you what will happen if you don't treat her well," Bai Xueqing warned. Knowing Bai Zihan's past behavior, she was well aware that the chances of him causing trouble were high. Mistreating Chu Zian was also a possibility, perhaps by seeking a mistress or some other nonsense. So Bai Xueqing was warning him not to pull any of that and to treat her well. Though with Chu Zian's cultivation compared to Bai Zihan's, she didn't even need to get involved. If Bai Zihan dared to mistreat her, Chu Zian could deal with him herself. Still, as Chu Zian's good friend, Bai Xueqing thought she had a responsibility to make sure her brother became a suitable husband. More importantly, this engagement secures your status as the Bai clan's heir, Bai Xueqing stated, ensuring that Bai Zihan understood the benefits. But don't let that make you complacent. You're still far from being worthy of her. Hearing that, Bai Zihan's expression remained unreadable. Who wants to be worthy of her? I am indeed unworthy. Please cancel the engagement. Bai Zihan cursed inwardly. Work hard. Bai Xueqing continued. If you want to stand beside her, you need to prove yourself. Bai Zihan couldn't help but want to complain that he didn't want to stand beside her. Nor did he want to prove anything. Why is my engagement successful when I have trashy talent? While the protagonist's engagement gets cancelled for the same reason. Bai Zihan couldn't help but realize how opposite his life was compared to the protagonist's. Perhaps my sister's ex-fiancé is relieved to have had his engagement cancelled. Bai Zihan began to suspect. If he had to be engaged to someone as fierce as Bai Xueqing, he would be overjoyed to have it cancelled. Of course, he could only think this way because, even if his engagement was broken, it wouldn't affect him or the Bai clan too much. It was different for Bai Xueqing's ex-fiancé. Bai Zihan knew that he would definitely return for revenge. Bai Xueqing let her words settle before delivering the next piece of news. Secondly, you have been admitted to the Heaven Sword sect. Bai Zihan's eyes narrowed slightly. What? That's impossible. To be admitted into the Heaven Sword sect, one had to meet strict requirements, such as reaching the core condensation realm before the age of 15. As a 15-year-old who was only in the core formation stage, Bai Zihan didn't meet any of the requirements. He lacked both cultivation talent and hard work, two things the Heaven Sword sect valued. Make good use of this opportunity, Bai Xueqing said. Wait, what? Bai Zihan interrupted his sister, despite initially planning to just listen and get it over with. But this unexpected news left him questioning her. Just what kind of medicine had the Heaven Sword sect taken to suddenly accept him as a disciple? Sister, what do you mean that I have been admitted to the Heaven Sword sect? Bai Zihan asked. He knew that, with his talent and personality, there was no way the Heaven Sword sect would accept him. It is what it is. After this engagement with Zian, you are coming with us to the Heaven Sword sect. I hope you behave yourself there. Otherwise, even father won't be able to protect you from punishment. Bai Xueqing said. How is this possible? I don't meet any of the Heaven Sword sect's requirements. Bai Zihan protested. Humph. They made an exception because they know you have a Dao bone. Bai Xueqing replied, looking disgusted. She knew how Bai Zihan had obtained it, and in her opinion it was utterly disgraceful. Of course, outsiders didn't know that. Only a few high-ranking members of the Bai clan were aware. More importantly, being Chu Zian's fiancé helped. The elders of the Heaven Sword sect are already aware of the engagement and accepted their father's request for the two of you to be together. Of course, that wasn't all. Bai Tianheng must have sent plenty of bribes to the Heaven Sword sect as well. Additionally, being Bai Xueqing's brother helped, but she wouldn't admit that. Bai Zihan didn't know how to respond. It seemed like ever since he learned about his engagement to Chu Zian, everything had gone downhill for him. Of course, he wouldn't admit that most of it was due to his own behavior. His father was only making decisions he believed were best for his son. And lastly, I called you here for this reason. What? There's more. Bai Zihan groaned internally. He had already heard enough shocking news. Zian is being approached by other Bai clan boys. It seems the elders are making their moves. Bai Xueqing said. Oh. Hearing this, instead of getting angry, Bai Zihan felt a glimmer of hope. He hadn't expected to have allies within the Bai clan, though of course he understood their intentions. But as long as they succeeded, he would be free from this engagement. You need to stop them, Bai Xueqing ordered. Huh? Why? Bai Zihan asked. Why? You're her fiancé. What? You don't want to? Bai Xueqing glared coldly at him. It looked like a long lecture was incoming if he said no. Of course, I will as you say. Bai Zihan quickly agreed, knowing better than to argue with his sister. That's all. You may leave. Chu Zian stood in the Bai clan's garden, surrounded by ancient pavilions and a small artificial lake. The fragrance of blooming spirit lotuses drifted in the air, but her mood was anything but peaceful. It could have been the most peaceful place in the world, but that serenity was shattered by the presence of multiple individuals, primarily the Bai clan's male geniuses and their attendants, all flocking around Chu Zian. Ever since the talk with Bai Zihan, she had been approached by various Bai clan geniuses. Most of them were subtle in their intentions, expressing polite admiration, dropping hints about their own strengths, and trying to cancel her engagement with Bai Zihan. However, one person among them was neither subtle nor polite. Bai Jian, the undisputed most talented male of the younger Bai generation. Bai Jian was tall, handsome, and possessed an innate arrogance that came with knowing he was superior to almost everyone his age. Having already reached the golden core stage at just 17, he was considered one of the Bai clan's future pillars. Unlike the others who were merely probing, Bai Jian made his intentions clear. Miss Chu, you deserve better, Bai Jian stated. His voice carried confidence, as if he were merely stating a fact. Chu Zian arched an eyebrow, her expression unreadable. She had been dealing with this since yesterday, with them trying their best to persuade her to cancel the engagement with Bai Zihan. And you believe that better choice is you? Chu Zian asked, her tone indifferent. Of course, Bai Jian replied without hesitation. Everyone knows Bai Zihan is a disgrace to the Bai clan, a lazy, arrogant fool who has squandered all his opportunities. He has nothing, no talent, no discipline, no future. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. Do you think someone like him can protect you? Can he stand by your side? If anything, he will be the greatest burden of your life. Chu Zian wasn't too interested in what Bai Jian had to say, as she was already well aware of that. Perhaps that is precisely why she felt much more relieved to marry Bai Zihan than someone like Bai Jian. Bai Jian smirked. I can be your true partner, one who is worthy of standing beside you. You and I are alike, both blessed with talent, both destined for greatness. Bai Zihan is nothing but an obstacle. If you refuse this engagement and choose me instead, not only will you gain a powerful ally, but the Bai clan elders will also support the decision. Everyone wants you to be with someone who matches your worth. Bai Jian continued babbling about his greatness and how he was the only one worthy of Chu Zian while Bai Zihan wasn't. It might be somewhat true, as Bai Jian was a rare genius, and apart from Bai Xueqing, he could be said to be the greatest talent of his generation within the Bai clan. However, to Chu Zian it was worthless. After all, while talent like Bai Jian's was rare, it wasn't exactly difficult to find, especially in the Heaven Sword sect, where geniuses gathered. Moreover, compared to her own talent, Bai Jian was nothing noteworthy. She had already reached the nascent soul realm at 17. Young Master Bai, Chu Zian finally said, I will keep what you said a secret, but you are not allowed to insult my future husband. Refrain from saying that again and leave. She wasn't too concerned about Bai Jian insulting Bai Zihan, but wanted to use that as an excuse to chase away the nuisance. Bai Jian frowned. He hadn't expected to be rejected like this and refused to accept it. How could he, the genius of the Bai clan, be rejected while Bai Zihan, a mere waste, was accepted by someone like Chu Zian? Miss Chu Zian, please stop joking. Future husband? You don't seriously consider marrying that waste, do you? Bai Jian scoffed. Miss Chu Zian, you might not know, but Bai Zihan can only keep his position because of his engagement with you. As long as you agree to cancel the engagement with him and engage with me, the result will be the same. The Chu clan and Bai clan will still be united through our marriage. Bai Jian explained. Like all the others, he believed that the only reason Chu Zian had accepted the engagement with Bai Zihan was because the Chu clan sought a marriage alliance with the Bai clan. I don't need to, she replied. My engagement is already decided. Bai Jian's expression darkened, but he quickly masked his irritation with a smile. I see. You're bound by duty, he said smoothly, taking another step forward. But duty is not absolute. A marriage between two people should be based on compatibility, strength, and mutual respect. You and Bai Zihan have none of that. He reached out, as if to take her hand, but Chu Zian shifted slightly, evading his touch without making it obvious. Bai Jian's eyes flickered with something unreadable. Perhaps frustration, perhaps amusement. If you're worried about the Chu clan's interests, rest assured. The Bai clan elders will not only approve but will actively support our engagement. It seems like no matter what she says, Bai Jian will refuse to believe that Chu Zian would want to marry Bai Zihan. His persistence was beginning to grate on her nerves. She didn't show it, of course. Her face remained calm, her posture relaxed, but an unmistakable coldness seeped into her gaze. How troublesome. If Bai Jian only crossed the line, she could teach him a lesson like she had done with Bai Zihan. But she couldn't. Bai Jian was just pestering her. No good reason to beat him up. Where the hell is Bai Zihan? Shouldn't it be his responsibility to protect me from such problems? Chu Zian began to get angry as she remembered Bai Zihan, who had seemed to disappear after that conversation with her. If he were present, he could at least deter these people from casually approaching her. With his reputation as a bully and someone who doesn't care about the rules, he was the kind of person other members of the Bai clan didn't want to deal with. Is he intentionally avoiding me? Chu Zian thought. After all, she knew Bai Zihan didn't want to be engaged to her. It would make sense that Bai Zihan wouldn't interfere with Bai Jian and the others if they were doing something he desired. He might even encourage these Bai clan members to pester her more, in order to cancel the engagement. Just thinking about that, Chu Zian's anger grew. Not only because she, someone admired by many, was willingly getting engaged to him, but he also dared to think of her as some kind of burden. Many boys would be willing to do anything to marry someone as beautiful as her, and she had thought Bai Zihan would be no different. Who would have thought that he was actually planning to cancel the engagement, rather than begging her to stay? Bai Jian continued to pester her, relentlessly trying to convince Chu Zian to dissolve the engagement. Chu Zian grew increasingly annoyed and thought that maybe it was time to take more drastic action to make them stop bothering her. Just then, a voice echoed in the Bai clan's garden. What the hell are you all doing here? It was Bai Zihan's voice. Hearing Bai Zihan's voice, everyone turned toward the source. Bai Zihan stood at the entrance of the garden, his expression twisted in irritation. While others might see this as him being angry due to these Bai clan members approaching his fiancée, in reality he was angry because he, Bai Zihan, had to come here to help Chu Zian. His presence, while not particularly domineering, carried a certain arrogance, though those who knew him understood it was just his usual attitude. Chu Zian glanced at him, her expression unreadable. So he finally decided to show up. Huh. Chu Zian was certain that Bai Zihan wouldn't show up at all. Yet he did, which added some points in her opinion, although that would be until she learned that Bai Zihan was forced by his sister. Bai clan members began to flatter him at his presence, with some already fleeing the scene, wanting nothing to do with the problematic child of the Bai clan. Others were also planning to do the same. It's like he's some kind of plague. Chu Zian thought when she saw many of those people who had been pestering her run away at the speed of light. The people she had difficulty trying to chase away were immediately leaving at the mere presence of Bai Zihan. Although that could just show how bad a reputation and personality Bai Zihan had, at the moment, she felt good about this trait of his. Bai Jian, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes slightly. Zihan, I was just speaking with your fiancé, Bai Jian said with a smirk. Although he didn't like dealing with Bai Zihan most of the time, today wasn't a situation where he could easily back down. Ha! Bai Zihan sounded irritated as he looked around. And I reckon that you all are here for the same reason as well? Bai Zihan said as he glared at them. They didn't know what to say and merely nodded in agreement. Sigh. He didn't sigh because of their answer. Rather, even with so many people gathered here, Bai Zihan knew that they had failed. Just looking at Chu Zian's face, Bai Zihan knew that they could never succeed in seducing her even if he gave them 3 years. She looked more like she was ready to beat them up, just as she had beaten him years ago, rather than someone who could fall in love. Useless, he thought. If so, then you should all leave. Bai Zihan directly commanded them as if he owned the Bai clan's garden. Bai Jian turned toward Bai Zihan with a composed smile. Ah, Zihan, no need to be so aggressive, Bai Jian said smoothly. We were merely having a friendly conversation. After all, Miss Chu is going to be part of our Bai clan. Isn't it only natural for us to get to know her better? Some of the other Bai clan geniuses nodded in agreement, feigning innocence. Cut the bullshit, Jen, Bai Zihan said coldly. I know exactly what you're all thinking. A brief silence fell over the group. Bai Zihan let out a low chuckle. I don't care what fantasies you have, but let me give you a piece of advice. Leave it alone while I'm still being nice. Bai Zihan didn't want to deal with them anymore, and if he didn't help Chu Zian while they were still harassing Chu Zian, then he knew that he would be called again by Shueching. Since that was the case and these useless fools weren't going to succeed anyway, he wanted them to give up right then and there to avoid wasting his time. What? Still not going? Bai Zihan asked, now visibly annoyed by the lack of obedience from these people. One should know that he, Bai Zihan, was always domineering in the Bai clan, and no matter how strong one was, they had to listen to him. Just because you think my position is unstable, you want to be disobedient, Bai Zihan thought. Ha! Just because I have been behaving particularly well these days, you now think that you can go against me. Lies! Everyone thought as Bai Zihan lied through his teeth about being on his best behavior. If he had truly been on his best behavior, he wouldn't have made trouble for those Heaven Sword sect disciples. Especially you, Bai Jian. I don't think you've forgotten. Have you? Bai Jian's fingers curled slightly, but he kept his face calm. I have no idea what you're talking about, Bai Jian replied nervously. Oh? Maybe I should remind you, Bai Zihan said, tilting his head. Don't you remember begging me to spare you? And I did, on the condition that you'd obey whatever I said. What? Have you forgotten already? The surrounding Bai clan members stiffened as they all knew what Bai Zihan was talking about. Even Chu Zian raised an eyebrow as she wasn't aware of such an interesting thing. Bai Jian's eyes darkened, but he kept himself composed. That was a long time ago, Bai Jian yelled as his hand trembled. Was it? Just a little boy who got a bit stronger, and now you think you can go against me? Bai Zihan said, poking a finger against Bai Jian's forehead. Bai Jian's jaw tightened. Indeed, he was once just a boy who was thoroughly bullied and humiliated by Bai Zihan. Of course, it wasn't just him. Perhaps almost every Bai clan member of his generation had suffered at least once at the hands of Bai Zihan. Before cultivation, Bai Zihan was much stronger than others, and talent didn't matter much because all of them couldn't cultivate. But Bai Zihan had always been the heir and, as such, wielded much more authority than others. It didn't help that he was nurtured well due to being the heir and also because of his doting mother, who spared no resources to help him since birth. The Bai clan's younger generation, knew that Bai Zihan was the heir and someone that they had to listen to. Therefore, Bai Zihan could do whatever he wanted to them, and during that period they were indeed helpless against Bai Zihan, to the point that they are still scared of Bai Zihan to this day. They might be powerful, much more powerful than Bai Zihan, but their mental scars made them fear Bai Zihan, despite them insulting and backbiting him in his absence. This was especially true for Bai Jian, who had likely suffered the most under Bai Zihan's hand. While Bai Zihan didn't always resort to violence, he treated the Bai clan members like servants, often pushing them around, and Bai Jian, in particular, found himself blamed for things he hadn't done. Things that were actually Bai Zihan's fault. This treatment was what drove Bai Jian to work relentlessly to escape Bai Zihan's bullying and the suffering that came with it. It was also the reason why he became obsessed with the position of heir, so that one day, Bai Zihan would understand the pain of losing everything and suffering like he did. Zihan, don't think you can threaten me like before. I'm not that same person anymore. I've changed, Bai Jian declared, his voice firm with newfound resolve. This time, I'll overcome my trauma. In the past, he would have been too afraid, his instinct forcing him to bow down before Bai Zihan due to the scars of his previous humiliation. Even now, deep down, he knew he was stronger than he used to be, but the memories of his torment would have usually made him hesitate. But today something had shifted. Bai Jian felt a surge of courage he hadn't felt in years. The time had come for him to finally confront the shadows of his past and break free from the chains that Bai Zihan had once wrapped around him. Bai Zihan raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a smirk as he heard Bai Jian's declaration. "Oh, you've changed? Interesting." Bai Zihan, his voice dripping with amusement, as if the mere idea of Bai Jian standing up to him was laughable. Although Bai Zihan was aware that Bai Jian had high cultivation and could easily defeat him in a direct battle previously, it was a different story now considering that he had cultivated the primordial chaos body. Even if that weren't the case, he didn't believe Bai Jian could actually dare to harm him. He had 1,001 methods to make Bai Jian submit using all sorts of means. Of course, that wasn't necessary now that he has a powerful body. For a moment, the entire garden fell into silence, the tension thick in the air. Every Bai clan member stood still, knowing they couldn't afford to offend either of them. At the same time, many secretly hoped that the two would fight and destroy each other, giving them a chance at the heir position. With Bai Zihan and Bai Jian around, the others had little to no hope of claiming that position for themselves. "So, you plan to continue disobeying me, Jian?" he asked, his tone sharp, as though daring Bai Jian to answer. Bai Jian's fists clenched at his sides. His mind screamed at him to stand firm, to finally take control of his own destiny. But as the weight of Bai Zihan's gaze bore down on him, a part of him instinctively recoiled. He had been bullied by this very person for years, humiliated, broken down. It wasn't so easy to erase those memories. At first, his throat felt dry, but then, mustering all the courage he could, he said, "That's right. You, Bai Zihan, don't get to dictate what I should do." Bai Jian's voice was steady, but his gaze flickered briefly, uncertain. At first, Bai Jian trembled slightly, perhaps out of fear. This was the first time he had openly opposed Bai Zihan. But the moment the words left his mouth, a sense of relief washed over him, quickly replaced by newfound confidence. That's right. There's no need to fear Bai Zihan. He's just a bully abusing his position. Beyond that, he has no real power. Bai Jian thought as he felt that the trauma that has been haunting him for years is finally coming to an end. Haha. Bai Zihan laughed, as though finding his uncertainty amusing. Is that so? He stepped forward, closing the gap between them with casual ease, his steps light yet purposeful. As he stood face to face with Bai Jian, Bai Zihan looked down at him, his smile widening. "You know, Jian," he said with a gleam in his eye, "I find it amusing that you think you can disobey me, but let me remind you of something very important." Before Bai Jian could react, Bai Zihan's hand shot out, fast and firm, slapping him across the face. Slap! The sharp sound of the strike echoed in the garden, silencing even the wind. Even Chu Zian, who had been watching the entire exchange, was surprised by Bai Zihan's sudden and unexpected slap. Bai Jian staggered slightly, the sting of the slap burning his cheek. His eyes widened in shock, and for a moment, he almost thought that he was dreaming or something. Bai Zihan stood tall before him, his presence overwhelming, his eyes burning with authority. "Remember this, Jian," he said coldly, his eyes staring right at Bai Jian. "I am the future leader of the Bai clan, and I don't have time for disobedient fools who think they can disobey, now or in the future." Bai Zihan declared, a clear warning to Bai Jian and also to the others present. Bai Zihan's sudden action surprised them and, at the same time, sent a shiver of fear through the crowd. It wasn't that the slap itself was particularly strong, but the sheer audacity of the act, the way Bai Zihan struck Bai Jian without hesitation, was a chilling reminder of his past behavior. Many had thought that, due to his low cultivation talent, Bai Zihan would finally lay low and avoid making enemies, especially with his position at risk. Without the protection of his heir status, continuing to offend others could very well lead to his downfall. But Bai Zihan was still the same Bai Zihan, a bully who didn't think twice before slapping even someone like Bai Jian. "Know that this slap is not only for disobeying me but also for speaking those foolish words," Bai Zihan said arrogantly. The other Bai clan members, who had been watching with bated breath, let out a collective sigh of relief. At least it was Bai Jian who got slapped by Bai Zihan and not them. But as Bai Jian stood there, the sting of the slap still fresh on his cheek, he couldn't believe it. He, who had cultivated tirelessly and became the second strongest in the clan, had just been slapped in the face, by a so-called waste. Perhaps he could have accepted it if it had been by Shueching. But Bai Zihan? Although he had endured it in the past, he was a different man today. At least, that's what he wanted to believe. Bai Zihan! Bai Jian growled angrily as he glared at Bai Zihan, although a flicker of nervousness remained. His instincts screaming at him to submit, there was also anger and determination burning in his eyes. How dare you slap me? Do you think you can get away with this just because you're the heir? Bai Jian snapped. You only got away with your actions in the past because you were the heir. But with your lack of talent, there's no way you can hold onto that position for long. Don't think I will still endure whatever you do like before. Bai Jian's aura flared as he prepared to strike Bai Zihan. The gathered Bai clan members gasped. Should we stop him? Zihan is too weak. He might die if Jian attacks him with full power. Oh no! Jian is serious. He's really going to strike Zihan. Worry spread through the crowd. Although many didn't like Bai Zihan and would have loved to see him suffer, killing a fellow clan member, especially the heir, would have dire consequences. But even if they wanted to stop Bai Jian, they were too far away, and too weak compared to him. Chu Zian also moved, intending to interfere. If Bai Jian really struck Bai Zihan with his golden core cultivation, he could kill him. However, just as she was about to step in, she caught sight of Bai Zihan's confident smile. She halted in her tracks. Does he have some kind of trump card? Chu Zian wondered. As the heir of the Bai clan, Bai Zihan must have some life-saving artifact or another hidden trick up his sleeve. Since Bai Zihan was the one who had slapped Bai Jian first, and Bai Jian was merely reacting, she decided not to interfere, just in case she ended up ruining Bai Zihan's plan. Besides, knowing Bai Zihan's reputation, she had never heard about him suffering any real setbacks. In the moment of his anger, Bai Jian forgot to control his strength and launched himself at Bai Zihan with full force. Only at the last second did he realize what he was doing. Oh no! Bai Jian tried to suppress his strength, but it was already too late. His fist, containing the chi of the Golden Core realm, was heading straight for Bai Zihan, who stood there without moving an inch. Everyone watching held their breath, expecting Bai Zihan to be sent flying, perhaps even crippled on the spot. But then, thud, a single hand rose, fingers closing around Bai Jian's fist in an effortless grip. Bai Zihan, whom everyone had believed to be weak, had just completely stopped Bai Jian's full-powered punch. Silence fell over the garden. The Bai clan members stared in stunned disbelief. Even Chu Zian, who had refrained from interfering due to her suspicions, felt her heart jolt. What? She knew Bai Zihan's strength better than most. He was weak. His cultivation was shallow compared to theirs, and his body was even frailier. He had never been one to train physically. And yet, he had just stopped Bai Jian's full-force punch, despite Bai Jian being in the Golden Core stage. It was one thing to barely withstand or survive the blow, but Bai Zihan hadn't even taken a single step back, despite being only at the core formation stage. There was a two-major realm difference between them. Even a core condensation realm cultivator might not have been able to stop Bai Jian's punch. Bai Jian, the second strongest of their generation, stood frozen, his arm trembling. His mind couldn't process what had just happened. He caught it. Just a second ago, Bai Jian had feared that he might accidentally cripple or kill Bai Zihan. Now he had completely forgotten about that, overwhelmed by shock. His attack had been effortlessly stopped by Bai Zihan of all people. No, that's impossible. Before Bai Jian could fully register his shock, Bai Zihan's grip tightened around his fist. Is that all? Bai Zihan asked, while his expression remained unchanged. Internally, he was both excited and pleased with how powerful his body had become. In that moment, he felt that all the pain he had endured was worth it. Of course, he didn't show the satisfaction on his face as he still needed to deal with Bai Jian. Bai Jian's pupils shrank as the reality of the situation sank in. Bai Zihan, whom he thought he could easily handle, had effortlessly blocked his attack. In the next instant, bang! A powerful kick struck Bai Jian directly in the stomach. Arg! Bai Jian's body lurched backward violently, his feet leaving the ground as he was sent flying. He crashed onto the stone pavement, coughing as pain exploded through his abdomen. Normally, he could have reacted in time and dodged such an attack, but he was too mentally shaken by the sheer absurdity of the situation. Of course, while Bai Zihan's kick was painful, it hadn't dealt any serious injuries. After all, Bai Jian was still a golden core cultivator, while Bai Zihan didn't use any qi. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Bai Jian, the mighty genius of the Bai clan, had just been kicked to the ground like an insect. And the one who did it was Bai Zihan, the supposed waste. You should think twice before trying this kind of shit again, Bai Zihan said arrogantly, dusting off his robes. His blood-red eyes swept across the gathered clan members, his tone filled with lazy contempt. What? Still watching? He asked sharply. It had been quite a while since he had ordered them to leave, yet they were still here, testing his patience. Not wanting to anger Bai Zihan further, the other Bai clan members quickly obeyed and began to disperse. However, what had happened at that moment was etched into their memories. They couldn't forget the sight of Bai Zihan stopping Bai Jian's punch. Many speculated whether Bai Zihan had relied on his own strength or used some mysterious artifact. Most believed the latter, as that was the only explanation that made sense. Of course, if they were as powerful as Chu Zian, they would have known that Bai Zihan had used no artifact. It was purely his own power. Bai Jian slowly stood up, now the only other Bai clan member left apart from Bai Zihan. He stared at Bai Zihan with a mix of contempt and confusion. But one thing was clear, he no longer had the courage to attack again. It would be humiliating to attack twice only to fail again. More than that, the confidence he had gathered to overcome his trauma and stand up to Bai Zihan had been crushed. That familiar fear, which had tormented him years ago, was creeping back into his heart. What? Want to go again? Bai Zihan asked unreservedly, his tone laced with anger. He didn't care about Bai Jian whether now or in the past. He was already irritated that Bai Jian had dared to defy him, and he had mercifully spared him. Of course, in reality, this was merely Bai Zihan's arrogance speaking. To others, it could be said that this was simply his karma. His past cruelty coming back to bite him, although it didn't quite work well. It was like the devil proclaiming himself to be a saint. But regardless of perspective, one fact remained: Bai Jian could do nothing now. To save himself from further embarrassment, especially in front of Chu Zian, he merely glared at Bai Zihan one last time before leaving. Bai Zihan watched Bai Jian's retreating figure, and only then did he finally turn his gaze to Chu Zian, who was still staring at him. Her intense gaze made him shiver slightly. What? Bai Zihan asked. When did you become this strong? Chu Zian asked, her voice laced with suspicion. Huh? Can't I train? Do you think that only a genius like yourself can grow stronger? Bai Zihan scoffed. He didn't think there was any need to explain his strength. After all, while his improvement was significant, it wasn't at a level that would make people too suspicious. Most would simply assume that his parents had spent valuable resources to strengthen his body using medicinal pills. Having settled everything, Bai Zihan was finally free to do what he wanted. Well, at least until his engagement. In any case, now that he was done dealing with Bai Jian and others, he was craving something to eat. Luo Qing, ask the head chef to make me some fried chicken, Bai Zihan said. Luo Qing quickly nodded and went to inform the kitchen about Bai Zihan's request. Thanks to Bai Zihan's teachings, the chefs were now able to recreate many of the dishes he had introduced. Fried chicken? What's that? Chu Zian, who had been lost in thought about Bai Zihan's newfound strength, was suddenly distracted by the unfamiliar words. Although she was curious about how Bai Zihan had improved so much in such a short time, she wasn't as obsessed with power as most people. Otherwise, with her talent, she could have remained in the sect, cultivating day and night, and would have achieved far more than she had now. In any case, when she heard Bai Zihan mention fried chicken, her curiosity was piqued. What kind of dish was it that the young master of the Bai clan favored? She assumed it must be some kind of fancy name for the meat of a bird-type monster or something similar. Hee, how about you come with me and try it? I'm sure you'll like it, Bai Zihan said with a grin. He was certain that someone like Chu Zian wouldn't have eaten something like fried chicken. Sure, Chu Zian agreed. Now that all those annoying people had been dealt with, she had nothing better to do. Luo Qing quickly returned to inform Bai Zihan that the head chef had begun preparing the dish. "Master, the food will be ready soon," she said softly, keeping her head slightly lowered. Bai Zihan gave a satisfied nod. "Good. Let's go to the dining hall then." With that, he turned to Chu Zian and gestured for her to follow. She did so without hesitation, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Luo Qing trailed behind them, as always, maintaining a quiet presence. The dining hall of the Bai clan was grand, with intricately carved wooden pillars and golden lanterns casting a warm glow over the room. The long dining table was already set, and before long servants arrived, carefully placing down plates filled with golden, crispy pieces of fried chicken. Chu Zian's nose twitched as she caught the unfamiliar yet enticing aroma. The rich, savory scent mixed with a slight crispiness in the air made her stomach grumble before she could stop it. She frowned slightly, feeling embarrassed, but Bai Zihan smirked. "Hey, don't hold back. You'll regret it if you don't try." Without waiting for a reply, he picked up a piece with his hands, ignoring the chopsticks on the side, and took a bite. A loud crunch echoed through the hall as the crisp outer layer shattered in his mouth, revealing the tender and juicy meat inside. "Humph, what could make me feel hungry just from the smell alone?" Chu Zian thought. She, for one, didn't believe that fried chicken was just some normal dish. Such simple foods were meant for poor mortals. For Bai clan members and Chu clan members, only the meat of spirit beasts and rare delicacies like enlightenment tea were worthy of their status. She reached for a piece, still feeling a bit skeptical, but as soon as she took a bite, her eyes widened. The outer layer was crispy and flavorful, seasoned with a mix of herbs and spices she couldn't even recognize, while the inside was soft and juicy. The contrast of textures, along with the burst of rich umami flavor, made her pause in surprise. "This," she mumbled, quickly taking another bite before she could even finish her sentence. Bai Zihan laughed. "Good, right? Compared to the bland food in this world, a simple fried chicken is 10 times better," Bai Zihan thought. Chu Zian didn't even answer as she was too busy eating. The meal continued, with Bai Zihan eating at a relaxed pace while Chu Zian, despite trying to maintain her elegance, clearly couldn't resist reaching for more. Once they were finished, Chu Zian wiped her mouth and finally leaned back with a satisfied sigh. "I admit this is good. I've never had anything like it before," Chu Zian said, attempting to regain her elegance, though it was already too late, given how eagerly she had been devouring the fried chicken. "Of course," Bai Zihan said smugly. "This is the cuisine of Earth. How could you have had anything like this?" Chu Zian would normally do something about Bai Zihan's smug face, but today, she let him have his moment. It was indeed something out of this world. She also realized that fried chicken wasn't made from the meat of a spirit beast. After all, if it were, her cultivation would have advanced at least a little. It was just a normal chicken that mortals ate. However, the taste was heavenly, so much so that she craved more. "Just where have you been hiding something like this?" Chu Zian asked, staring at Bai Zihan and demanding an answer. "Ahem. Of course, this was entirely the creation of this young master. Sorry, whoever invented fried chicken on Earth." Bai Zihan shamelessly took the credit, though he felt a bit guilty. However, in this world he was the first to introduce it, so it wasn't exactly a lie. "Oh? Really?" Chu Zian asked skeptically. After all, Bai Zihan was a lazy young master of the Bai clan. How could he have found the time to create something so delicious? "True," Bai Zihan insisted. Is he telling the truth?" Chu Zian, still unconvinced, directed her question to Luo Qing. "It is true, Lady Chu. Young master taught the chefs how to make this fried chicken," Luo Qing confirmed. "Not only this, there's also steak, something called ramen, and many other delicious foods the young master has introduced to the kitchen." Luo Qing spoke enthusiastically, unable to hide her excitement. Her praise was genuine. Her most cherished time of the day was now when she got to eat these dishes. Chu Zian carefully observed Luo Qing's expression. Judging from the genuine praise in her voice, she wasn't lying. Though it was still hard to believe that Bai Zihan had created such out-of-this-world dishes, she was now more interested in something else. Other dishes? Are they as delicious as this fried chicken? Yes. Then I must try them. As you say, Lady Chu. Luo Qing quickly went to inform the kitchen to prepare the other dishes. Bai Zihan stared at Chu Zian, amazed that she still wasn't full after devouring so much fried chicken. However, he was smart enough not to question a lady about her appetite. Soon enough, an array of dishes that Bai Zihan had previously taught the cooks was placed in front of Chu Zian. Without hesitation, she began eating heartily, just as she had with the fried chicken. By the time Chu Zian had finished eating, 5 empty plates were stacked on the table. All of them hers. Ugh, she's more gluttonous than me. Even Bai Zihan, a self-proclaimed food lover, was surprised that someone as thin as Chu Zian had finished 5 plates of food. Delicious! I never thought food could be this good. Bai Zihan, you must give me one of your chefs, Chu Zian declared. After experiencing such flavors, the idea of returning to bland cultivation pills and tasteless meals seemed unbearable. Yeah, you can take one if you like, Bai Zihan answered straightforwardly. There were many chefs who knew how to make these dishes, so giving one away wouldn't make much of a difference to him. As long as she offered good compensation, most chefs would be more than willing to follow her. It seems like marrying you isn't such a bad idea after all. Chu Zian smirked. Bai Zihan suddenly regretted his decision. The more she enjoyed herself, the less likely she was to break off the engagement. Still, looking at it from another perspective, if the marriage was inevitable, at least keeping her happy meant he would suffer less. The grand halls of the Bai estate stood as a beacon of power and influence, its towering pillars adorned with golden dragons and crimson phoenixes, symbolizing the union that was about to take place. The engagement of Bai Zihan and Chu Zian had become the most talked-about event in White Cloud City, drawing the attention of the entire Desolate Heaven Empire. At one of the most crowded tea houses in White Cloud City, merchants, scholars, and commoners alike gathered, their voices blending into a chaotic hum of excitement and disbelief. Did you hear? The Bai clan is holding the grandest engagement ceremony in decades. A tea house owner leaned over the counter, speaking in a hushed but excited voice. Of course, who hasn't heard? A customer scoffed. But what I can't understand is why Lady Chu Zian, a once-in-a-generation genius, is marrying Bai Zihan of all people. Aya, you're looking at it the wrong way. An older man stroked his beard and shook his head. It's not about love. It's about power. The Bai and Chu clans together would be unstoppable. Who cares if Bai Zihan is a waste? His family background alone makes it worth it. TCH, this is ridiculous. A guy like Bai Zihan doesn't deserve someone like Chu Zian. Another customer sneered. It was clear that many were dissatisfied that someone like Chu Zian was getting engaged to Bai Zihan. In a way, it was similar to the engagement between Bai Xueqing and her ex-fiancé. But this time, Bai Zihan had someone with extremely powerful backing, unlike Bai Xueqing's ex-fiancé. Even a phoenix like Lady Chu Zian has fallen into Bai Zihan's hands. If not for his background, how could someone like him marry her? Even I am more worthy than that trash. Lady Chu is going to suffer at his hands. Alas, it seems that even a genius like Chu Zian couldn't escape her fate. People knew that the engagement between the two wasn't because of mutual love. In fact, they doubted that there was a single woman in the empire who could love Bai Zihan, given his reputation. They all believed it was purely an alliance between the two clans, with Chu Zian as the sacrifice. If Bai Zihan knew what they were saying, he would likely cough up blood. Not only had he been forced into this engagement, but now people thought Chu Zian was the one being forced to marry him. Regardless, both mortals and cultivators shared the same sentiment. Chu Zian was pitiful to be engaged to the infamous Bai Zihan. The Bai clan, however, had gone to great lengths to ensure the event reflected their standing in the empire. They wanted the world to know that the Bai and Chu clans were uniting through marriage, a stark warning to their enemies that provoking one clan meant provoking the other. Golden lanterns lined the roads, red silk banners fluttered in the wind, and an immense spiritual array enveloped the estate, casting a divine radiance that showcased their prestige. Inside the Bai estate's grand hall, lavish tables overflowed with exotic delicacies, the finest wines and fragrant teas. Yet, more than the extravagant setting, it was the presence of powerful figures that made this engagement a political spectacle rather than a mere celebration. This was no simple engagement, it was an event that could shift the balance of power in the empire. Among the distinguished guests were the heads of rival clans, powerful sects, and even a representative of the imperial family. The Bai clan, one of the three great clans of the empire, had long been a dominant force. Despite whispers of their decline, their foundation remained solid. And with the emergence of a genius like Bai Xueqing, their future seemed secure once more. Bai Zihan's father, Bai Tianheng, presided over the event, his gaze sharp as he observed the gathered nobles. By his side stood Bai Xueqing. Her mere presence was enough to capture the attention of many men in the hall. With Bai Xueqing having broken off her engagement, it was now the perfect opportunity for them to try to win her favor. Not only a peerless beauty of the Bai clan, but a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. On the opposite side of the hall sat the Chu clan, their demeanor calm but authoritative. Chu Xing, the Chu clan patriarch, exuded an aura of quiet intimidation, his strict and calculating nature evident in every movement. Beside him sat Madame Lan, Chu Xian's mother, who, despite her age, still possessed a striking and graceful beauty. The two of them were the most worried about their daughter, who had taken matters into her own hands by deciding to marry the infamous Bai Zihan. Now that the engagement was finally being announced to the world, they couldn't help but scrutinize their future son-in-law. Bai Zihan sat lazily in his seat at the center of the hall, draped in an opulent robe embroidered with golden dragons. His features were undeniably handsome, sharp, well-defined, and exuding the natural elegance of nobility. Yet, despite his striking appearance, no one in the hall looked at him with admiration. If anything, their gazes were filled with a mix of contempt and disgust. Bai Zihan had always been an enigma within the Bai clan. Heir to one of the most powerful clans in the empire, blessed with wealth and privilege beyond measure. Yet, when it came to cultivation, he was an utter disgrace. Compared to his sister Bai Xueqing, a once-in-a-thousand-years genius, Bai Zihan was nothing short of a joke. His cultivation was embarrassingly low for someone of his lineage, barely reaching a level that would be considered passable even among minor noble families. Had it only been his weak cultivation, perhaps he would have been pitied. But Bai Zihan had ensured that he was despised across the empire. A notorious troublemaker, he had spent his years bullying weaker cultivators, harassing women, and stirring up conflict wherever he went. He had no respect for elders, disregarded clan traditions, and acted as if the world revolved around him. There were countless rumors of him abusing his authority, using his father's name to get his way, and suppressing those who offended him. Though he had been surprisingly quiet today, those who knew him doubted he had changed. A leopard never changes its spots, after all. Meanwhile, Chu Xian, the star of the engagement, sat with a poised elegance. Dressed in a flowing purple gown embroidered with silver phoenixes, she exuded both grace and an untouchable coldness, her expression unreadable. She was constantly approached, by both men and women, offering words of encouragement, all with looks of pity. Chu Xian could only shake her head. She knew they were misunderstanding the situation. But given Bai Zihan's reputation, she understood why they pitied her. They all think that she is walking into the tiger's den, doomed to a life of suffering. One of the Bai clan's greatest rivals, the Li clan, was seated with stiff expressions, their presence heavy with hostility. Li Jianhong, their battle-hardened patriarch, had led his strongest elders to this event, each one an elite cultivator. They had also brought in some of their greatest geniuses of the clan. Seated among them was Li Feng, the heir and probably the most talented person of Li clan. Unlike Bai Zihan, Li Feng had a solid reputation and was considered one of the most talented in the empire. Of course, even though he was talented, he was still nowhere near Bai Xueqing, who had already reached the nascent soul realm at the age of 16. Li Feng's sharp features and smug expression made it clear. He had not come to celebrate but to ridicule. He had been eyeing Chu Zian with a lecherous gaze, his expression twisted with inappropriate intent. At the same time, he cast a look of disdain toward Bai Zihan, though he made a half-hearted attempt to conceal his contempt. Then next to the Li clan, there was the last of the three great clan of Desolate Heaven Empire. If the Li clan represented raw military strength, then the Zhao clan embodied political cunning. Their patriarch, Zhao Wutian, was a man of shrewd intellect and dangerous ambition. He sat with a relaxed arrogance, his eyes gleaming with amusement as he observed the unfolding event. Beside him were also some of the strongest elders of Zhao clan along with their geniuses. The Zhao clan rarely acted openly, preferring to weave their influence through intrigue and sabotage. But it was one of the younger generations from the Zhao clan who had come to the forefront. Zhao Chun, the heir to the Zhao clan, a young man whose brilliance and ruthlessness were becoming well known throughout the empire, was seated beside Li Feng. Though still young, Zhao Chun exuded an intimidating presence. His eyes were sharp, calculating, and he exuded the same dangerous ambition his father did, though in a more subtle, backdoor manner. Zhao Chun glanced at Li Feng, his lips curling into a faint smile. Leaning in, he whispered quietly, "It's time." Li Feng's eyes glinted with understanding. He nodded, his expression turning cold and calculating. Without missing a beat, he stood up and raised his voice for all to hear. "Humph! The mighty Bai clan has truly fallen if they're forcing Lady Chu into marrying a good-for-nothing like Bai Zihan." Li Feng sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. His words were intentional, loud enough to echo in the hall, meant to provoke. Li Feng was confident because, with the backing of both the Li and Zhao clans, he knew there would be no repercussions for his insults. The crowd erupted into murmurs. Some were surprised by Li Feng's audacity, while others wore expressions of expectation, knowing that something like this would likely happen. After all, how could the Zhao and Li clans quietly watch as their rival gained another powerful ally through marriage? It was no secret that the Zhao and Li clans had their own plans to embarrass the Bai clan. Even if they couldn't stop the engagement, it was clear they would do everything in their power to humiliate Bai Zihan. Chu Zian's expression darkened, while Bai Zihan clenched his fists under the table. "This bastard! I don't even want this engagement. And now I'm getting humiliated for it." Bai Zihan didn't care much about the insults hurled his way, but it was frustrating to hear people think he was the one forcing the marriage when, in reality, it was the other way around. And of course, he knew who the person making trouble was: Li Feng. This trash. Bai Zihan wasn't afraid, especially considering that Li Feng was no slouch, a powerful and talented cultivator from the Li clan. He would have been more concerned if the opponent was a lower-ranked cultivator trying to stop the engagement and claim Chu Zian as his own. After all, that was the typical trope for the protagonist. But Li Feng insulting him? That was the plot of the villain, and Bai Zihan had no qualms about teaching him a lesson. But before Bai Zihan could respond, a cold voice sliced through the air like a blade. "Oh? Since when did the Li clan have a say in my marriage?" The temperature in the room seemed to drop as Chu Zian's phoenix-like eyes locked onto Li Feng, her gaze filled with danger. Li Feng faltered for a moment but quickly regained his composure. "I'm merely stating facts, Lady Chu. Everyone knows Bai Zihan is a waste. Why not choose someone more fitting?" Li Feng was clearly insinuating himself as the better choice, and indeed, when compared to Bai Zihan, he considered himself a far more suitable candidate to marry Chu Zian. Bai Zihan rolled his eyes. This idiot wants to marry Chu Zian. Bai Zihan thought about how ridiculous the idea was. Though it might make him happy if Chu Zian agreed, he knew there was no chance of that happening. She was already against marrying someone other than him from the Bai clan, especially to avoid crossing Bai Xueqing. Marrying into the Li or Zhao clan would be an even worse betrayal, one that would alienate her from her family and make her enemies with the Bai clan, particularly Bai Xueqing. "Oh? Then who is someone more fitting?" Chu Zian asked with a sneer, her voice laced with both curiosity and disdain. She already knew Li Feng was referring to himself, but she decided to ask him anyway. Of course, it's me, Li Feng said with a smirk. Chu Zian, I've admired you for many years, and I can't hide my feelings for you any longer. Especially when you're about to marry someone unworthy like Bai Zihan. You deserve better. Whether his feelings were genuine or not, Li Feng's intention was clear. He hoped to derail the engagement. If trouble arose, the Li clan could always make excuses, claiming that the impetuousness of youth had driven him to rash decisions. Humph! Chu Zian responded coldly. Young Master Li, you're thinking too highly of yourself. If you believe you can match my talent, then I'm sorry to be blunt, but you're still lacking. She shot back without hesitation, her words like a sharpened blade. Though Li Feng might have seemed a better match for her in terms of status when it came to cultivation, he was still far behind. Chu Zian saw no need to sugarcoat it. After all, the Li clan had been a constant obstacle to the Chu clan's interests, and Li Feng had already shown his rudeness. There was no reason for her to hold back any longer. Li Feng's face flushed with embarrassment as Chu Zian's words hit their mark. His pride had taken a sharp blow, but he was not one to back down easily. His smirk faltered, replaced with a thinly veiled fury as he glared at Chu Zian. Humph! Li Feng scoffed, trying to regain some semblance of composure. You might think I'm lacking, but let me remind you, compared to Bai Zihan, I'm still 10 times the man he'll ever be. His voice was louder now, tinged with both arrogance and frustration, meant to be heard by all. He knows that he can't challenge Chu Zian, but he could take a shot at Bai Zihan, and that was his plan as well. He hadn't expected Chu Zian to become so protective of the engagement, though. Her words and actions had caught him off guard, but even though this wasn't part of his initial calculation, he wasn't about to back down now. He would press forward with his plan and find another way to provoke Bai Zihan. He looked directly at Bai Zihan, his eyes filled with disdain. Bai Zihan is nothing more than a disappointment, someone who has no place in the circle of true cultivators. You, Lady Chu, deserve better than this. Marrying him will only tarnish your own reputation. Li Feng paused, letting his words settle into the atmosphere. He wasn't done yet. With a mocking glance at Bai Zihan, he made his next move. I challenge you, Bai Zihan. If you think you're so worthy, then prove it. Let's settle this once and for all. A duel. If you win, I'll accept that you deserve Lady Chu's hand. But if I win, then the engagement ends, and Lady Chu will be free to choose someone far more deserving. The room grew tense as all eyes turned to Bai Zihan. The challenge had been thrown, and there was no going back now. The crowd murmured, waiting to see how Bai Zihan would respond. Would he accept or would he walk away? Knowing Bai Zihan's strength, many thought that he would probably avoid the fight since he wouldn't win at all. Bai Zihan's fists tightened under the table, his jaw clenched. He wasn't surprised by Li Feng's challenge, but the audacity of the man still grated on his nerves. Li Feng might have thought he could humiliate him, but Bai Zihan wasn't going to let him get away with it so easily. Li Feng, who do you think you are to make trouble in the Bai clan? Bai Xueqing's voice rang out with an air of arrogance and dominance. Your opinion is irrelevant here, and if you want to challenge someone, how about I accompany you? Bai Xueqing said. Li Feng was flustered. He had never expected Chu Zian to be so against him, breaking off an engagement with a waste like Bai Zihan, and now even Bai Xueqing was getting involved. His plan was simply to fight Bai Zihan, and knowing Bai Zihan's short temper, he was confident that he would succeed. But who could have predicted that before Bai Zihan even spoke a word? First Chu Zian and then Bai Xueqing would respond to his threat. Him fighting Bai Xueqing? What was the difference between that and suicide? Even with his arrogance, he knew better than to challenge Bai Xueqing, who was already known as the strongest in their generation. Li Feng was caught off guard for a moment but quickly turned to Zhao Chun, his expression practically begging for assistance. The Zhao clan usually preferred to operate from the shadows, but in this case, there was no need to. Everyone knew about the Zhao and Li family's alliance, and it was no secret that they opposed the Bai and Chu clans' engagement. Zhao Chun, who had been watching quietly, finally spoke, his voice calm and composed. Miss Bai, there's no need to escalate things. He smiled faintly, his tone ever so reasonable. Li Feng merely spoke from the heart. He has feelings for Lady Chu, strong ones at that. Watching the woman he admires being engaged to another, especially someone he believes unworthy, is not an easy thing. His words were smooth and unhostile. They painted Li Feng as a man hopelessly in love rather than an arrogant troublemaker. He simply wishes for a chance. A duel. Nothing more. Zhao Chun continued, his tone gentle yet firm. If Bai Zihan wins, Li Feng will have no choice but to accept reality and move on. Surely, the great Bai clan wouldn't be so petty as to deny a young man closure. The way he framed it put the Bai clan in an awkward position. If they refused, it would look like they were too afraid to accept a fair challenge. Zhao Chen's words caused murmurs to ripple through the crowd. Some people even nodded in agreement. However, Bai Xueqing merely humphed, her cold eyes locking onto Zhao Chun. Enough with the flowery words. You're only saying this because you know how weak my brother is and want to bully him. Bai Xueqing wasn't one to mince words. Her piercing gaze remained on Zhao Chun. Do you think I'm stupid? Zhao Chun chuckled, unfazed. Of course not, Miss Bai. His smile widened slightly before he continued, his voice still as smooth as ever. But there's no bullying here. Li Feng will obviously lower his cultivation to match Bai Zihan's realm. Won't you, Li Feng? Zhao Chun asked. Of course. It's not like I enjoy bullying others. Unlike someone, Li Feng answered. At those words, a new wave of murmurs spread through the hall. Zhao Chun is right. Love is heavier than Mount Tai. How can the Bai clan be so heartless as to not give a man a chance to fight for it? Humph, if Bai Zihan is truly worthy, why not prove it? A duel is the perfect way to settle this fairly. Li Feng is showing sincerity. If Bai Zihan refuses, doesn't that mean he himself knows he isn't worthy of Lady Chu? Exactly. Li Feng is even willing to lower his cultivation to match that of young master Bai Zihan. All eyes turned toward Bai Zihan. Even Bai Xueqing couldn't say much, as Li Feng was willing to lower his cultivation. Although she knew that even if Li Feng's cultivation was the same as Bai Zihan's, Bai Zihan stood no chance. Be it body refinement or technique mastery, Bai Zihan was far inferior to Li Feng. However, if she interfered, it would only make it seem like the Bai clan was afraid of Li Feng and subject them to public criticism. Now, all they could do was wait for Bai Zihan's response. Bai Zihan was simply watching the whole commotion as if it had nothing to do with him, despite being one of the main figures in this conflict. So, when everyone's attention shifted to him, he lazily looked at them and, in an irritated voice, asked, "What?" Bai Zihan spoke as if he had no idea why these people were looking at him. Zhao Chen's smile didn't waver, but there was a flicker of amusement in his eyes as he observed Bai Zihan's lazy and indifferent expression. With a light chuckle, he shook his head as if pitying Bai Zihan's ignorance. "Young Master Bai," Zhao Chen said, his tone calm yet edged with subtle mockery. "It seems you weren't paying attention, but I suppose that's to be expected." He glanced around, ensuring the crowd was still focused on them before continuing. "Allow me to explain it to you again. Simply, so that even you can understand," Zhao Chun said, his voice dripping with condescension. "Li Feng has challenged you to a duel. Fair one. He will lower his cultivation to match yours, so there is no excuse of an unfair advantage. If you win, the engagement remains, and Li Feng will gracefully step aside." Zhao Chun continued. "But if you lose, well, then surely even you must agree that Lady Chu deserves better than to be tied to a man who can't even defend his own honor." Zhao Chen's words caused another round of murmurs from the crowd. That's right. It's not even unfair anymore. What excuse does Bai Zihan have now? If he refuses, doesn't that just prove he's scared? Even his own sister can't protect him forever. Sooner or later, he has to stand up for himself. Zhao Chun smiled at the reaction, then turned his gaze back to Bai Zihan. "Well, young Master Bai, do you accept it?" His words were sharp, pushing Bai Zihan into a corner. The entire hall was waiting for his response. "Pooh! Ha ha ha! You really think I care about your challenge?" The laughter that escaped Bai Zihan's lips was neither loud nor exaggerated. but it was enough to make the already tense atmosphere even more suffocating. His tone dripped with mockery, his expression one of utter disdain as he lazily leaned back in his seat. This left many people, including Zhao Chun and Li Feng, utterly baffled. They had expected Bai Zihan to be furious or at least offended, but instead he was sitting there, laughing like a madman. Ha ha! He chuckled again, shaking his head as if he had just heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. His sharp gaze swept across the room before landing on Zhao Chun. "Who do you think you are to tell me what to do?" His words immediately silenced the murmurs around him. Zhao Chen's smile stiffened for a fraction of a second before quickly regaining its usual elegance. Zhao Chun was the genius of the Zhao clan, and there wasn't anyone who didn't know him or dared to disrespect him the way Bai Zihan just had. Moreover, he had been carefully steering the conversation to pressure Bai Zihan into accepting the challenge, and hadn't expected Bai Zihan to turn the tables on him like this. Even Bai Xueqing struggled to counter Zhao Chen's eloquence, yet Bai Zihan couldn't care less about appearances. Instead, he met Zhao Chen's words with outright hostility and rudeness. He, and those who are saying that I should accept the challenge, step forward. "I promise I won't destroy your clan," Bai Zihan said, his tone carrying an unmistakable threat. It was clear that he wasn't pleased with those who dared to support Zhao Chun and his ideas. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire hall fell into a dead silence. Who would dare step forward now? Who could guarantee that Bai Zihan wouldn't follow through on his threat? Seeing Bai Zihan taking control of the situation and asserting his dominance, Zhao Chun stepped forward, attempting to steer the conversation back in his favor. "Young Master Bai, isn't it inappropriate for you to threaten others just because you don't like their opinion? Isn't that the very definition of tyranny?" Zhao Chen's voice was steady, his expression unreadable. Bai Zihan clicked his tongue and lazily rested his cheek on his palm. "Zhao Chun, do you really think I can't see through your little ploy? You must be even dumber than you look if you believe I'd play along." Even Zhao Chen's expression flickered slightly. "Young Master Bai Zihan, what do you mean by that?" Zhao Chen tried to feign ignorance. Bai Zihan scoffed. "You hide behind flowery words and pretend to be polite, but all you're doing is trying to pressure me into accepting this idiot's challenge." Zhao Chen's expression remained calm, but his eyes flashed dangerously. "Young Master Bai, I don't understand what you're trying to imply. This is merely a fair challenge?" Bai Zihan interrupted, sneering. "Spare me the nonsense. Since when was it my responsibility to entertain a fool's delusions?" He stretched lazily, making it seem like the entire situation bored him. "Li Feng wants me to fight? And for what? Just because he's throwing a tantrum over an engagement that has nothing to do with him? Why the hell should I entertain his whims?" A murmur rippled through the crowd again. Bai Zihan smirked. "Oh, Li Feng, you really think you're the protagonist in some tragic love story, don't you? Oh, my love, I cannot bear to see you with another man. I must challenge him to prove my feelings." Bai Zihan placed a hand on his chest in mock sorrow before rolling his eyes. "What a joke!" Laughter erupted from a few people in the crowd, though they quickly quieted under the weight of the tension. Li Feng's face turned red with anger. "You!" Being mocked so openly, Li Feng couldn't hold back his rage. His entire body trembled as he glared at Bai Zihan, pointing a shaking finger at him. "Bai Zihan, don't go too far." Li Feng spat. "Haha, too far? So you barging into my engagement and challenging me isn't going too far." Bai Zihan shot back, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Bai Zihan, I just want to get over my love for Miss Chu Zian. Or are you scared to fight me?" Li Feng provoked, his frustration reaching its peak. Previously, he wanted to fight Bai Zihan because of his clan's orders. But now, he genuinely couldn't wait to beat him up. "Haha, why should I dirty my hands fighting a sore loser? If you want to prove something so badly, why don't you go find a mirror and fight yourself?" The hall fell into stunned silence. No one knew what kind of pill Bai Zihan had taken to give him the audacity to look down on both the geniuses of the Li and Zhao clans, especially when he was considered the greatest waste of the Bai clan. Not only was Bai Zihan blatantly disregarding them, but he was also insulting them time and time again. Even Chu Zian was surprised by Bai Zihan's boldness. After all, even she had to be cautious with her words when speaking to them, yet Bai Zihan had no filter whatsoever. At least you have some guts, Chu Zian thought to herself. Her impression of Bai Zihan rose slightly, though he was still the same arrogant young master in her eyes. However, his arrogance didn't waver even in front of the giants of the desolate Heaven Empire. It was ironic. When Bai Zihan treated servants and weaker people with this same attitude, he was seen as a bully. But when he showed that same arrogance toward the two strongest clans and their most talented descendants, suddenly, he was no longer a tyrant. He was a man of courage. Same behavior, different audience. Yet the way people perceived him changed entirely, even though he treated everyone the same. Bai Zihan lazily leaned back, his gaze indifferent. And what's the reward for this fight? If I lose, I have to cancel the engagement. But if I win, I just get to keep it. He scoffed. Are you kidding me? Isn't this a complete loss-loss situation for me? Zhao Chun, you're not stupid enough to think this is a fair challenge, right? That being said, having his engagement cancelled wasn't exactly a bad thing for him. But if it happened under these circumstances, it would cause problems for his clan. And while Bai Zihan didn't care much about his clan's troubles, he did care about how it would affect his own life. His father would make sure he suffered for losing. Besides, there was no way he was going to let the Li and Zhao clans achieve what they wanted so easily. Bai Zihan knew that even if his cultivation was suppressed to match Li Feng's, there was no way he would lose. But accepting the challenge just like that? No. He had to squeeze every last bit of value out of Li Feng and Zhao Qin first. Knowing how desperate they were to humiliate him and force him into accepting the challenge, along with their confidence that Li Feng would win, Bai Zihan was certain they would offer a worthwhile reward to make him agree. I am going to play along with your games, but it ain't going to be for free,